Volume 11. Chapter 1000, Hidden Dragon Pit. Chapter 1000, Hidden Dragon Pit. Shui failed to figure out how Yun had seen through her trap. Little Blue was an ancient fey beast species whose bloodline was extremely powerful. It had an innate ability to conceal itself, which prevented even 7th or 8th floor Dao Palace warriors from discovering its existence, much less Yun with his lowly cultivation level. Shui stopped acting after having her cover blown. The black blood vine that entangled her gradually loosened as Shui looked at Yun and said with a huff, "How did you see through my trap?" "Why should I tell you? You set up a trap by preying on the empathy of others and then use a fey beast to devour them. Who knew that you would have such a wicked heart despite being so young and beautiful?" Yun naturally did not know about Shui's background or goals. All he knew was that Shui had set a trap to kill him and rob him. However, such incidents were common in the 10,000 Fey Empery in heaven. One could only blame themselves for being too weak if they were killed. There was not much to blame others for. "You?" Shui blew her top. She did not know how to explain, so she gave up by pouting her lips and fell silent. She allowed the fellow to make up his own conclusions. Yun's eyebrows twitched slightly as he could tell from the girl's expression that there was a story behind the matter. There was no need for her to continue her facade since she had been seen through. However, regardless of the reason, Yun would not foolishly approach the green-dressed girl. The spirit snake that the girl reared had an extremely strong aura. It made Yun lack the confidence to deal with the blue snake unless he used Felicitous Rain Lord's sword chi, but the losses would outweigh the gains. A thought flashed in Yun's mind as his eyes happened to glance at a spot not far from the girl. There was a distortion in the void, and in the purple crystal's energy vision, Yun confirmed that there was another person standing there. Furthermore, the person's aura was very unique. At that moment, in the core area of the Azure Wood Great World, in an inhabited valley, there was large ravine. It was a long ravine that reached to the horizon and was ancient and rustic. If one looked from above, the gigantic ravine was like a dragon that meandered through the lands. It would make one shudder in fear. "This ravine is somewhat strange," an elder floating mid-air said. The person was thin and his body was hunched. He had 6 arms that hung softly from his body. If Yun was here, he would immediately recognize the elder as the Fey Phantasm Sect's supremacy, Guehwazi. Back when Yun reached the Oracle Fey Kingdom, Guehwazi had struck with a ghastly palm attack that nearly took Yun's life. And beside Guehwazi was a middle-aged man whose body was covered in a faint swirling black fog. The middle-aged man had a pale face and had a mane of silver hair. It shimmered with a metallic luster and he looked outstandingly handsome. In between his eyebrows, there was a light stripe. It was a closed eye. He did not wear loose large black robes like the majority of the Fey Phantasm Sect's elders. Instead, he wore a well-fitted robe that befitted his position. He looked like an aristocrat from a mortal world. The silver-haired man was the true person in power of the Fey Phantasm Sect, Demonic Eye Divine Lord. The Demonic Eye Divine Lord looked at the gigantic ravine and pondered over it for a long time before he said, "If I'm not wrong, this is an ancient formation array named Hidden Dragon Pit. I never expected that the Hidden Dragon Pit recorded in the historical books would be seen here in the Azure Wood Great World. I thought that the art of the Hidden Dragon Pit was long lost." "Oh? Hidden Dragon Pit?" Guehwazi looked at the meandering ravine, and indeed, it looked like a pit dug up to bury a dragon. "That's right. By using a powerful spirit root with a powerful enchantment sealed in Hidden Dragon Pit, it's used to protect a spatial zone. The so-called dragon should be a spirit root. I never expected that the Azure Wood Manor would have such a mystical item. However, I will dig it up regardless of what it is protecting." A sneer flashed in Demonic Eye Divine Lord's eyes as he suddenly waved a hand. Behind him, a plume of bloody mist burst out and transformed into a gigantic blood-colored skull. The Hidden Dragon Pit is powerful, but too much time has passed. The formation array has already weakened. Today, I'll use my blood jade skull to devour the old dragon. As Demonic Eye Divine Lord spoke, he made a sweeping gesture with his hand. Boom! With an explosive sound, the blood-colored skull flew at Hidden Dragon Pit like a meteor. Large swaths of ground collapsed as a tumultuous explosion boomed. Such an explosion caused the collapse of a void. Large tracts of mountains in the distance collapsed as lava burst out of cracks in the rocks and shot 50 kilometers into the sky. "Oh? This world is too weak. Grand Elder, that strike of yours nearly caused the collapse of the world. The Azure Wood Great World is indeed weak, but it's not something so easily destroyed by my strength. It looks like the Hidden Dragon Pit is not only protecting something, it is also holding the world in awe and prevent it from collapsing too soon. If I were to open the Hidden Dragon Pit, it would only accelerate the collapse of this world." Taoist Yu Ming, who was beside Gue Huazi, asked, "Then, are we still going to open it?" "Of course. Although it will accelerate the collapse of this world, a true collapse would need a certain period of time. It will not affect us at all. This world is bound to collapse, so what's the point of forcibly stabilizing it with an array formation? I might as well give it a push." As demonic I Divine Lord spoke, he produced his blood jade skull once again. Boom! 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 The ancient hidden dragon pit had maintained an ancient ruin for tens of millions of years, but even though the strongest member of every generation of the Azurewood Manor would enhance it, it was unable to withstand the blood jade skull's devouring. It began to collapse from the source. And at this moment, more than 5,000 kilometers away, Yi Yun was still observing the distorted space beside Chu He. He had confirmed that there was another girl standing there. The girl's aura was very special, and for some reason, he had a familiar feeling to it, and it left Yi Yun baffled. Could he know that girl? How could there be someone that he knew in this distant Azurewood great world? Yi Yun immediately thought of Lin Xintong, but unfortunately, the girl's aura was clearly different to Lin Xintong's. This made Yi Yun sigh lightly. How was he to find Lin Xintong in the expanse of the 12 empyrean heavens? After a moment of reverie, Yi Yun looked at the distorted void once again. Although he was sure that she was not Lin Xintong, he wanted to know why the girl gave him such a familiar feeling. As Yi Yun was thinking over it, the mud suddenly stirred in front of the green-dressed girl. A large blue snake emerged and splattering large amounts of black mud in every direction. Yi Yun's heart leaped as he pulled his sword out. He thought that the blue snake would be attacking him, but he never expected the green-dressed girl to panic as well. "Little Blue, what are you doing?" The green-dressed girl retreated because the mud that splattered all over was about to taint her clothes. The blue snake flailed around and completely ignored the green-dressed girl's exhortations. Instead, it revealed extreme fear and unrest. "Little Blue. Could it be? Oh no!" Beside the green-dressed girl, space distorted as a silver-haired girl walked out of the void. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1001, Apocalyptic Fumes. Chapter 1001, Apocalyptic Fumes. Yi Yun looked at the silver-haired girl the moment she appeared. He wanted to know who she was. However, Yi Yun did not recognize her at all. She was dressed in a watery green dress and she had smooth and fair skin. Her facial features made her resemble a figure that walked out of a painting, and her every movement felt graceful like an ephemeral existence. She was truly a peerless lady. However, the silver-haired girl's expression did not seem calm. It shattered the illusion that she was like a fairy from the 9 heavens who descended to the mortal world. "Chu He, come over here." Just as the silver-haired girl said that. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ground began to quake violently. The mountains far away were beginning to crumble. In the black marsh, large black mud waves were being stirred and there was lava spewing up into the sky before landing on the marsh and burning the black mud. Who? 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 Plumes of black miasma began emerging out of the marsh as it diffused everywhere. Apocalyptic fumes. This kind of situation only happens once every 300 years. Only 100 years has passed. The silver-haired girl's expression changed. The Azurewood Great World was on the brink of destruction and danger lurked at every turn. Even though she was a successor of the Azurewood Manor, she was helpless when it came to power on the scale of world destruction. All she could do was try her best to avoid the dangers. Through the monitoring of the Azurewood Great World's rate of destruction and various disasters that happened, the progeny of the Azurewood Manor had already reduced the phenomena into a certain set of patterns. Through these patterns, the silver-haired girl could act freely in the Azurewood Great World, but there were always accidents, such as the situation that they were presently in. It's the array formation. Those outsiders have destroyed the Azurewood Manor's protective array. The silver-haired girl let out a long sigh. Due to the waning of the Azurewood Manor and how the Azurewood Great World was facing destruction, the progeny of the Azurewood Manor, who acted as guardians of the Azurewood Great World, had begun setting up ancient arrays. But now, against external divine lords, how could the ancient arrays, that had been weathered by tens of millions of years, be able to withstand their formidable forces? In such situations, even if one could predict what would happen, there was no safe spot in the Azurewood Great World when the array formation began to disintegrate en masse. Perhaps, the only thing that would survive was the divine tree in the core of the Azurewood Great World even after the world was destroyed. The silver-haired girl did not know where she would go after the Azurewood Great World was really destroyed. Senior sister, Chu He was feeling guilt-stricken and she felt wronged. She knew how terrifying the apocalyptic fumes were and she had never expected it to erupt at that moment. If she had not been out gallivanting, the silver-haired girl would not have come looking for her. Even if the apocalyptic fumes erupted, they could remain safe by hiding in the divine tree garden. Let's attempt to leave this place. Who could have expected this to happen? Said the silver-haired girl with a shake of her head. At that moment, Yun was enveloped by the apocalyptic fumes in the sky. Was this miasma? Yun was alarmed. In a few seconds, the entire sky turned into a blur. It was definitely no ordinary miasma, for it could shield perception which he could not penetrate with. Yun conjured his protective Yuan Qi and isolated himself from the miasma, but what followed made Yun's heart drop. His protective Yuan Qi was rapidly being corroded by the miasma, which seemed to contain a toxic poison. Even with his foundations, the miasma made him struggle to maintain his protective Yuan Qi. Yun hesitated for a moment before casually throwing a tiny sword into the miasma. The sword was enveloped by the miasma and immediately, it lost its spiritual alacrity and quickly lost its luster from the corrosion. It was very powerful. Yun was alarmed. He could not figure out why the toxic gases in the marsh were so powerful. The outcome would be unimaginable if his Yuan Qi was depleted while he remained here. The miasma in the sky is denser. I'll land on the ground first before leaving as fast as possible. With such a thought, Yun had landed. Yun saw the silver-haired girl not far away from him, while she too noticed Yun. They were about a dozen steps apart from each other, but their figures were shrouded by the apocalyptic fumes, causing them to turn into blurry hazes. The silver-haired girl had also conjured a hazy protective Yuan Qi. Her expression looked solemn. Is this miasma? Yun inquired. In the marsh, when fey beasts or fey trees died, their remains would rot into the mud, turning into toxic rotting gases. That was what miasma was. Typically, the stronger the dead fey beast was, the more powerful the miasma was. It would not be an oddity if a Dao Palace realm warrior died from the poison. But miasma was an entity without thought after all. One would be fine as long as one was careful enough to not absorb it. Yun had never heard of miasma of a particular marsh being so powerful to blot out the sky and land. It even shrouded the sun. The silver-haired girl hesitated for a moment before answering, it's not miasma. Miasma is a result of the rotting gases produced after fey beasts or trees die. But the black fog in front of us is something that we call apocalyptic fumes. It's the rotting gases of a world when it dies. It's not something that miasma can be compared to. What? The gases after a world dies? Yun was given a shock. It was understandable that rotting gases would be produced after plants and animals died, but he never expected that a world would also produce gases when it died. How terrifying would the gases produced be when a large world rotted in death? It was completely unimaginable, but it was not odd that it could blot out the sky and land. How expansive is the apocalyptic fumes? No idea. It might be thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles, or even hundreds of thousands of miles. The Azure Wood Great World is already on the brink of destruction. This gases of the rotting world had been repressed in the deep recesses of the large world, and it can be said to be endless. I have no idea how much seeped out either. As the silver-haired girl spoke, she gave Yun an empathetic glance. She knew that Yun would definitely die if he stayed behind. Ignoring the fact that he was a warrior at the half-step Dao manifestation realm, even a 7 or 8 floor Dao Palace realm warrior would probably be reduced to bones in the apocalyptic fumes and dying in a god-forsaken land. This was the might of the heavens and earth. It was not somewhere that one could leave because of having great talent. The silver-haired girl found it unbearable. From the reaction of him wanting to save Chuhi previously, she knew that he wasn't an evil person. Furthermore, he was extremely intelligent, and with his half-step Dao manifestation realm, he had managed to see through Chuhi's trap. It was truly deserving of praise, but unfortunately, he was likely to die. The silver-haired girl said, "Follow us, and there might be a chance for you to persist on for a period of time." Yun hesitated for a moment, but he eventually chose to walk over. The gases that resulted from a rotting world had truly broadened his horizons. Felicitous Rain Lord had warned him previously that the Azure Wood Great World was extremely dangerous and to consider it seriously before coming. However, Yun had still chosen to come. He did not wish to give up on this one chance. But from the looks of it, even Felicitous Rain Lord had probably underestimated the danger of the Azure Wood Great World. Who could be sure what would happen in a world that was on the brink of destruction? Can you tell me who you are? Yun asked the silver-haired girl. He felt that she knew too many things. The gases of a rotting world was something that even Felicitous Rain Lord might not have known. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1002, Black Winds. Chapter 1002, Black Winds. The silver-haired girl knew that her reactions towards the apocalyptic fumes made the youth suspicious. However, she was unsure if she could even come out of this alive, so she did not care about it. She ignored Yun's question and said instead, after the apocalyptic fumes start, it will constantly increase for the next 4 hours. After 4 hours, the atrocity of the apocalyptic fumes might be 100 times worse than it is now. The silver-haired girl's words made Yun's heart sink. 100 times worse? If what the silver-haired girl said was true, it was impossible for him to withstand it then. Winds are about to blow. The silver-haired girl's expression was grim. The apocalyptic fumes would stir black winds, and one could tell how powerful the apocalyptic fumes would be from the intensity of the black wind. Just as the silver-haired girl finished speaking, they heard the wind howling. It sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. The concentrated fumes interwove together as they began to spin, forming black ink like squalls. The winds were 1,000, if not 10,000 times, more terrifying than the winds that Yun had seen back at the Azure Billow's Black Wind Valley. The black wind howled and it began to release a barrage of attacks on Yun's protective Yuan Qi. The squalls condensed into savage black dragons that snarled and bit at him. All of us should stay close together. The silver-haired girl pulled Chui's hand and took the initiative to close the gap between herself and Yun. As for the blue snake and the black blood vine in the marsh, they were put in a spirit beast bag by Chu He. The three gathered together, while the silver-haired girl and Yun propped up their protective Yuan Qi together. Yun was slightly surprised when he noticed how powerful the silver-haired girl's strength was. The girl was only at the beginning stages of the Dao manifestation realm, a level just slightly higher than his, but her true essence was extremely plentiful. The silver-haired girl's Yuan Qi had a tinge of perpetual regeneration. Regardless of how much the black winds consumed her Yuan Qi, she was able to withstand it. That's impressive. Is that the laws of life and death? Yun thought secretly to himself. Yun was seldom impressed by people whose cultivation levels were only slightly higher than his, but now, the silver-haired girl's nomological powers had broadened Yun's horizons. The world is large. There are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. I still have a long way to go. Yun muttered to himself. Of course, the premise was that he needed to survive the rest of today. Woo woo woo. The apocalyptic black squalls became more terrifying, but the silver-haired girl took the role of being the main force to provide the protective Yuan Qi. Her perpetual birth of energy withstood the apocalyptic black winds perfectly. But even so, Yun felt like they were a tiny boat in a storm, with the possibility of them capsizing at any moment. This is the power of a world's destruction. It's truly terrifying, and not only Felicitous Rain Lord, even the other divine lords and supremacies from other factions that came probably did not expect that the Azure Wood Great World is so terrifying. Yun guessed that the burst of the apocalyptic fumes would result in the tragic deaths of large numbers of Dao Manifestation and Dao Palace Realm warriors. Many people came to the Azure Wood Great World with the intention to fish in troubled waters by killing and robbing. Many young geniuses from major sects wanted to try their luck, but now, they would probably pay the price of blood. The losses would be tragic, one that far exceeded the expectations of the major factions. Their surroundings were completely hazy and it was difficult to discern the direction that they were moving in. One's perception was useless in the fumes, so while Yun followed the silver-haired girl, he felt that everything around him looked the same. He had no idea how the silver-haired girl pinpointed the direction in which they were heading. You know the way? Yun asked the silver-haired girl. However, she shook her head and said, no, it's only a feeling. Let's hope I didn't take the wrong path. Feeling? Yun was rendered speechless. It was already a problem if they could survive, but now, the direction in which they were heading could even be wrong. If their direction was incorrect and they were just walking in circles, the situation was obvious. Yun pondered for a moment and he attempted to activate the purple crystal's energy vision. The energy vision was not limited by perception, so it could see far. However, Yun's heart sank when he activated his energy vision. In the energy vision, the surrounding world remained a gray, hazy patch. The apocalyptic fumes was not energy at all. It was the gases of a rotting world. It was a gas that could destroy a world, much less flesh and blood. His energy vision could not discern their location, and if they really relied on a hunch, was it possible for them to survive? Yun did not get his hopes up. His Yuan Qi was being quickly depleted and the outcome would be fraught with grim possibilities if this continued. Apocalyptic fumes are also a derivation of destruction laws. If I can gain further insight from these destruction laws, I might be able to survive this desperate situation. Yun muttered to himself. His destruction laws were still not perfect after all. If he had chaos laws to complement it, he would not be in such a dire state. The fumes were boundless and the black winds squalled like a massive black tsunami covered in mist. Where the three of them were was like a spot abandoned by the universe. They were alone and without help. With the passage of time, most of the burden needed to withstand the apocalyptic fumes rested on the silver-haired girl's shoulders. She was at the Tao manifestation realm after all, and she had already condensed Tao fruits. In addition to her perpetual generation of Yuan Qi, she was much better than Yi Yun in terms of energy consumption. "Sis, will we die?" asked Chu He in a whisper. Her strength was incomparable to Yi Yun's, so the amount that she contributed to the protective Yuan Qi was greatly limited. "Sis, ignore me. If it's just you alone, the Yuan Qi consumption will be lower. There will be a higher possibility of you surviving this." In the apocalyptic fumes, the more people that were protected, the greater the Yuan Qi consumption was. "Don't speak without thought." The silver-haired girl's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat as she clenched her sister's hand tightly. The atrocity of the apocalyptic fumes far exceeded her expectations. In less than an hour, she was already finding it extremely demanding. It was almost impossible for her to survive this. Chuhi worried for her sister, but she was helpless. Not only did the silver-haired girl have to protect Chuhi, she also needed to protect Yi Yun. Yi Yun obviously noticed the point. He had added to the silver-haired girl's burden. Actually, Yi Yun had placed a certain amount of strength to gain insights into the destruction laws, so his contribution to the Yuan Qi protection was naturally smaller. However, gaining nomological insights was not something that could be done in a day or two. How could it be easy to gain much insight in less than an hour? Yi Yun made up his mind and said to the silver-haired girl, "If you want to survive the apocalyptic fumes, the chances of success will be lower if you take me alone." The silver-haired girl fell silent for a moment before saying, "To be in danger together and face death together is a form of fate. If we were to abandon each other at the moment of death for a sliver of hope, wouldn't it be even more lamentable when we eventually get reduced to bone?" "You are right," Yi Yun said with a smile. "I'm Yi Yun." "Yi Yun?" The silver-haired girl repeated after him before whispering, "I'm Yuing Sha." "Yuing Sha? I see. I have an enchanted artifact that might give us a chance to take a breather. However, my strength is limited and I'm unable to fully control it. When the time comes, it will be wrapped up in the winds, and I'll have no idea where we will fly to. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1003, Engagement. Chapter 1003, Engagement. What Yi Yun was referring to was obviously the God Advent Tower. It was one of his trump cards in his expedition to the Azure Wood Great World. It had immense defenses, but its power reserves were expendable. Once it was drained, it needed a long time to recharge time, basically rendering it useless in the near future. Furthermore, the God Advent Tower was a supreme artifact at the Divine Lord level, one that Yi Yun did not want to reveal freely. This was his first encounter with Yuing Sha, so he did not know her identity or background. He obviously was reluctant for her to enter the God Advent Tower, but what Yuing Sha said before had moved Yi Yun. "Enchanted artifact?" Yuing Sha faltered for a moment. At that moment, a tiny pagoda flew out of Yi Yun's body and spun mid-air before expanding in size. "Don't resist it." After Yi Yun said that, his body flashed and disappeared into the God Advent Tower. Yuing Sha slightly hesitated, but based on the extenuating circumstances, she could not be bothered about her inhibitions. She pulled Chui's hand and flew into the God Advent Tower. Wah! A pale gold barrier surrounded the God Advent Tower and withstood the impacts of the apocalyptic fumes. The tower was blown around, colliding into anything that the winds blew it into, like a duckweed in a tsunami. Yi Yun's cultivation level was limited after all. Due to his inability to fully control the God Advent Tower, all he could do was use the array formations in the God Advent Tower to withstand the impacts. The energy reserves of the array formations were being quickly depleted due to the massive size of the God Advent Tower. The impact that it received from the apocalyptic fumes was considerably greater than what the trio received. "This is..." Yuing Sha and Chuhi felt the space around them warp before they appeared inside the God Advent Tower. Although the Azure Wood Manor had waned, it was still an ancient and powerful sect. As the successor to the Azure Wood Manor, Yuing Sha was well read, so she could easily tell the value of the pagoda. Enchanted artifacts like abodes or spirit cruisers were extremely difficult to manufacture and refine. Even an extremely high-grade abode was not necessarily resilient against tempestuous attacks, so the value of an abode artifact, which could withstand the impacts of the apocalyptic fumes, was beyond imagination. When the Azure Wood Manor was at its prime, it had similar artifacts, but due to an internal fracture, the artifacts were taken away by those who departed from the Azurewood Great World. What the deserters could not take away were ancient ruins that were rooted in the Azurewood Great World. Although these ancient ruins had an amazing history, it was too arduous to develop them to their full potential. Yuangsha gave Yi Yun a deep, meaningful glance. How did this youth have a treasure of this level? Boom! The God Advent Tower was swept up by the black wind and slammed into a mountain. The mountain was immediately reduced to pieces, but the God Advent Tower's array formations remained fine despite the trio losing their footing inside the God Advent Tower. Yuangsha could not help but exclaim, "What a resilient array formation!" However, it won't be able to last long. If the energy is completely drained before the apocalyptic fumes are over, we will still be doomed, said Yi Yun. However, he was already a lot more composed. He had a much safer environment in the God Advent Tower for him to gain insights into the destruction laws contained in the apocalyptic fumes. I couldn't tell that you were this rich, marveled Chu He as she clicked her tongue. She never expected that a random intruder that she wanted to scam would be so wealthy. Yi Yun did not answer her, but instead, he caught them unaware by saying, "The both of you are probably natives of the Azurewood Great World, right?" The way that Chu He and Yuangsha reacted to the sudden eruption of the apocalyptic fumes made Yi Yun generate such a guess. Although the world that they were in was on the brink of destruction, it was not unbelievable that the natives would survive. This could also explain why Chu He had laid a trap to ensnare others. It was only natural for natives to show animosity towards intruders. Chu He stuttered, momentarily unsure how to respond. She gave Yuangsha a pleading look. Yes. Yuangsha directly admitted. Yi Yun had already revealed the secret of his God Advent Tower, so there was no need for her to conceal the fact that she was a native. Trust was interpersonal. It allowed them to have a greater chance of survival in the apocalyptic fumes. I see. Yuangsha, I have something that I want to consult you about. I wonder if you can answer me, asked Yi Yun seriously and sincerely. What is it? My master told me that when a large world is destroyed, it is actually the birth of another large world. Is there any primordial chaos gases that exist in the Azurewood Great World? To be honest, the search for primordial chaos gases is my goal here. Primordial chaos? Yuangsha gave Yi Yun a surprised look. Primordial chaos was a great Tao during the primordial beginnings of the universe. Even divine lords did not have a chance of encountering them, yet a junior like Yi Yun actually wanted to make contact with the Tao of primordial chaos? Although it said that the destruction of a large world is the birth of another world, there is time involved in it that might span hundreds of millions of years. It might not be easy for you to find primordial chaos gases. When Yuangsha said that, she hesitated for a moment before saying vaguely, however. I know that in the Azurewood Great World, there is some lost ancient heritage. Amongst them, there are some things that are related to primordial chaos. Whether you can obtain them will depend on your luck. Ancient heritage? Was it the Azurewood Manor's heritage? Yi Yun was surprised. He recalled that Felicitous Rain Lord had said that he was in search of a person during his trip to the Azurewood Great World. It was a person that Felicitous Rain Lord claimed to be near the peak of martial arts. Was this person related to the Azurewood Manor? Was he or she the lost heritage that Yuangsha had mentioned? Yi Yun wanted to inquire further, but Yuangsha had already sat down in meditation, as though she had no intentions to speak further. Yi Yun decided on abandoning his queries. What she told him was already very valuable. At that moment, the black winds outside the God Advent Tower were becoming more violent. The array formations of the God Advent Tower were being struck time and time again. Yi Yun did not rest and instead, he opened a tiny hole in the God Advent Tower's array formation. Immediately. Hum hum hum. Black apocalyptic winds surged right into the God Advent Tower and transformed into a black dragon that wanted to devour Yi Yun. What are you doing? Chu He was alarmed, but she saw Yi Yun circulate all of his energy and grab at the black dragon. With a loud explosion, Yi Yun had forcefully grabbed the black dragon, which was formed out of apocalyptic fumes, by its throat. Following that, Yi Yun emanated an immense aura of destruction, sealing the black winds within. This aura. Chu He looked at Yi Yun in disbelief as she did not have much idea of Yi Yun's strength previously. She only found Yi Yun's withering laws to be extremely odd, but the aura that he was emanating suddenly became domineering and horrifying. She was left dumbfounded by it. This person is very special. Chu He muttered to herself as she watched Yi Yun condense the apocalyptic fumes into a blob. Next, he attempted to merge the apocalyptic fumes into his body. What was he doing? Yuangsha was also astounded before she figured out what Yi Yun's goal was. He was planning to refine the apocalyptic fumes. The aura that was emitted during a world's rotting process could cause a large world's destruction. But Yi-Yun wanted to use his own body to refine the apocalyptic fumes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1004, No Effort Needed. Chapter 1004, No Effort Needed. The moment the apocalyptic fumes entered Yi-Yun's body, he felt his body turn cold. It was no ordinary cold feeling, it was like his very soul had been frozen tight from sleeping in a frozen catacomb for thousands of years. All the frost, decadence, and death was seeping into his bones. Was this the aura that a world gave off while it rots to its death? Yi-Yun was secretly horrified. If not for him having taken the nomological path of destruction, he would have destroyed his body by recklessly absorbing the fumes. Yi-Yun calmed his heart down as he circulated his destruction Dao domain to contain the apocalyptic fumes. It struggled violently like it had a life of its own, but it was gradually refined. This. Yuengsha gave Yi-Yun an astonished look as she saw him devour a plume of apocalyptic fumes. Yuengsha knew better than anyone else what the apocalyptic fumes signified. To warriors, it was a lethal poison. "Sis, is that guy planning on refining the apocalyptic fumes?" asked Chu He. Yuengsha shook her head and said, "Maybe he's just refining an artifact." Yuengsha found it unbelievable that Yi-Yun was refining the toxic fumes to enrich himself, but if he could subdue the apocalyptic fumes, it wouldn't be a surprise to use it as part of an artifact used to kill. With Yi-Yun gradually calming down, Yuengsha cast her gaze away. She had expended a great deal of her stamina that she needed to replenish desperately. The God Advent Tower continued to shuttle through the apocalyptic fumes. It was completely dark outside and there was no way to tell the direction in which they were heading. All they could hear was howling winds that sounded like wails. There was no indication when they would depart from the vicinity of the apocalyptic fumes. The scale of the apocalyptic fumes is truly huge. A melancholic look flashed in Yuengsha's eyes. The Azurewood Great World's collapse was accelerating, and the Azurewood Manor would completely vanish along with it. The apocalyptic fumes lasted for 2 hours. In that span of time, it covered an extensive region of about 40,000 miles, where few people managed to survive. Of course, there were a tiny number of people who managed to survive resiliently. These people were lucky to survive either because of their extremely powerful cultivation levels or because they happened to be in the periphery of the apocalyptic fumes. At that moment, there were 3 feeble people in tattered clothes who were hiding in a valley. Beside them were 8 corpses strewn across the ground. Their bodies had been reduced to piles of withered bones from the corrosive forces of the apocalyptic fumes. Those who remained alive were only barely alive. If not for the apocalyptic fumes dissipating at the final moment, they probably would not have been able to last any longer. What the heck was that? An effeminate man dressed in a scarlet robe spat out a mouthful of blood. The robe that he wore was a top-grade enchanted robe, yet it had been reduced to tatters from the corrosiveness of the apocalyptic fumes. The effeminate man was the son of the Fey Phantasm sect's Taoist Yuming Yufeihua. Other than the group of supremacies and divine lords that had entered the Azurewood divine residence, Yufeihua was one of the strongest people with his high cultivation level in the periphery zones of the Azurewood Great World. He believed that his escapade in the Azurewood Great World would be a breeze and that every treasure that he encountered would be his. Not a single warrior would pose a threat to him either. In the expedition to the Azurewood Great World, Yufeihua believed that he was definitely safe and that he would return with a great bountiful harvest. However, he never expected that a grey fog would suddenly fill the area. The strange winds and the grey fog ground people to dust or reduced them to mere bones. They had struggled to survive the storm, but they had depleted nearly all their energy reserves. Even their meridians had been damaged. "We nearly lost our lives." Yufeihua was still shaking in his wits. The terror of the Azurewood Great World had exceeded his original expectations. He was already severely injured before he found any opportunities. And all of that was because he had the good luck to be located in the periphery of the grey fog. If the black winds were stronger in intensity or if he was in the middle of the grey fog, he would probably be a dead man. "Senior brother you, we are already in such a tragic state. Everyone else might be dead already. We can explore the vicinity and we might find a few unlucky fellows who were desiccated by the black winds. There was no lack of people coming from large factions, so we might be able to get a windfall from them." The 2 Fey Phantasm sect disciples following Yufeihua chimed. Although they were barely breathing, they still had their minds on treasures and opportunities that awaited them. The wealth of disciples from large factions was not to be belittled. "You're right. We can search the vicinity." As Yufeihua was speaking, he suddenly saw a beam of light streak across the sky, as though something was heading straight for the mountain range. Boom! With a loud blast, a mountain collapsed as a result of the beam colliding with it. Yu Feihua's eyes lit up. He sensed an extremely strong aura from the beam of light which stirred his greed. What is it? Yu Feihua felt excited. His intuition told him that the beam of light was a treasure and that it could even be a huge opportunity for him. Senior brother, shall we go and take a look? Or do we rest for a moment? We are still quite seriously injured, said a Fey Phantasm sect disciple. It was needless to elaborate their injuries, while Yu Feihua was severely injured as well. A large number of their meridians were damaged and they had less than 10% of their strength left. It was naturally very risky to begin searching for treasures. Yu Feihua frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, riches are obtained from taking a risk. The aura from that beam of light is no trifling matter. If we miss it, it might be the loss of an opportunity. We are indeed like candles in the wind, but the black winds and grey smoke that suddenly stirred was way too terrifying. Excluding us, it would be a problem for others to survive, and even if they did, they would most likely be drained as well. They should be in a worse situation than us, so there's no reason to be afraid of anyone. Let's go and take a look. As Yu Feihua spoke, he took a spirit boat out of his interspatial ring. With the two Fey Phantasm sect disciples entering with him, they flew straight towards the beam of light. Yu Feihua was so injured that he did not even want to exert himself to fly physically. By using a spirit boat, it not only conserved his stamina, he could also consume relics during the flight and mediate. However, it would still require a considerable amount of time for him to mend his damaged meridians. Yu Feihua was about 50 miles away from where the beam of light landed. The spirit boat took a few minutes to catch up to it. The two Fey Phantasm sect disciples saw the mountain that had collapsed from the impact from a distance. That looks like a pagoda? Just as the Fey Phantasm sect disciple finished speaking, they saw a golden light flash before the pagoda vanished completely. There's someone. Yu Feihua sensed the auras of warriors from the collapsed mountain. With a twitch of his eyebrows, he said, indeed, there are still survivors in this grey fog. However, they are probably on their last breaths even if they survived. Supremacies would not stay on the periphery of the Azure-Wood Great World, so those who stayed behind were unlikely to exceed his strength. With this thought in mind, a cold beam of light flashed in Yu Feihua's eyes. However, as the distance between them narrowed, Yu Feihua managed to recognize the other party. It gave him a shock. It's you? Yi Yun. After a momentary surprise, Yu Feihua was fanatically pleased. Ha ha. There was really no effort needed in finding you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1005, Kill him. Chapter 1005, Kill him. Follow me, said Yu Feihua to his two juniors. The way that his eyes beamed when he looked at Yi Yun was like a wolf when it saw a piece of meat. The Azure-Wood Great World was huge, so Yu Feihua had no idea when he would encounter Yi Yun. Now, it was sheer good luck that he had encountered Yi Yun. He knew that Yi Yun had a precious treasure on him and that it was likely at the Divine Lord grade. Such a treasure was a waste in Yi Yun's hands. If he had it, his strength would definitely increase drastically. He could even rely on the treasure to enter the core region of the Azure-Wood Great World. While Yu Feihua was flying towards Yi Yun, he had put the spirit boat away. As for his juniors, they had yet to react. They were not aware that Yi Yun possessed a valuable treasure, and they were unsure as to why Yu Feihua appeared so excited. At that moment, Yu Yingsha and Yi Yun had naturally seen Yu Feihua from the God Advent Tower. Who are those people? A wary look flashed in Yu Yingsha's gorgeous eyes. She could sense that the outsiders were here with maleficent intent, especially the effeminate man dressed in red. One of my enemies, said Yi Yun. He never expected to encounter Yu Feihua here as well. After experiencing the apocalyptic fumes, Yu Feihua was in a miserable state. The enchanted clothing that he wore was so tattered that he looked no different to a beggar. His excited expression added a sense of silliness to him. Yi Yun, come on out and die. If you hand over all of your wealth without any fuss, I'll give you a quick and painless death. The God Advent Tower's array formation's energy was drained, so it could no longer provide any effective protection. Yu Feihua thought nothing of Yi Yun. In terms of cultivation, Yi Yun was at the half-step Dao manifestation realm, 2 large realms lower than him. Yu Feihua knew that Yi Yun was gifted and that he had even been accepted by Felicitous Rainlord as a personal disciple. However, no amount of talent could breach the gap of 2 large realms. It was the limit if Yi Yun could defeat a warrior at the peak Dao manifestation realm. However, he was a high-floor Dao Palace realm warrior, so it was an easy task to kill Yi Yun. Yi Yun, come on out and die. The two juniors standing beside Yu Feihua clamored as well. They were in terrible states as well, but they were not worried about that. Surviving that strange apocalyptic fumes was already quite an impressive feat, so how could one not be exhausted? Yu Feihua, you attempted to kill me years ago. Even if you didn't come looking for me, I would have settled the debt with you. As Yi Yun spoke, he had flown out of the God Advent Tower. Yu Yingsha followed closely behind. As for Chu He, Yu Yingsha had insisted that she remained in the God Advent Tower. Settle the debt with me? To have the guts to say such a bold statement despite being a mere half-step-down manifestation realm warrior, aren't you afraid that you might end up cutting your tongue? Just as Yu Feihua was halfway done with his mocking tirade of Yi Yun, his words were left stuck in his throat. He could clearly sense that Yi Yun's yuan qi fluctuations were intense, like he was not exhausted at all. Yu Feihua was alarmed. He clearly saw Yi Yun fly out from the depths of the gray fog. How could he not have expended any yuan qi in such a situation? Was it that tiny pagoda that had protected him? That punk! Yu Feihua clenched his teeth. He immediately recalled how Yi Yun had survived a supremacy strike. He had originally believed that it was a particular talisman or a set of enchanted armor, but from the looks of it, it was likely the pagoda that allowed Yi Yun to survive the supremacy's blow. What sort of pagoda was it? How powerful was its defensive strength? Yu Feihua was well aware of the value that abode-type treasures had. Those treasures were something that even his father, Taoist Yu Ming, lacked one, let alone himself. Yi Yun, you are truly dumb enough to carry such a treasure on you. To flaunt it so flagrantly and use it to hide a woman, how are you going to hold on to it with your cultivation level? What a joke! A cold beam flashed in Yu Feihua's eyes. Not only was he thinking of killing Yi Yun to snatch the God Advent Tower, he was also considering if he should silence his two juniors after the matter was settled. Yi Yun shot a cold stare at Yu Feihua. This was the first time that Yi Yun was encountering a warrior with a high-floor Dao Palace realm. Yi Yun was definitely no match for a high-floor Dao Palace realm warrior if his opponent was in his prime. In terms of age, Yu Feihua was already about 800 years old, about 10 times older than Yi Yun. No amount of talent could bridge the gap of such a long period of cultivation. Yi Yun's aura gradually rose as he suddenly attacked. He did not wait for Yu Feihua to attack, and instead, he shot out like an arrow. With a sword in his hand, he thrust it straight at Yu Feihua's face. Yi Yun was acutely aware that the present Yu Feihua was in an absolutely weakened state. He obviously would not allow Yu Feihua to get time to recuperate. Ah! A golden crow shrieked as it soared into the sky. Yi Yun's strike was so fast that one could not react in time. Yu Feihua had never expected that Yi Yun did not have any thoughts of escaping while facing him. Instead, Yi Yun had taken the initiative to attack him. You are courting death. Yu Feihua roared as he joined his hands together. A guqin appeared in front of him. He plucked the guqin violently, and as its strings vibrated, sound waves blasted out like the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves as they headed straight for Yi Yun's sword beam. Although Yu Feihua's aura had been greatly weakened, his cultivation level was still a force to be reckoned with. He was not someone that could be so easily dealt with. Yu Feihua was absolutely confident that he could kill Yi Yun without the need to sacrifice his essential lifeblood. Pang! The sword beam shattered as the sonic wave exploded. However, Yi Yun did not retreat. Instead, he converged his body and rushed straight at Yu Feihua. He threw the sword in his hand, and with a flip of his hand, he pulled out the pure yang broken sword. The previous strike was only a feint. Yi Yun's second strike was the true death blow. Withering Sword of Time. A sword beam slashed out as it flowed like the rivers of time. The strike did not possess any destructive strength, but the powers of time that accompanied it rushed straight into Yu Feihua's body. Oh! At that instant, Yu Feihua felt a force that stemmed from the power of time. It was devouring his life force, and Yi Yun's strike was robbing him of his vitality. You are courting death. Yu Feihua was enraged as he forcefully gathered all of his energy. A piercing sound from the guqin in his hand echoed, producing sound waves that transformed into black gruesome faces of wraiths. The ghastly faces opened their mouths and tried to use their sharp teeth to bite Yi Yun. Sound of divine annihilation. Yi Yun's previous strike had injured Yu Feihua. He had pushed his offensive strength to its limits, leaving very limited defensive strength. It would be very difficult for him to defend against Yu Feihua's sound of divine annihilation. And just as the ghastly faces were about to tear Yi Yun apart, a green band flew over. It expanded like a green ocean that wrapped the black ghastly faces. Boom! With a loud explosion, the black ghastly faces exploded. Yu Yingsha's face turned pale as she retreated several steps back and stood beside Yi Yun. It was Yu Yingsha who had blocked the sound of divine annihilation for Yi Yun. Kill him! Yu Yingsha shouted. She definitely would not allow the effeminate man dressed in red to leave the place alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1006, Pursuit. Chapter 1006, Pursuit. That woman? Yu Feihua looked at Yu Yingsha in surprise. From his point of view, Yu Yingsha was only a warrior who was at the beginning stages of the Tao manifestation realm. Although her cultivation level was higher than Yi Yun's, her strength was unlikely to be Yi Yun's match. Yu Feihua did not think much of her, but he was surprised that a single strike of hers was enough to obliterate his sound of divine annihilation. Although Yu Feihua had less than 10% of his strength left, the sound of divine annihilation that he produced was not something that a warrior at the beginning stages of Tao manifestation could obliterate. What background did this woman have? Hold that woman back, I'll deal with Yi Yun, said Yu Feihua to his two juniors. Senior brother Yu. The two Fei Phantasm sect disciples were somewhat dumbfounded. They were in a worse situation than Yu Feihua, and having experienced the baptism of the apocalyptic fumes, it was already a miracle that they were still alive. How was it possible for them to continue engaging in combat? They originally believed that Yi Yun's cultivation level was very low and that he would be easily killed by them even in their dire states. Now, seeing how Yu Feihua could not gain the upper hand against the combined forces of Yi Yun and the green-dressed woman, they knew that it was impossible for them to stand a chance. Just as they were hesitating, Yu Yingsha suddenly attacked. In between Yu Yingsha's eyebrows, a red lotus imprint surfaced. The lotus imprint was constantly expanding in size before it evolved into a resplendent red lotus. At the moment that the red lotus appeared, it was like it was the only thing in the world that made it inclusive of everything. Behind Yu Yingsha, Yi Yun's heart palpitated when he saw the red lotus appear. That lotus. As the red lotus spun in the void, the scene gave Yi Yun a shock. He had previously seen a similar scene. Yi Yun, let us combine forces and take advantage of your enemy's weakest moment. Once he recovers, we will not be his match at all, said Yu Yingsha in a hurried tone. Yi Yun had no time to ponder about the lotus. Taking advantage of his enemy's perilous situation was Yi Yun's best chance at killing Yu Feihua. Yi Yun circulated the Book of Heaven's Advent to its limits before he slashed out with the Pure Yang Broken Sword. 3-foot passage sword. Sword beams inundated Yu Feihua like roaring floods that resembled the river of time. Mid-air, the sword beam and Yu Yingsha's red lotus interweaved in an indomitable fashion. Yu Feihua's expression finally changed. With many of his meridians being damaged, how could he withstand that strike? The three of us should attack together, Yu Feihua said to his two juniors standing beside him. A cold beam suffused in his eyes. In the present situation, if he continued embroiling himself with Yi Yun and Yu Yingsha, he was bound to damage his vital essence. It might even affect his future attainments. He obviously could not accept such an outcome. By sending his two juniors forward, they could act as his shield. They would withstand Yi Yun and Yu Yingsha's frontal attack, while he could grab an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. That was the best strategy. As for the outcome of his two juniors, it was obviously not something that Yu Feihua would care about. Their deaths were none of his concern. All right. The two Fei Phantasm sect disciples agreed. They invoked the vestiges of their Yuan Qi, causing phantom shadows to appear. And just as they were about to encounter Yi Yun and Yu Yingsha's attacks, they suddenly changed directions. They spontaneously retreated towards their respective sides. In a blink of an eye, only Yu Feihua was left out of the trio. What? Yu Feihua was incensed. Senior brother Yu, hold them back first. We'll get senior sister Yao Chuo for reinforcements. The two Fei Phantasm sect disciples retreated at an extremely fast speed. And at that moment, Yu Feihua could no longer afford the time to deal with them. The sword beam and red lotus were already right in front of him. Scram, all of it. The enraged Yu Feihua threw the guqin in his hands. The 7 chords of the guqin began to vibrate of their own accord as demonic sounds blasted in a way that palpitated the heart. Boom! The guqin exploded as one of the chords snapped. The red lotus spun and tore through the sound blast, while Yi Yun's sword beam hurled straight through, aiming directly at Yu Feihua's chest. Pwah! Blood splattered at the instant that demarcated life and death. Yu Feihua had forcefully twisted his body, allowing him to dodge Yi Yun's fatal strike. However, Yu Feihua still found that a large amount of his vitality had been drawn away by Yi Yun's strike. Yu Feihua was burning with anger. His Yuan Qi was already drained, so there was no way that he could withstand the strange time laws. Both of you will be punished with death for extinguishing my vitality. Yu Feihua bit the tip of his tongue and forcefully used the power of his essential lifeblood. With his yuan qi being drained, the only thing that he could use was his essential lifeblood to give him strength. Boom! Yu Feihua smacked out with a palm. His white and slender palm had suddenly turned pitch black. His fingernails had devolved into ghastly claws and were accompanied by countless phantom shadows that wailed in a manner that blotted out the sky and the land. It's enough to kill the both of you with a strike powered by my essential lifeblood. Oh? Yu Yingsha's expression changed. She was in front of Yi Yun and the power of the strike made her heart palpitate. She knew that Yu Feihua was putting up a desperate front. As the saying goes, a centipede would continue wriggling even when it's dead. Yu Feihua was a high-floor Dao Palace realm warrior after all. Even at his weakest moment, he was definitely not someone that they could easily match. Phew! Yu Yingsha flicked her right hand, shooting a green band straight at the ghastly claws. As the red lotus spun, it clashed with the ghastly claws. Ka-cha! With an explosion, the red lotus was torn apart by the ghastly claws. The ghastly claws proceeded unopposed, hurtling straight at Yu Yingsha and Yi Yun. What a powerful strike! Yu Yingsha was shocked. She was the only one who knew how powerful the red lotus band that she had attacked with was. The red lotus mystic technique came from the Azure Wood Great World's primordial ruins. The ruins had existed from a time long forgotten, even before the Azure Wood Manor was established. It was also the reason for the flourishing of the Azure Wood Manor. Although Yu Yingsha had only learned a smattering of the red lotus mystic technique, it was already extremely formidable. But now, she was still unable to withstand Yu Feihua's attack due to the limitations of her cultivation level. At that split instant, Yi Yun moved in front of Yu Yingsha. He put his pure yang broken sword away and struck out with his palm. Powerful yuan qi gathered in Yi Yun's palm. Countless nomological fragments gathered together, forming a black wheel. Buzz! The wheel spun as it met Yu Feihua's ghastly claw. 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence. Ka-cha! With a loud explosion, the black ghastly claw was reduced to shreds by the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence. It exploded into a blob, and an aura of destruction emanated from it. The destructive aura constantly expanded, eventually forming a black storm. It was dissipated. Yu Feihua was alarmed. The strike that he had dealt at all costs was already 20 to 30% of his strength when he was at his optimal state. Had it been blocked? Yu Feihua found it unbelievable. But at that moment, he no longer had the luxury of time to think about it. He saw Yi Yun rushing at him with the pure yang broken sword back in his hand. Flee! Yu Feihua no longer had any intention of continuing the battle. A wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. He was unable to enter a battle of attrition with Yi Yun, and if he used the power of his essential lifeblood, it would result in irreparable damage to his body. Yi Yun, I'll definitely dice you into pieces when I recover. Yu Feihua transformed into a black beam of light and fled into the distance. A cold beam flashed in Yi Yun's eyes as he locked his mental energy onto Yu Feihua. He pursued Yu Feihua, for it would lead to endless trouble if Yu Feihua were to flee successfully. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1007, Door to the 33 Skies. Chapter 1007, Door to the 33 Skies. At the moment that he began his pursuit of Yu Feihua, Yi Yun had released Chu He and put the God Advent Tower away. Senior sister, we. Chu He looked at Yu Yingsha. Yu Yingsha threw a band from her hand and it wrapped around Chu He's waist. Help him! The two of them transformed into two streams of light that followed Yi Yun closely. Yu Feihua could sense the three auras behind him in hot pursuit. When he took a backward glance, his heart sank. From the looks of it, Yi Yun was bent on killing him. You are doomed for chasing me. Yu Feihua swiped his finger over his interspatial ring and a black pill appeared in his hand. As he looked at the pill, Yu Feihua's expression revealed a pained look. Despite feeling the pinch, he swallowed the pill after gritting his teeth. If not for the apocalyptic fumes, Yi Yun would not be his match in any way if he remained in his optimal state. But now, Yu Feihua had swallowed the black divine pill. Despite flying at high speeds, he could still rapidly restore his stamina. Furthermore, the pill could heal the injuries in his meridians. And as long as he recovered 30% of his stamina, Yu Feihua was confident that he could easily annihilate Yi Yun. Yi Yun, he's recuperating, said Yu Yingsha anxiously. She too was feeling nervous. Yu Feihua was not easy to deal with, so they could not give Yu Feihua the time to recuperate. Yi Yun frowned. Although Yu Feihua was injured, he was still extremely fast. The pursuit was physically demanding for Yi Yun, but if he failed to chase up in time, it would be troublesome once Yu Feihua recovered his stamina. He thought of the three-sword chi that Felicitous Rain Lord had bestowed to him. If they were used, it would likely be able to kill Yu Feihua, but Yi Yun was in a dilemma. He had only been in the Azure Wood Great World for less than a day's time. He had yet to encounter any opportunities, but he had already drained the God Advent Tower's array of its energy reserves. If he were to use Felicitous Rain Lord's Sword Chi, he would have used all of his trump cards. He expected to stay in the Azure Wood Great World for a prolonged period of time. It had yet to begin in full force, but his trump cards were all gone. What was he to do in the future? Just as Yi Yun was pondering over his dilemma, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Why was the sky dark? The Azure Wood Great World's sky was always a hazy patch. The sun was an ashen color, but it was still able to barely scatter its dim rays of sunlight, but now. Yi Yun looked up and saw that clumps of viscous darkness filled the sky. The sun looked like it had been devoured, vanishing into thin air. What's wrong? Yi Yun was alarmed. The Azure Wood Great World, which was on the brink of death, was weird in every way. The apocalyptic fumes had left Yi Yun with a lingering fear, and now by encountering such a phenomena, it made Yi Yun have a sense of foreboding. The Azure Wood Great World was a lot more dangerous than he had previously imagined. What is happening? Yi Yun looked at Yu Yingsha. As a native of the Azure Wood Great World, Yu Yingsha most likely knew what was happening. However, Yi Yun never expected Yu Yingsha to look perplexed as she said, "I do not know." Subconsciously, Yu Yingsha had slowed down. In the Azure Wood Great World, the greatest threat did not stem from enemies like Yu Feihua, but the Azure Wood Great World itself. In this dying world, it would drag others along in its destruction. "Sis, look there." Shu He revealed a horrified look. As she spoke, she pointed to the sky, which Yi Yun looked towards. He saw a startling scene. Yi Yun saw that the viscous-looking darkness in the sky was gathering towards the distant horizons before finally flowing down like a black river of darkness. And the mouth of the dark river was a vast abyss. The abyss was immense in size and it seemed to look like black burning flames. The river of darkness spewed down from the heavens and flowed straight into the abyss that looked like it was the source of darkness in the world. On careful look, Yi Yun could vaguely see streams of light in the river of darkness. They looked like treasures, mystic manuals, and rare materials. These things were soaked in the river of darkness while being swept into the deep abyss. What's that? Yi Yun was astonished. When he previously came to the Azure Wood Great World, he had an overview of the world from a high altitude. Although the Azure Wood Great World was on the brink of destruction, he had never seen the abyss despite all sorts of strange phenomena taking place. It should be said that he had not seen the deep abyss when he engaged in battle with Yu Feihua. Could it be that the deep abyss had just appeared out of nowhere? Could it be? Yu Yingsha suddenly thought of something as her expression changed. What? Yi Yun looked at Yu Yingsha. Although Yu Yingsha had an unsightly expression, she suddenly refused to elaborate even though she clearly knew something. Seeing the black abyss approaching them, Yi Yun activated the purple crystal's energy vision. His heart chilled when he realized what he was seeing. The multifarious treasures that he saw in the river of darkness were not treasures in the energy vision. They were innumerable withered bones of primordial beasts. They had lost all of their spiritual energy and were fully decayed. They bobbed in the river of darkness before disappearing upon entry into the abyss along with the river's flow. Withered bones? This scene made Yi Yun slow down. Yi Yun, you. Yu Yingsha slowed down as well as she looked at Yi Yun. Yi Yun said with a sullen expression, "What is that place?" "I can see many withered bones of primordial beasts being swept into the abyss with the river of darkness." "You can see it?" Yu Yingsha was alarmed. Yu Yingsha had only read some records regarding the Azure Wood Great World's ancient abyss in the books of the Azure Wood Manor. She had never expected that Yi Yun could see through the illusion from outside. "Actually, I'm unable to recognize it either. It probably is finally reenacting what happens when the Azure Wood Great World faces destruction, coupled with the destruction of certain array formations." Yu Yingsha stopped her sentence midway. It was equivalent to not saying anything. She gave Yi Yun an apologetic look. It was not that she was deliberately hiding things from him, but due to the rules of the Azure Wood Manor, these were things that even Shu He did not know. As the successor of the Azure Wood Manor, Yu Yingsha had sworn to keep these a secret. Reenact? Yi Yun felt his heart being stirred. He could see that Yu Feihua had arrived in front of the abyss. Yu Feihua was clearly shocked when facing the sudden appearance of the abyss. The abyss gave off a redoubtable aura that made Yu Feihua hesitate for a moment. He was tempted when he saw the treasures immersed in the river of darkness. However, Yu Feihua had a hunch that these treasures were not easily obtainable. Although they had appeared in front of him, it was not impossible that it was a trap. However, the expedition to the Azure Wood Great World was a search for rare encounters. Now, with such a rare occurrence appearing suddenly in front of him, how could Yu Feihua not be moved when he saw so many treasures? Even if there was a trap, he had to vie for the opportunities in front of him. If not, how was he to climb up to the peak of martial arts when it was a path fraught with difficulties? Upon thinking about that, Yu Feihua turned to glance at Yi Yun. With a provocative smile, his figure flashed as he entered the abyss. Yi Yun did not choose to follow and instead looked at Yu Yingsha. Even though Yu Yingsha was reluctant to mention certain things, she would at least inform him about the dangers of the abyss. Yu Yingsha took a deep breath before saying, "The Red Lotus mystic technique that you saw me use was a technique that the founder of the Azurewood Manor brought out from the abyss. The founder named the abyss the door to the 33 skies. Our Azurewood Manor has a saying that has been passed down for generations that once one enters the door to the 33 skies, it is almost impossible to return. Back then, even a divine lord had died in it." A divine lord had died in there? Yi Yun's brows pricked up. He had similar guesses and now his suspicions were confirmed. Yu Yingsha was a descendant of the Azurewood Manor, and the Azurewood Manor had been in the slumps for eons. From the information that Felicitous Rain Lord had told him, Yi Yun was of the impression that the Azurewood Manor had been destroyed. He never expected that the Azurewood Manor still had descendants. If a divine lord can die, how is it possible for the mystic technique to be taken out? Could it be that your Azurewood Manor had many divine lords? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1008, Beneath the Abyss. Chapter 1008, Beneath the Abyss. Yi Yun knew that the Azurewood Manor was an impressive seclusive sect. It was unfathomable at its prime, but even so, it was impossible for it to have many divine lords early in its establishment. The entire 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven only had a few dozen divine lords after all. If a divine lord could die, who could bring the items out of the door to the 33 skies? Yu Yingsha said, back then, there were dozens of people who entered the door to the 33 skies. One of them was a divine lord. That divine lord ancestor died in the door to the 33 skies, and only 3 people managed to come out of the door to the 33 skies. They were all below the realm of supremacies. Furthermore, the person who brought the Red Lotus manual was a Tao Manifestation Realm warrior. His cultivation level was only a sub-realm higher than mine. Tao Manifestation Realm? Yi Yun was stunned. In an abyss where a divine lord had died, it was the Tao Manifestation and Tao Palace Realm warriors that had managed to survive it. What could be the reason for that? Yu Yingsha guessed what was on Yi Yun's mind. She shook her head and said, "Don't look at me. I don't know why either. It has likely to do with how the door to the 33 skies is a strange place, to begin with. The level of one's cultivation level either has no direct correlation with whether one would survive, or there is a very minute relationship. And back then, the sect had probed the door to the 33 skies multiple times, with a tiny bit of it being affirmed every time. Eventually, the sect only let Tao Manifestation Realm warriors enter. Many people had died in it, with very few of them managing to come out of it. These probings happened until the door to the 33 skies disappeared. During that period, the Azurewood Manor gained a great deal from it, but over eons, the door to the 33 skies had never appeared again. When Yu Yingsha said that, she let out a light sigh. As a descendant of the Azurewood Manor, she knew very well that it had a sanguine history during its nascent development. Many of the disciples that entered the door to the 33 skies did not do so voluntarily. I understand. As Yi Yun said that, he slowly approached the abyss's entrance. You're going in? Asked Yu Yingsha. Or else? Yi Yun returned with a question. Since the door to the 33 skies was not an area of land that guaranteed death, Yi Yun had the intention of exploring it. Most critically, the Red Lotus mystic technique had given Yi Yun many mental connections. He had once seen a strange woman that had something to do with such a red lotus. Under such circumstances, Yi Yun naturally did not want to miss out on an opportunity to probe its secrets. Chu He, you stay behind. Yu Yingsha said to Chu He. Sis, you're going in as well? Chu He guessed Yu Yingsha's thoughts. The Azurewood Great World was about to be destroyed. With the door to the 33 skies appearing once again, as the successor of the Azurewood Manor, Yu Yingsha had the intention of making a risky gamble. Sis, I do not want to stay outside. It's not like it's safe outside either. Chu He said to Yu Yingsha. The second half of her statement was most likely effective as Yu Yingsha hesitated for a moment before nodding. You can enter the God Advent Tower. Yi Yun released the God Advent Tower and allowed Chu He to enter it. Following that, he and Yu Yingsha flew straight towards the door to the 33 skies. As they approached it, it was astounding for them to see the door to the 33 skies up close. The abyss was like a world that had been cleaved off. The face of the abyss looked like the endless cosmos, while the river of darkness in the sky was expansive as it surged into the abyss before vanishing. As for the countless treasures in the river of darkness, they were only phantoms or illusions. They besotted others, but like castles in the air, they were within sight but beyond reach. Why is the abyss named the door to the 33 skies? Yi-Yun stood at the entrance to the abyss and looked at the endless darkness. For some baffling reason, all of the blood in his body began to surge at an increased speed. It's from the records left behind in canons. The sect only has a few guesses. Let's go in. As Yi-Yun spoke, his figure plunged into the abyss. He and Yuengsha quickly descended for an unknown period of time. Being proficient in the laws of time, Yi-Yun could sense that time in the abyss flowed at a different rate. It felt like he had entered a brand new world. The Black River flowed with stirring specter energy. Yi-Yun did not know how far he had descended when he abruptly felt like he had penetrated a distorted space. Immediately following that, what he saw changed. He realized that he had arrived in an underground world. It was not pitch black like he imagined, but it was an overcast world. The ground was littered with gray rocks and there were black clouds floating in the sky. It was apparently those clouds that they had penetrated previously. Yi-Yun overlooked the world and spread out his perception, but he did not detect Yufeiwa's location. It was unknown where he had gone despite entering first. This made Yi-Yun secretly turn alert. Boom! Yi-Yun landed on the ground and crushed a rock. A layer of gray powder was stirred up. Only then did Yi-Yun realize that the layer of powder was somewhat soft. It was about an inch thick and there was whiteness amid the grayness. Beneath the grayish-white powder was black rock. Standing on this piece of land, Yi-Yun felt a baffling chill. It was like he had come to a cemetery. Yi-Yun took a few steps forward and heard a light crack as if he had crushed something to bits. He looked down and saw a piece of broken bone. It had been crushed into powder by him and the fragments became part of the grayish-white powder. Yi-Yun immediately understood that the reason why the area was grayish-white was due to the layer of bone dust accumulated over the black rock. And it was because of that reason that the area appeared eerie. It made one's soul feel like it was entombed in ice. It was hard to imagine what sort of history this piece of land had in order to accumulate so much bone dust. This must be White Bone Ridge. I've seen it in the sect's books. The bone dust is not left behind by members of my Azurewood Manor. It was already here, to begin with. Yuengsha said, which made Yi-Yun's mind stir. Does the Azurewood Manor have a map to the door to the 33 skies? Yuengsha hesitated for a moment before nodding. She said, back when the sect probed the door to the 33 skies multiple times, it obtained much valuable information regarding the door to the 33 skies at the cost of sacrificing many lives. And all of this information was collated by an elder who had entered the door to the 33 skies several times. He was proficient in Taoist arts. He had drawn a map for the door to the 33 skies and using his Taoist arts, he analyzed the danger of every area in the map. That elder's cultivation level did not exceed the level of supremacy eventually. He once said that the door to the 33 skies was once another world. It might be that it is an entrance to the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven from another completely different world. It just so happened that the entrance opened up in the Azurewood Great World. Yuengsha's words left Yi-Yun astonished. The door to the 33 skies was a name recorded in ancient canon. Since it was given the name of a door, it was completely reasonable that it was the entrance to another world. Upon thinking about this, Yi-Yun had a deep sense of how tiny he was. The world was majestic and it exceeded his imagination in every way. Oh! Someone is coming down! Yuengsha said abruptly. Yi-Yun looked up and saw the dark clouds overhead break apart. A bunch of figures flew straight down. Yi-Yun's eyes turned cold as he clenched his pure yang broken sword tightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1009, Marquis Wu Yun, Danger. Chapter 1009, Marquis Wu Yun, Danger. The group of people numbered about 20. They were dressed in different attires and were of all ages. It was apparent that they belonged to different factions. Some of the most striking ones amongst them were a lady with black fingernails and a middle-aged man that looked like a Taoist, as well as a purple-robed man whose face was covered in scales. The scale-faced purple-robed man caught Yi-Yun's attention the most. He was not greatly injured and it was hard to tell if he had experienced the apocalyptic fumes. If he had been embroiled in the apocalyptic fumes, even if it were just the periphery, it was enough to indicate how formidable he was. Few people could survive the apocalyptic fumes relatively unscathed. But compared to these people, there were another two people who caught Yi-Yun's attention. They were a fat and thin duo that Yi Yun noticed with a cursory glance. Shi Fei. Shi Ping. Pang pang pang. The group of 20 people landed one after another. Shi Fei and Shi Ping had also seen Yi Yun. As the saying goes, enemies see red at the moment they meet. Their Dao domains were destroyed back when they competed with Yi Yun to become Felicitous Rainlord's disciple. Their martial paths had been almost severed by Yi Yun. The first thing that they did when they saw Yi Yun was to circulate their energy, producing intense killing intent. How true it is that enemies often cross each other's paths. When Shi Fei and Shi Ping saw Yi Yun, they revealed a hideous smile. After their martial paths had been severed, the statuses that they enjoyed in the Immortal Rain sect had plummeted. They had no choice but to receive the patronage of a powerful figure in the Immortal Rain sect, to the point of them being almost no different to slaves. Only then did they manage to survive in the Immortal Rain sect. They embarked on the expedition to the Azurewood Great World with the intentions to go for broke while risking their lives. If they were able to find a heaven-defying treasure in the Azurewood Great World, there was a tiny bit of possibility that they could reverse their fates, allowing them to continue down their martial paths. But they had never expected to encounter Yi Yun here. To them, Yi Yun was a thorn in their side, a sty in their eyes. They yearned to skin him alive. So it's the two of you. To think that the two of you would come to the Azurewood Great World. Is there any meaning for your trip here, considering that your Dao have already been destroyed? As Yi Yun spoke, he circulated the energy in his dantian, which had the 3 sword chi that Felicitous Rainlord had bestowed to him. That was the last thing he could rely on. But even with the sword chi, Yi Yun did not have absolute confidence when facing a true expert. You're courting death. The eyes of Shi Fei and Shi Ping suffused a deep sense of vicious hatred. Although they yearned to immediately kill Yi Yun, they lacked the confidence to do so due to the severe injuries that they had suffered from before, in addition to the apprehension they felt towards Yi Yun. At that moment, Shi Fei and Shi Ping suddenly turned around and bowed to a person in the group. Lord Marquis Wu Yun, the two of us implore Lord Marquis Wu Yun to kill that person for the two of us. The two of us will swear on the heavens that we will be dedicated to the Lord, never to balk at any sacrifice, even at the costs of our lives. Bows amongst warriors had various forms: simple cupping of hands, a junior's bow, a bow between master and disciple, as well as the genuflection that was typically seen between master and slave. And now, Shi Fei and Shi Ping's act of deference was the latter. This surprised Yi Yun slightly. For Shi Ping and Shi Fei to be sent by the Immortal Rain sect to participate in Felicitous Rainlord's disciple recruitment, it proved that they enjoyed a particular status in the Immortal Rain sect. Even if it had plummeted as a result of their Dao domains being destroyed, they should still have a certain amount of remnant pride. But now, they had submitted to someone else. It made it apparent that Marquis Wu Yun was no trifling figure in the Immortal Rain sect. Are you Yi Yun? Marquis Wu Yun, who Shi Ping and Shi Fei begged, was the man in the purple robes. He was burly and his cheeks were covered with a layer of scales. Even in the overcast world, the layer of scales still shimmered with a resplendent luster. He could not be considered handsome, but he exuded a special charm that made him unforgettable to anyone who saw him. Was it you who previously crippled Shi Ping and Shi Fei? Marquis Wu Yun's words suffused an oppressive pressure. It stemmed from his terrifying strength, a cultivation level that Yi Yun could not discern at all. He was from the Immortal Rain sect, where he enjoyed a supernatural existence. That meant that he had immense talent, or at least it exceeded Shi Fei and Shi Ping's. In addition to his cultivation level that exceeded Yi Yun by 2 large realms, he was absolutely someone that Yi Yun could not deal with. That's right. Yi Yun focused intently. Even though he had Felicitous Rainlord's sword chi, he did not have much confidence. After all, he could only produce a tiny portion of the might of Felicitous Rainlord's sword chi. He was unsure how useful it would be against such a mighty figure. Marquis Wu Yun took a few steps towards Yi Yun. Although he was looking at Yi Yun, it was like everything was beneath his notice. He completely disparaged Yi Yun. Yi Yun. Yuangsha, who was beside Yi Yun, was feeling extremely nervous. She had never expected that they would encounter danger at the moment that they entered the door to the 33 skies. She was too weak, so she would not amount to anything against the group of people. And Yi Yun's trump card, the God Advent Tower, had previously been drained of its energy. Shi Ping and Shi Fei are now under my patronage. In the future, they will be my servants, but I would still like to give them an answer. As Felicitous Rainlord's disciple, I will spare you from death, but I will not let you off either. Back when you participated in Felicitous Rainlord's disciple recruitment, you had made Shi Ping and Shi Fei choose between kneeling down or slapping themselves in the face. Today, I'll let you experience that choice. Either you kneel down to beg for their forgiveness or you slap yourself in the face 100 times. Make your choice. Although Marquis Wu Yun spoke in a nonchalant manner, his tone was not something to be reposted. Absolute strength made him believe that he was free to determine Yi Yun's fate. The mood changed dramatically as the air turned tense with a murderous hint to it. Everyone was looking at Yi Yun, with many of them having gloating looks. Since they were in a group, a lot of them were from the Immortal Rain sect. As Immortal Rain sect disciples, they were displeased with Felicitous Rain Lord, who had betrayed their sect. With Yi Yun being Felicitous Rain Lord's personal disciple, they were also jealous of him because of the possibility of him eventually inheriting Felicitous Rain Lord's 10,000 Fey Divine Canon. They yearned for Yi Yun's death. Marquis Wu Yun did not choose to kill Yi Yun immediately because of the people present. It was difficult to keep the murder of Yi Yun a secret. This made him somewhat hesitant, but it was also impossible for him to spare Yi Yun. Lord, just kneeling or slapping himself in the face? That's too little. Shi Ping and Shi Fei turned anxious. They had their future martial paths destroyed, so there was no way that they could ease the hatred that they had for Yi Yun unless they tortured him to death. Shut up! Marquis Wu Yun frowned. This made Shi Ping and Shi Fei immediately feel apprehensive. They did not dare speak to another word. Now, they were only servants, and similarly, Marquis Wu Yun did not think much of them either. Lord, Yi Yun has many treasures on him. Rumor has it that one of the treasures is close to the Divine Lord level, said Shi Fei through gritted teeth after a moment of silence. He did not say it with a voice transmission, but right in front of the 20 people. Immediately, everyone looked at Yi Yun with an odd glint in their eyes. A treasure close to the Divine Lord level. In fact, Shi Fei did not know what level Yi Yun's treasures were at. However, he had deliberately said it in such a manner. It was simple but also very vicious. By mentioning Yi Yun's treasure, the 20 people would target Yi Yun like a pack of wolves catching sight of a sheep. It was obvious what the sheep's outcome would be. He did not believe that Yi Yun would survive the group's attacks when greed leered its head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1010, Deadly Situation. Chapter 1010, Deadly Situation. Oh. I never expected you to possess such tremendous wealth. Marquis Wu Yun sized Yi Yun up. In the Immortal Rain sect, he was no longer considered part of the younger generation. Once Immortal Rain sect disciples from the younger generation matured and became powerful enough, they were conferred with various noble titles. A title like Marquis was one of the highest ranks, thus, his powerful strength was evident. However, even though Marquis Wu Yun had a promising future, he only had a top supremacy level item when it came to treasures. It was a treasure that was exceedingly close to the Divine Lord level, so he was naturally tempted when he heard about Yi Yun's wealth. The others had similar intentions as well. Their wealth was incomparable to Marquis Wu Yun's. Everyone who came to the Azure Great World came in search for opportunities. But from the present situation, it appeared as though the Azure Great World was not a land littered with treasures as they imagined. During their search, not only did they fail to obtain anything, they had also faced all sorts of danger. The apocalyptic fumes had left them with a lingering fear. They had been lucky to be situated in the periphery of the apocalyptic fumes, otherwise, they would have been reduced to ash. With a mere half-step down manifestation realm cultivation level, that Yi Yun is no different to an ant. Yet, he has such valuable treasures. What a fool! Many people leered at Yi Yun with all sorts of thoughts. From their point of view, Yi Yun was like a savory piece of meat. They did not think much of Yi Yun's resistance, but there were two things that were a little trickier. Firstly, Yi Yun's master was Felicitous Rain Lord, who made them apprehensive. The other reason was the problem of splitting the treasure amongst 20 people after killing him. Marquis Wu Yun, if you were to do anything to Yi Yun, White Brows will not say a thing. I can swear on the heavens that it will not be leaked. Felicitous Rain Lord will not learn of this either, said an old man whose white brows reached his ears. He blinked his eyes with a teasing look in them. He exuded a strange aura and he was the only elderly person amongst the 20 people. Yuingsha's heart sank when she saw the old man. Her intuition told her that the old man was not an enemy to be trifled with. Warriors had the greatest potential when in their youth. Some would even cultivate all the way to the level of a supremacy in one fell swoop. However, once their potential was expended, their cultivation level would hardly progress, even with a lifespan that spanned millions of years. But such people would dedicate time and effort to raise their combat strength through other means when they knew that they had no future in further cultivation. For example, they would employ things like puppets, poison, or formation arrays. The old man wasn't striking, but the strange aura that he exuded made Yuingsha have some reserved fears. They were not his match. Yi Yun. Yuingsha transmitted her voice to Yi Yun. Her voice was somewhat anxious. Although she was unafraid of death, she was the successor of the Azurewood Manor. She shouldered the mission of making the Azurewood Manor prosper again. Even though she was likely destined to never accomplish it, she did not wish to die in the place that they were in. Yi Yun did not reply because he was fully concentrated on something else. His thoughts were interfaced with the three-sword chi in his dantian that felicitous Rain Lord had given him. His energy vision was scanning his surroundings. He knew that even if he released the three-sword chi simultaneously, it was impossible for him to defeat the enemies in front of him. Yi Yun only planned on using the three-sword chi in a bid to carve a route of escape from his dire situation. However, just as Yi Yun was searching for an opportunity to flee, he suddenly saw unusual points of light in the purple crystal's energy vision. The points of light were buried beneath the soil. They were sparkling like stars, suffusing rainbow colors on the surface. They looked like unusually beautiful gems buried underground. If not for him using his energy vision, Yi Yun would not have discovered their existence. What were they? Yi Yun was baffled. The rainbow points of light effused a chilly aura. When he penetrated the ground with his mental perception in an attempt to probe the points of light, Yi Yun felt his soul see hurt. The rainbow points of light rumbled, as though they had awoken from a deep and long slumber. Yuingsha, do you know what's in White Bone Ridge? Yi Yun inquired quickly with a voice transmission. Yuingsha faltered for a moment before replying with a voice transmission, I'm not sure. The records of White Bone Ridge in the sect only mention a large amount of bone ash. Although the Azurewood Manor had records regarding the door to the 33 skies, the information was not detailed. There were many regions that were not completely explored. However, Yuingsha's words made Yi Yun generate several guesses. Bone ash, could it be? A sudden thought made Yi Yun's heart palpitate. Old man White Brow. What talk is that? You swear upon the heavens to egg me to kill that punk? Marquis Wu Yun laughed. He knew very clearly that White Brow's swearing upon the heavens to keep it a secret meant that felicitous Rain Lord would not know that he had killed Yi Yun in the immediate future. And as time passed, felicitous Rain Lord might forget this matter. After all, a half-stepped-down manifestation realm disciple was not necessarily important to a divine lord. You want to kill him using my hand? The treasure is split amongst us, but the risk of offending felicitous Rain Lord is borne by me? That's a great plan of yours. Marquis Wu Yun said sarcastically. Immediately, he looked at Yi Yun and said, Punk, I do not intend to kill you. Know what's good for yourself and turn over your interspatial ring to me. I'll spare you if you remove the mental imprint and kneel down before Shiping and Shifei to apologize with a kowtow. Marquis Wu Yun's words were overbearing, but at that moment, the man in the Taoist outfit walked beside Yi Yun. He said with a smile, Young man, hand me your interspatial ring and I can guarantee your safety. You should give it to me instead. Another person stood forward, the woman with black fingernails. Be it intentional or not, all of them released their auras. The stifling feeling that they emitted was like there were powerful beasts lurking in their bodies. However, when these auras emanated, the rousing of the dots of light became even more obvious. It seems like they have awoken. Yi Yun was in full concentration as he circulated his mental energy to its limits. He injected it deep underground and constantly stimulated the points of light. The vibrations of the points of light turned more intense and slowly, green-colored eyes seemed to light up underground. They are awake. Yi Yun held his breath. Phew. 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 Large swaths of rainbow-colored dots of light drilled towards the surface rapidly. These points of light only used a few seconds to reach the ground beneath the group's feet from a half a kilometer underground. Yi Yun discovered that other than him having his energy vision, no one present had detected the approaching points of light. The points of light lurked just inches away like they were gathering strength. At that moment, Yi Yun suddenly laughed. Despite being surrounded by 20 people, with many of them far exceeding his strength, Yi Yun's laugh had surprised everyone. Why are you laughing when death is knocking at your door? Marquis Wu Yun frowned. He liked it when his enemies were horrified because of his might, but he did not like such people who he could not control. Now, Yi Yun was clearly in a dire situation, but the smile on his face did not look like it was faked. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1011, The Might of the Sword Chi. Chapter 1011, The Might of the Sword Chi. Marquis Wu Yun, was it? Do you really think that you are the overlord of this abyss? Do you think you can rule over my fate? As he spoke, Yi Yun slowly flew up. With a warning voice transmission, Yuingsha had also begun flying. However, she was completely unaware of what Yi Yun was up to. Little bastard, how dare you posture when death is already knocking on your door? Obediently kowtow to me 100 times and then smack your face senseless. Offer the treasure to my lord, and I might let you keep your corpse whole, while you have a quick and painless death. Shi Fei cursed. He intended to provoke Yi Yun in the hopes of seeing Yi Yun attack out of anger before being killed by a group of mighty warriors. Just thinking of the outcome gave him pleasure. You are just a buffoon in my eyes. You don't look like you can live for more than a few more seconds. It's best that you cut the crap, savor the last few breaths that you have and enjoy the rest of your remaining life. When Yi Yun said that, he had rapidly distanced himself from the ground. His prediction of Shi Fei's death stemmed from the fact that the first rainbow-colored point of light that was about to emerge was drilling towards Shi Fei. The points of light were an unknown entity that had been slumbering for millions of years. Yi Yun had suspected that the formation of White Bone Ridge was a result of these points of light. Fuck! Shi Fei was enraged by Yi Yun's constant arrogance despite being at death's door. Lord, please kill that little bastard. He's trying to escape. At that moment, Yi Yun and Yuengsha were already 100 feet above the ground. Shi Fei was afraid that they would escape. However, Marquis Wu Yun crossed his arms and watched Yi Yun's performance with a belittling gaze. He did not care about the mere 100 feet. To warriors at his level, 100 feet was no different from inches in front of them. He could maim Yi Yun with a simple thought. You still can't hold your tongue despite being at the ends of the precipice? Are those your last words? How disappointing. It looks like Felicitous Rainlord is only this and nothing more. The personal disciple that he took in is nothing more than a retard. Just as Marquis Wu Yun finished his words, Shi Fei suddenly felt his leg go limp. He felt an itching pain in his soul, as though he had been bitten by a tiny flying insect. Shi Fei subconsciously looked down as the itching pain became more apparent. He smacked his foot with his hand, but the scene that followed made Shi Fei's soul nearly leap out of his body. When he smacked his soul, a large piece of bloody flesh fell off. His blood had turned black as though the flesh on his foot had been rotting for centuries. The flesh simply disintegrated in large swaths. Ah! Shi Fei yelled in horror. My foot! My foot! Shi Fei was horrified. His face turned as pale as vellum while he watched his flesh peel off. Soon, his bone could be seen and his foot was about to drop off. The decaying surface was rapidly expanding as it spread towards Shi Fei's thighs. At that moment, the others who were beside Shi Fei began panicking. Even the composed Marquis Wu Yun had a change in expression. He quickly opened up a distance from Shi Fei as he conjured an energy barrier. What is that? Marquis Wu Yun was a powerful person after all. Even though Yi Yun found it hard to detect the dots of light, unless he resorted to using the energy vision, Marquis Wu Yun had already discovered it. Sha! 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 Sword beams flew out of Marquis Wu Yun's body, repelling the points of light. And at that moment, Yi Yun had managed to discern what the points of light were. They were not points of light but insect eggs. The slumbering eggs emerged out of the ground and one of them had come into contact with Shi Fei's soul. These eggs would drill into the flesh that it encountered, rapidly absorbing all of the vitality in the warrior's flesh, decaying the flesh and blood so as to rapidly enter gestation. The egg in Shi Fei's body had already gestated into a larva that was about as thick as a finger. Let's go! As Yi Yun urged, he pulled Yuengsha's arm and fell back in retreat. He had deliberately said those arrogant words and flew to a height at over 100 feet while maintaining his countenance. Although 100 feet was indeed nothing to experts, to the eggs lurking beneath the ground, it was enough to make them prioritize their attacks on the 20 people that remained on the ground. You want to leave? Dream on! Marquis Wu Yun thundered. His figure flashed and he charged at Yi Yun using an unimaginable speed. With a sword in hand, he slashed out and produced a torrential storm. Against a Marquis of the Immortal Rain sect, Yi Yun did not bear any hopes of withstanding his strike. He stirred his dantian with his Yuan Qi. Phew! An azure sword Qi flew out of Yi Yun's body. At the moment that the sword Qi appeared, it formed a gigantic sword in the sky. The sword seemed to sever the heaven and earth, as though it was the only existence in the world. This is... Marquis Wu Yun was alarmed. It was absolutely impossible that it was a sword Qi that Yi Yun had produced himself. From the laws contained within the sword Qi, it was part of what the Immortal Rain sect trained in, but it was also 100 times better than his attainments. Damn it! Marquis Wu Yun retreated rapidly. Ka-cha! The sword beam that Marquis Wu Yun produced was torn to bits. The forces were on a completely different level. The sword Qi headed straight for Marquis Wu Yun's glabella, and at the same time, 6 or 7 rainbow-colored eggs shot straight at Marquis Wu Yun's back. It was apparent that the eggs had a certain degree of intelligence. They determined that Marquis Wu Yun was at his weakest, so if they were able to devour a warrior at his level, they would be able to gestate and mature at a greater rate. Damn it! Marquis Wu Yun bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. He immediately ignited a talisman in his hand. In his expedition to the Azurewood Great World, Marquis Wu Yun had his trump cards as well. The talisman rapidly burned and formed a powerful barrier around him. It barely managed to withstand Felicitous Rainlord's remnant sword chi, and at the same time, it repelled the eggs behind him. Boom! The sword chi exploded. But due to the powerful blast, blood seeped out of the corners of Marquis Wu Yun's mouth. And at that moment, Yi Yun, with Yu Yingsha in hand, had used the repulsive forces of the explosion to aid his movement technique, accelerating him to his maximum velocity. Just Felicitous Rainlord's sword chi was not enough to extricate Yi Yun from the situation. But in conjunction with the unknown eggs, the 20 people were too embroiled in chaos to be able to pursue Yi Yun. After Shi Fei, an egg entered Shi Ping's body as well. The egg had drilled directly into his chest. Large parts of his torso disintegrated, revealing his sternum. His heart was putrefied, revealing a bloody cavity. As large amounts of blood spewed out, Shi Ping's face was filled with despair and horror. He grasped his chest, but he no longer had control of his body. Slowly, he fell to the ground. In just a few seconds, he had passed away. And at that moment, Shi Fei, who had an egg enter his body first, was still barely alive merely because it started from his foot. He looked furiously and indignantly at Yi Yun's back that was disappearing into the horizon. His fury overwhelmed him like it would explode his organs. Shi Fei let out one last cry of hatred. Blood vessels filled Shi Fei's eyes as though they were cracking. Only then did he realize why Yi Yun had floated mid-air and made the declaration that he only had a few seconds of his life left. Yi Yun had probably anticipated all of this. Why? Why was Yi Yun able to know of the sudden appearance of the terrifying demonic worms? Shi Fei felt more and more worms boring through his flesh and blood. His body was riddled with holes, and the feelings of despair and the excruciating pain of his death was enough to send him into a depraved madness. Finally, Shi Ping and Shi Fei had their flesh and blood disintegrate completely. All that was left was a pile of white bones. The remains of warriors would usually have a luster resembling jade due to the prolonged energy tempering. However, after being drained by the demonic worms, even the luster was gone. When the energy blasts in the sky surged over, their bodies crumbled to dust with an audible crack. They mixed in with the thick bone ash on the surface of the ground. None of this had anything to do with Yi Yun anymore. He had flown about 50 kilometers, but what shocked him was that all he saw was still that layer of bone ash despite traveling such a great distance. It was hard to imagine how many corpses were needed to accumulate the mass that made White Bone Ridge what it was. Yi Yun, you could see those eggs? Yu Yingsha asked Yi Yun in shock. Although she knew about White Bone Ridge and the records of her sect, she did not know how it was formed. She only knew about it today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1012, Traitors. Chapter 1012, Traitors. White Bone Ridge was where the demonic insects slumbered. As parasites, they continuously bred, reducing their hosts to withered bones. The withered bones decayed into bone ash after tremendous periods of time, eventually forming White Bone Ridge. The history behind the formation of White Bone Ridge was bone-chilling on second thoughts. The reason why I could see the eggs is because I have different eyes to others. Yi Yun gave a vague explanation. Yu Yingsha understood what he meant. Back at the entrance to the door to the 33 skies, Yi Yun had managed to see through the illusion of the Black River's treasures. He knew that they did not exist. Having such a mutated eye was extremely advantageous when exploring dangerous realms. Yi Yun and Yu Yingsha flew for dozens of kilometers in one fell swoop before they saw the end of White Bone Ridge. After the bone ash, there was an endless rocky cliff. This solemn and desolate land looked devoid of life. All that existed was barren mountains and boulders that littered the ground in the distance. Upon seeing this scene, Yu Yingsha drew a gasp. The door to the 33 skies, which was fraught with dangers, gave her a repressive feeling. It was unknown how many corpses were needed to form the White Bone Ridge that they had experienced a short while ago. This meant that the door to the 33 skies was much more prosperous in the distant past than it was now. There might even be powerful ancient fae or desolate beasts that existed here. Upon thinking about that mysterious woman who planted the divine tree, Yu Yingsha would not find it surprising if she was told that the door to the 33 skies had true dragons and phoenixes in it. Compared to the Azurewood Great World, the door to the 33 skies had undoubtedly existed for an even longer span of time. The time scale was so immense that it was impossible for people to fathom it. It was hard to imagine what sort of scene the door to the 33 skies was like when it was first established. Yun, in the records of my Azurewood Manor, the world beyond the door to the 33 skies might seem vast, but there is only one path. Anyone who enters the door to the 33 skies will likely have to follow that path. In the future, we might encounter those people again. There's only one path? Yun was stunned. But on further thought, it was expected. If the door to the 33 skies was established by an ancient mighty figure and if it were a passage that led to another world, then it was reasonable for it to only have one path. But, what about Yu Fei Hua? We have yet to catch up to him despite traveling for such a great distance. I have no idea. It might be a single path, but the world beyond the door to the 33 skies is extremely strange. People would be treading thinly on the line that borders life and death. Your foe's outcome is still uncertain, so it's not strange if we didn't encounter him. What's the area beyond White Bone Ridge? What sorts of dangers await us? Yun asked again. In the door to the 33 skies, the knowledge of Yuansha, who had read the Azurewood Manor's canon, would be extremely useful in their exploration of the area. However, Yuansha shook her head and said, I'm not sure either. Although there's only one path, the path can undergo a multitude of changes. I'm unable to predict them. The next place that we encounter might be a land of death not recorded in canon. Yun, what I want to say is that it is extremely dangerous if it's only the two of us traveling in the door to the 33 skies. If there are more people, we might not be targeted once danger strikes. There will be a greater chance of survival, but with just the two of us, it's nearly impossible for us to escape. Upon hearing Yuansha's words, Yun nodded. Indeed, they did not have anyone to shield them if needed. If they were to fall into a land of death, the chances of survival were slim. Let's continue to proceed forward first. By the way, why did you come into the door to the 33 skies? Yun suddenly asked. Yuansha had been his companion in misfortune during the apocalyptic fumes mostly out of circumstance. However, Yuansha had chosen to enter the door to the 33 skies after its sudden appearance with him. She probably had something that she wanted to obtain. Yuansha bit her lips and did not answer him directly. Instead, she vaguely said, I do have something that I'm looking for. However, it is unlikely for me to find it. You saved me previously, so I'll now tell you that in the core region of the door to the 33 skies, not only is there nebulous primordial chaos, there might even be heritage left behind by a senior regarding the primordial chaos. There should be something that you need in there. Heritage regarding the primordial chaos. Yun's heart stirred. This was a timely opportunity for him. On careful thought, if the door to the 33 skies was really established by a figure at the peak of existence such that it led to another world, then the person was probably so immensely powerful that one could not even look up to them. That person was able to puncture the universe, so it was understandable if the person knew chaos laws. Let's go. Regardless of the situation, we cannot be caught by Marquis Wu Yun and company. They might have already extricated themselves from the eggs. When the eggs were mentioned, Yun had some thoughts regarding them. In the decaying world like the Azurewood Great World, there were many things that were related to the destruction and withering laws that Yun cultivated in. If he had managed to obtain those eggs, the effects might be astonishing if he could nourish them with destruction laws. Unfortunately, it was impossible for him to head back. As Yun spoke, he suddenly saw a spark flash in front of Yuansha. It exploded like fireworks. Yun came to a halt. He guessed that the spark was some mystic technique used to communicate internally within her sect. My granny is looking for me. Yuansha looked in a particular direction. She produced a few hand seals and similarly, a spark flashed, sending out her intentions. Granny? Yeah. She's Granny Ian who took care of me after Master passed away. She is actually half my master. It appears as though Granny Ian has entered the door to the 33 skies as well. As Yuansha spoke, she sounded somewhat worried. In the door to the 33 skies, having a higher cultivation level did not necessarily mean that one was safer. There was still a high possibility of one perishing. Yuansha was worried that Granny Ian would encounter danger in the door to the 33 skies. After all, Granny Ian was the only loved one to Yuansha other than Shuyi. After acknowledging each other's location through the voice transmission mystic technique, Granny Ian, who Yuansha mentioned, quickly rushed over to where Yuansha was. She was a hunched and wrinkled old woman. Her combed silvery white hair was barely wrapped into a bun with a hairpin. The bun looked like it could burst and fall apart at any moment. Her face was covered with wrinkles and she looked like she was exceedingly close to her death. What made Yun slightly wary was that Granny Ian did not come alone. There were more than 20 people behind her and they were of all ages. They were dressed similarly, and the outfits even resembled Granny Yin's and Yuingsha's. The group of people had different cultivation levels, and a few of them made Yun feel a slight unease. Yun noticed that Yuingsha's face immediately turned ugly after seeing those people. "Granny, the people you brought." Yuingsha could sense a similar aura from the group of people that came. In addition to Granny Yin's attitude towards the people and their dressing, Yuingsha had already guessed their identity. When the Azurewood Manor began to wane, a group of people betrayed the Azurewood Manor and left with treasures and inheritances of the sect to expand outside the Azurewood Great World. Although they eventually failed, it wasn't surprising that they had descendants. These people in front of her were the traitors that had splintered off from the Azurewood Manor. Why did Granny bring them here? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1013, Key of the Nine Lotus. Chapter 1013, Key of the Nine Lotus. Granny, these people. Yuingsha originally did not have a strong aversion towards the people who betrayed the Azurewood Manor. After all, people had their ambitions and goals, and there was no cause for blame if they chose to leave when the Azurewood Great World was facing destruction. However, their departure did not mean much. What mattered was that when the Azurewood Manor splintered, blood had been spilled during the Civil War. There was only one reason: the vying for valuable treasures. Although the Azurewood Manor had declined, as a top-ranked sect, it had many treasures that had been passed down through the generations. These treasures were tremendously helpful to warriors with low cultivation levels, and because of them, the Azurewood Manor disciples began infighting. It eventually led to bloody massacres, adding one disaster after another to the Azurewood Manor, which was already facing collapse. Finally, the group that left the Azurewood Manor emerged victorious. After the cessation of the war, both sides came to an agreement. The departing group left with more than 80% of the treasures, and what was left to the Azurewood Great World disciples were the ancient ruins, the divine tree, and a large number of heritage and canon books. Although the ancient ruins and divine tree were the most precious items of the Azurewood Manor, the succeeding generations of the Azurewood Manor, including Yuingsha, were unable to manifest their powers to their full extent. Due to a large number of Azurewood Manor disciples dying during the Civil War, the loss of treasures and resources accelerated the Azurewood Manor's decline. In the following years, many Azurewood Manor disciples would die due to the dangers that the Azurewood Great World was filled with before they managed to mature to their full potential. The number of Azurewood Great World disciples dwindled, and now, it was at its nadir. In view of such a history, Yuingsha and Granny Yin were not fond of the Azurewood Manor traitors in any way. However, Yuingsha never expected that Granny Yin would be part of the group of people. "Granny, why did you bring these people to the door to the 33 skies?" asked Yuingsha. "The door to the 33 skies belongs to the Azurewood Manor. We are the descendants of the Azurewood Manor, so why can't we be here?" Behind Granny Yin was a burly man with golden hair covering his face. The man carried a battle hammer, and the hair on his body resembled a feral beast's fur. It clearly had to do with his Fey race bloodline, but it made him look like a golden-maned lion. Yuingsha said coldly, "To think you have the nerve to claim that you are part of the Azurewood Manor. Back then, if not for all of you, the Azurewood Manor would not have declined so quickly. In order to rob the sect of its treasures, countless sect disciples were slaughtered as a result." Granny Yin. Yuingsha looked at Granny Yin. She found it hard to comprehend the reason why Granny Yin, who similarly hated the traitors, would join those people. Granny Yin sighed and said, "Yuingsha, the 7 royalty skirmish that marked the betrayal of the Azurewood Manor happened several million years ago. Most of them have already passed away. The people in front of you aren't the ones who originally betrayed the Azurewood Manor. They are only their descendants. I hate those traitors, but at the very least, their descendants are still wearing the outfits of the Azurewood Manor from the past. They are part of our Azurewood Manor. Even though they can be faulted for all sorts of mistakes and they were not right in any way, they are still one of us. Now that the Azurewood Great World is collapsing and the door to the 33 skies has opened, the final ruins and heritage of the Azurewood Manor can no longer be conserved. The Azurewood Great World has been invaded by outsiders, and it's unable to put up any resistance. Compared to giving everything to the intruders, we might as well let the descendants of our Azurewood Manor from back then inherit it. They have already sworn an oath and they are willing to revitalize our Azurewood Manor. I hold no hopes of the Azurewood Manor being restored to its prime, but I'll be contented as long as it continues on." The vicissitudes of life could be experienced from Granny Yin's voice. It made Yuingsha's heart wince, but immediately, her expression turned cold when she noticed the nefarious intentions displayed on the faces of the group of people standing behind Granny Yin. "Granny, these people are up to no good. So what if they have sworn an oath? Isn't it all for themselves? How can it be for the Azurewood Manor? Their ancestors had once betrayed the Azurewood Manor, So how much sense of belonging would they have towards the Azurewood Manor? Yu Yingsha, what do you mean by that? Do not think that you can casually slander us because you are the orthodox Azurewood Manor's successor. Our ancestors were constantly thinking of the Azurewood Manor even after they left. If not, our sex outfits would not be identical to the outfits of the Azurewood Manor from the past. Another young man stood forward. He was fair-skinned and handsome, but his temperament was odd with an exaggerated hairdo. In addition to a few rainbow feathers behind his ears that were a symbol of his Fey race bloodline, it made him look more like a rooster. You must be a descendant of the Seven-Plume King, right? Back then, the Seven-Plume King was the most cunning and greedy one of them all. Yu Yingsha coldly snorted. I know where you want to go, but I will not bring you there. Without me, none of you can enter it either. Oh? Upon hearing Yu Yingsha's words, the rooster-like youth turned furious. However, regarding his ancestor, he was at a loss on how to retort. He could only grit his teeth and say, You aren't bringing me there, but you are planning on bringing an intruder there? Who are you? As an intruder, why are you following my Azurewood Manor's successor? What sort of scheme are you up to? The second half of Rooster's sentence was directed at Yi Yun. He suddenly felt great animosity towards Yi Yun. For Yi Yun to be alone with Yu Yingsha, their relationship did not appear to be simple. And Yu Yingsha herself was crucial for their expedition to the door to the 33 skies. Under such circumstances, the first thought on Rooster's mind was to eliminate Yi Yun. How could an intruder infiltrate their Azurewood Manor? At that moment, Granny Yin said, Young lad, I do not know how you gained the successor's trust, but regardless of anything, this matter is not one that you should meddle in. Please leave. Granny Yin tried her best to speak politely. As she spoke, she had silently stood in front of Yu Yingsha, separating Yu Yingsha from Yi Yun. From Granny Yin's point of view, Yu Yingsha was young and naive. It was highly likely for her to be fooled by others because it was hard to determine the true thoughts of warriors in a martial world. Furthermore, Yi Yun was also an intruder. She had an innate sense of mistrust towards him. The exchange between the members of the Azurewood Manor made Yi Yun frown. These people truly thought highly of themselves. At that moment, Yu Yingsha took a step towards Yi Yun. To her, she was choosing between descendants of people who had betrayed the Azurewood Manor and Yi Yun who had saved her life twice. It was obvious where her leanings were. Yu Yingsha said, All of you are mistaken on one point. It isn't true that he wants to follow me, but it was suggested by me for him and me to enter the deepest regions of the door to the 33 skies. I am acutely aware why you want to squeeze him out of this, but unfortunately, I will not abide by your wishes. The key of the 9 Lotus is already part of me. No one can take it away if I am unwilling to do so. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1014, Neat Shields. Chapter 1014, Neat Shields. Key of the 9 Lotus? Yi Yun's mind stirred. From the looks of it, the door to the 33 skies held certain secrets and Yu Yingsha seemed to be the key to revealing that secret. Ha, junior sister Yingsha, aren't you being overly cautious against us with your words? No matter if the key of the 9 Lotus is merged into your bloodline or not, we will not covet it. You are overthinking things. The youth with the rooster hairdo said once again. The words he had said sounded too threatening, so from the moment he sensed Yu Yingsha's intense animosity, he softened his tone immediately. Regardless of the matter, calming Yu Yingsha down was crucial. Just as Yu Yingsha said, the key of the 9 Lotus was something they could not obtain, even if they killed her. At that moment, several streams of light bolted over from the distant horizon. Yi Yun's heart thumped as he immediately turned wary. The people that were flying from a distance were the Immortal Rain sect disciples who had fallen for Yi Yun's ruse and had faced disaster. There was only one main path in the door to the 33 skies, so the Immortal Rain sect disciples obviously came in pursuit once they had finally extricated themselves from the demonic worm's assault. It's them. Yu Yingsha stood by Yi Yun's side and was similarly on guard. The Immortal Rain sect disciples had escaped from the jaws of death, and from their appearance, one could imagine what sort of disaster they had just experienced. The leader, Marquis Wu Yun, had a clear wound on his shoulder which nearly exposed his bones. Marquis Wu Yun was a powerful man after all. He had managed to survive even though the demonic worm's eggs had drilled into his body. From the appearance of his wound, it looked like he had steeled his heart and sliced off his flesh. Marquis Wu Yun was a ruthless person as well. He could not lack any of the qualities of having quick reactions and decisiveness to be able to accomplish such a feat. As for the rest, there were some who were in a worse shape than Marquis Wu Yun. Furthermore, they previously had 20 people. Now, with only 8 people left, there was no doubt that the other 12 had perished. Upon seeing this unsolicited party, the members of the Azurewood Manor immediately turned vigilant. More outsiders again. These darn outsiders are vainly attempting to rob us of our treasures. They should be slaughtered. The youth covered in golden lion fur said hatefully. While the Azurewood Manor was becoming wary, the members of the Immortal Rain sect noticed Yi Yun. That little bastard is actually still here. Kill him. The members of the Immortal Rain sect were burning in rage. They yearned to skin Yi Yun alive, but now, with the members of the Azurewood Manor around, they were unsure of the relationship between Yi Yun and the Azurewood Manor was. Who are you and what relationship do you have with that punk? Asked Marquis Wu Yun. The way he looked at Yi Yun revealed murderous intent. The rooster-like youth who had plumes growing on his face faltered for a moment before he understood the situation immediately. The group of newcomers was seeking revenge on the punk, and it was an outcome which could not be any better. We have nothing to do with him. We don't even know him, said Rooster in a gloating manner. He was secretly rejoicing. The punk's impending death could not be any better. Then, please make way. Marquis Wu Yun said as he touched his interspatial ring with killing intent simmering. The disciples of the Azurewood Manor were naturally delighted to make way, but, when they made way, they realized that Yuingsha did not move. Successor! What are you doing? Granny Yin's face twitched slightly. She knew Yuingsha's personality very well. Yuingsha had already taken out her weapon that was in the form of silk ribbons in preparation to battle these group of outsiders. How could she condone it? Granny, this person has saved my life twice. Now that he is in a perilous state, I will not sit idle. He saved your life twice? Granny Yin looked suspiciously at Yi Yun. No matter how she looked, she found Yi Yun's cultivation extremely limited. He was even at a lower realm than Yuingsha, yet he had managed to save her life twice? Could this be something Yuingsha deliberately said in order to save Yi Yun? But from the way Yuingsha looked like she had already made up her mind, what else could she do? Wait a moment. I'll be protecting this kid. Granny Yin's figure blurred as she appeared in front of Yuingsha. Oh? Marquis Wu Yun was already prepared to attack, but against Granny Yin, he did not dare act rashly while in his injured state. He could sense that the old woman was not to be trifled with. What does this mean? Asked Marquis Wu Yun coldly. It means nothing. I have changed my mind and I plan on protecting this young man. It's best you leave this area so as to prevent the unnecessary spilling of blood. Granny Yin's voice was redoubtable and it was not to be questioned. Other than Granny Yin, there were also the other Azurewood Manor disciples. This made the Immortal Rain sect disciples turn apprehensive. The Immortal Rain sect disciples were helpless. Against such a large group of people, they would definitely suffer if push came to shove. Both sides immediately entered a stalemate. On the Azurewood Manor's side, Rooster was somewhat dumbfounded. He was planning on enjoying the show, but Granny Yin had suddenly announced her intentions of protecting Yi Yun. Now, with the show cancelled, they had ended up saving a person he hated, to begin with. How could he not feel aggrieved? Let's go, said Granny Yin. Rooster immediately turned flustered. Granny, why did you save that punk? Also, are you planning on bringing him along? What else can I do? He has saved Yingsha twice. My Azurewood Manor is not one that shows ingratitude towards favors. Saving her twice? How is it possible with that bit of cultivation? Rooster found it incredulous. Yi Yun's cultivation level was not even at the Dao manifestation realm. Disciples amongst the Azurewood Manor separatists at that cultivation level would have been left back home. How could he even have a chance to appear in the Azurewood Great World? It's probably a lie junior sister Yingsha made in order to force our aid. Upon hearing Rooster's words, Granny Yin frowned and said, You are overstepping your boundaries with your words. We previously agreed that everything will be decided by me on this trip into the door to the 33 skies. If you do not wish to abide by it, you are free to leave. Granny Yin's voice remained redoubtable. Although she had chosen to cooperate with the Azurewood Manor separatists because she was out of options, it did not mean she leaned towards the Azurewood Manor separatists. In fact, she did not bear any goodwill towards these people that had betrayed the Azurewood Manor. However, be it this entry into the door to the 33 skies, or the hopes of revitalizing the Azurewood Manor, neither of them was likely to succeed without those people. Rooster felt disgruntled, but he endured it. He gave Yi Yun a hateful glance and said in a queer voice, You sure are lucky with junior sister Yingsha protecting you. I wonder how you managed to deceive her for you to be her toy boy. Rooster did not even say it with a Yuan Chi voice transmission. When he said that, many of the Azurewood Manor separatists laughed. Yingsha remained silent. She was worried that Yi Yun would be enraged from the denouncement. She tugged at Yun's wrists and whispered, "Let's go." "It's fine." Yun laughed. He did not mind it at all. "Didn't you previously mention that it's much riskier if it's only the two of us? Having more people would make it safer." As Yun said that, a strange glint flashed in his eyes. These people had mocked him, but didn't he also treat them as meat shields? The door to the 33 skies was fraught with dangers. With more people, it meant more bait. Just like the demonic worm eggs from before, without those Immortal Rain sect disciples acting as bait, Yun would barely have a chance to survive such a peril. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1015, Blood Desert. Chapter 1015, Blood Desert. They are gone. Without the strength or numbers, the members of the Immortal Rain sect could only watch helplessly as Yun and company left. What do we do? Someone looked at Marquis Wu Yun for direction. Follow them from afar. Let them pave the way for us. The moment they experience trouble, we can take the opportunity to take action. If it's too dangerous, we will retreat. If not, we can kick them while they are down. All right. The members of the Immortal Rain sect decided on a seemingly ingenious plan. Following behind others was definitely much better than venturing through the minefields themselves. They are following us. Ignore them. As Granny Een spoke, she took out a metallic compass from her interspatial ring. It was made of old and rustic bronze. There was even some rust on the compass. It was inscribed with complicated Dao runes and looked like it had been in existence for an immense amount of time. Granny Een conjured a seal on the compass and moments later, the compass underwent certain transformations that indicated the way. What is that? This was the first time Yun had encountered such an artifact. The artifact's real name is already unknown. We call it the Great Heavenly Compass. It's an artifact our Azurewood Manor ancestors found in the door to the 33 skies. It can lead the way in the door to the 33 skies, allowing us to steer clear of danger. It also guarantees our safety in the door to the 33 skies. Back when our Azurewood Manor probed the door to the 33 skies, the reason why so many people died was that we did not fully grasp the mechanics of the Great Heavenly Compass. By the time we got a grasp of it, the door to the 33 skies had vanished. Yuangsha explained with a voice transmission. The Great Heavenly Compass was one of the most important treasures of the Azurewood Manor. If not for the door to the 33 skies having vanished for hundreds of millions of years, making the Great Heavenly Compass lose its original value, it would definitely have been snatched away by the sect traders. With the Great Heavenly Compass leading the way, there was a great deal of security, allowing the Azurewood Manor separatists proceeded confidently. There were a few young people amongst them who were filled with anticipation regarding the legends spoken of that were at the end of the 33 skies where the Forbidden Zone was. That bunch of outsiders is still tailing us. A young man said disgruntledly. They were leading the way in front, making it easier for the people behind, so he was obviously unhappy about it. Let them follow. Even if it's the same path, there are all sorts of changes. They might still perish in the most horrible way possible, said Granny Een. Her voice was hoarse and jarring to the ears. As she spoke, her eyelids twitched and she came to a sudden stop. The path in front of them had vanished. A scarlet cliff appeared and the sand looked like they had been dyed red by blood. Rocks were half buried in sand and their surfaces looked greatly weathered. Other than the red sand and the rocks, there was nothing, nor was there even a hint of life. It gave people a baffling chill. Blood Desert. How could it be? Granny Een muttered to herself. Yuangsha was also alarmed. What's the problem? Asked Yun. The Blood Desert is a zone that should only appear close to the Forbidden Zone, so it's unexpected that we encountered it here. If we enter the Blood Desert, we will suffer terrible losses. The sect records mention of the Blood Desert being extremely dangerous. It is said that it was an ancient battleground from hundreds of millions of years ago. The sand had been dyed red by the blood of primordial creatures, but for some unknown reason, no carcasses were left behind. They had all vanished. Yuangsha was well read when it came to the canon, so she knew of the horrors of the Blood Desert. What's there to be afraid of? A purple-dressed youth said nonchalantly. Don't we have the Great Heavenly Compass? The Azurewood Manor had many people die in the beginning because it lacked the Great Heavenly Compass. Now with the Great Heavenly Compass leading the way, there won't be any dangers. Humph. Naive. Granny Een stared at the young man. The Great Heavenly Compass is indeed insightful, but despite the years, our Azurewood Manor failed to fully understand it. What I learned is also highly limited. If it can be properly used, we can indeed enter and exit the Blood Desert safely, but how can it be that simple? Your failure to accomplish that does not mean we can't. My master is proficient in array techniques and proficient at Taoist arts. If you lack the confidence, let my master do it," said the purple-dressed youth proudly. A purple-dressed elder was pushed into the limelight. The elder's head was strangely large, making his entire body appear disproportionate. He said nonchalantly, "It is hopeless for my cultivation to make any breakthroughs, so I do have some accomplishments in the Tao of array techniques. If Granny Ian finds herself lacking, she can let old me try. Spare me. Following you will only lead us into our graves," Granny Ian said derisively. The elder was very displeased when he heard her words. "Humph. Then I'll like to see you lead the way." The big-headed elder returned tit for tat. Even though the Azurewood Manor separatists and the Orthodox Azurewood Manor were cooperating, it was impossible for them to be in absolute harmony. As the group of people ventured deep into the Blood Desert, Granny Ian remained extremely cautious. She stopped almost every 10 steps and used the great heavenly compass to foresee any portents and correct their direction. However, such progress was too slow. Is there a need? If this continues on, it'll take more than days for us to leave the Blood Desert. The purple-dressed youth who spoke from before lost his patience. Shut up. Young lad, curb your arrogance. The dangers that lie await in the door to the 33 skies far exceed your imagination. If you are displeased with anything, you can leave at any time, Granny Ian said angrily. The purple-dressed youth scoffed and looked towards Rooster and said, "Senior brother Seven Plume, this granny is stopping every 10 steps. When will we ever exit this vast Blood Desert? The longer we stay in the Blood Desert, the easier it is for us to encounter danger. I had objected to cooperate with the Orthodox sect from the beginning. Look at what's left in the Orthodox sect. An old granny who is becoming meeker as she grows older, a young lass that is hardly dry behind the ears. Furthermore, we need to bring an outsider of unknown origin along." As the purple-dressed youth spoke, he gave Yi Yun a disdainful glance. Yi Yun smiled. Turning towards Yuingsha, he said, "Hey, don't you think some retard is sick? There is no end to the nonsense he is spouting. If he had the guts, he can rush forward if he wants. It's not like anyone is stopping him." Yi Yun mocked unsparingly. The Blood Desert was odd. He could not wish for anything more than someone foolish enough to be a pathfinder. "Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Senior brother Seven Plume." The purple-dressed youth looked at the rooster-like youth once again. Seven Plume stroked his chin, but he did not express his intentions. The speed they were proceeding at was indeed slow. There was one thing the purple-dressed youth did not say wrong. If they moved too slowly in the Blood Desert, they might end up encountering additional danger because of their overstay. At that moment, an indiscernible cold wind blew, stirring up the thin layer of red sand on the ground. Yi Yun's heart thumped for no reason as he looked up. He realized that the sun had unknowingly turned diabolic. The Azurewood Great World and the door to the 33 skies were dark and gloomy, to begin with. Why did the sun suddenly burn so fiercely? "Granny!" Yuingsha immediately tugged at Granny Ian. Granny Ian's expression changed as she looked at the rocks buried in the sand. What looked like extremely ordinary rocks previously were now like regularly ordered tombstones in Granny Ian's eyes. Not only were they orderly, they exuded strange vibes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1016, Array of the Heaven and Earth. Chapter 1016, Array of the Heaven and Earth. Phew oh phew. A wind blew gently in a seemingly weak fashion. And high in the sky, the sun was burning even more fiercely, as though there were 10 suns hanging in the sky. Even as warriors, they began to slowly find it blistering hot. Yi Yun was fully focused as he surveyed the scrambled rocks around him. When he used the purple crystal to look at these rocks that seemed devoid of life, Yi Yun realized that these rocks formed a series of patterns, like they were burning fire plumes. "What's going on?" someone in the group asked. Many people remained prudent when inside the door to the 33 skies. Isn't it just a stronger sun? Even in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, there are situations when the weather changes on a whim, what more a world on the brink of collapse. There's nothing surprising for the sun to suddenly burn fiercer, said the youth dismissively. He was the one that had talked back to Granny Ian. Granny Ian's expression turned extremely grim as she yearned to kill this rascal that did not know better. "Shut up." Granny Ian suddenly attacked him as her wrinkled palm grabbed the youth. "What are you doing?" The youth's master took a step forward and grabbed Granny Ian's hand. "Pa!" The two elders exchanged blows, causing energy surges. However, neither side used much of their strength. In the strange blood desert, none of them dared to battle too seriously. At that moment, Granny Ian was like an infuriated old beast. She said sharply, "The blood desert is an ancient battlefield. Large numbers of primordial creatures died here, along with the blood or fragmented treasures of ancient mighty figures. Everything that was destroyed here left the blood desert as a treacherous zone. The countless nomological fragments and the blood have formed the heaven and earth array of death after hundreds of millions of years. Anyone that enters it will definitely die." Nomological fragments forming an array by themselves? The youth laughed disdainfully. He did not believe it at all. He had studied array formations from his master, so although his attainment in array formations was lackluster, he knew very well how intriguing array formations were. Even an array formation master might fail at setting up an array despite his painstaking efforts, so how could it be formed naturally? That would be too much of a coincidence. "Let me go." The youth had also turned nervous when he was grabbed by Granny Ian. A cold look flashed in Granny Ian's eyes before she released her grip. The youth took a few steps back as he opened up a distance from Granny Ian. He straightened his clothes, and just as he wanted to say something, he suddenly felt something amiss. When he tugged at his clothes, which were enchanted, they tore off easily. The enchanted clothes he wore was resistant against the elements. It had been so easily torn apart despite its ability to withstand a full-powered strike from a warrior at the Tao manifestation realm? He looked down and the clothes he had torn apart became scorching. However, it was not burning, but melting. It was like metal that had been placed into a furnace. Not only was the cloth in his hand melting, even the clothes on his body were suffering the same fate. Next was his flesh, hair, and skin. Only then did the youth realize that he was in great peril as he yelled tragically. It was painful. When the burning pain reached his bone marrow, it nearly drove him mad. Upon seeing this scene, everyone, including Yun, was dumbfounded from shock. The unforeseen event had happened too suddenly. All they felt previously was a balmy heat, but who would expect that a person would melt? "Master, save me!" The youth screamed for help, but at that moment, most of his flesh had melted away. Large quantities of blood and bodily fluids were dripping down from his body. The eyes in his eye sockets had already melted, leaving behind empty eye sockets. Only his bones were left where his limbs were, as his flesh and blood had already melted clean. He staggered towards his master as his bones were dripping with blood and other fluids. In his heart, his master was the last life-saving straw. But at that moment, the eyes of his master, the purple-robed elder, were filled with horror. Although he knew that the door to the 33 skies was extremely dangerous, he had never seen such a horrible scene before. A person had melted for no reason. What was going on? Seeing his disciple about to reach him, the purple-robed elder immediately felt greatly threatened. He suddenly struck out with his palm, sending an immense energy blast that struck straight into the youth's chest. Bam! With an explosion, the youth was sent flying away as blood and bodily fluids splattered. Granny Ian roared as she conjured an energy barrier, blocking all the fluids. She had a nagging feeling that the fluids were extremely dangerous. Bam! The youth, that was reduced to a skeleton, slammed heavily into the ground, splattering blood and bodily fluids everywhere. Next, his bones seemed to burn at extremely high temperatures as they issued sizzling sounds. Following that, his bones began to melt. Some of them had melted before evaporating dry. Finally, all that was left on the ground was a humanoid outline. It was dark red in color, and there was nothing left other than that. This. Everyone drew a cold gasp of air. The way the youth had died was too startling. Yun also shuddered in fear. He had previously seen the demonic eggs that were slumbering deep underground, but they were living creatures after all. It was still acceptable that they could reduce people to a decaying mess through their bites. But now, the youth had died in a completely baffling manner. Everyone, do not move. In this land of danger, any wrong step will be your last. He died because he had taken a few steps back, stepping into a fatal zone. Granny Ian's hoarse voice sounded. Although the youth had been arguing with her, his death did not make Granny Ian feel any better. Instead, she felt a chill running down her spine. Was the interior of the door to the 33 skies so dangerous? The descriptions in the records did not sound as bad as this. What do we do now? We shall retrace our steps and leave this place. Droplets of sweat began oozing out of Granny Ian's forehead. She took out the great heavenly compass once again to envisage the path back. At that moment, no one had any other thoughts. The death of the youth had chilled their hearts. The blood desert was just too peculiar. Furthermore, what left everyone puzzled was the mechanism behind the person's death without any living creatures. Where did the danger come from? But at that moment, ah, ah, ah. Screams resounded once again as the group turned their heads. The screams came from the Immortal Rain sect members. They had been following closely behind the Azurewood Manor and had been fine, but now, they had suddenly entered a land of danger, causing them to fall into peril. Yun stared at them. Under the blazing sun, two people had been reduced to liquid. Even their bones were quickly melting. The other members of the Immortal Rain sect had ashen expressions. Their expressions were as ugly as they could be. Amongst them, Yun saw Marquis Wu Yun. In the terrifying Blood Desert, Marquis Wu Yun was stronger than the rest, but it did not seem to increase his chances of survival in any way. The expedition to the Azurewood Great World was probably a disaster instead of an opportunity for most of the factions that entered it. Even a team from a powerful faction like the Immortal Rain sect was left in shambles. The people from the Immortal Rain sect were completely trapped. They could neither retreat or advance. And at that moment, Yun had begun to carefully observe the surrounding sand and rock around the Immortal Rain sect disciples. What he noticed to be identical were the fire-like patterns. After a long and intense observation, Yun finally confirmed that it was not a fire plume pattern, but Dao patterns. Just as Granny Yin said, this was naturally formed Dao patterns from over hundreds of millions of years in the Blood Desert. The Blood Desert was an array of the heaven and earth, to begin with. It was also a terrifying array of death. It was unknown how large the Blood Desert was. Just the thought of it was astounding. An array formation formed naturally by the forces of nature, formed over hundreds of millions of years. What sort of amazing power did nature have? The more one practiced in martial arts, the more one could unravel the secrets of the universe. Yun kept looking at the Blood Desert as he constantly extended his vision range. It might have been a limitation of his cultivation, but even the purple crystal's energy vision made it impossible for him to see every single Dao pattern. Furthermore, the ones that were slightly further away were completely blurred. Yun could only confirm that these Dao patterns condensed various laws that were infinite in variety. The fire Dao pattern he saw was only just one of the myriad possibilities. The people that had evaporated previously probably had to do with that Dao pattern. However, Yun had not fully understood what the connection was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1017, Array Cracking. Chapter 1017, Array Cracking. In the vast Blood Desert, the Immortal Rain sect and Azurewood Manor disciples that were trapped within were like two lone boats lost in turbulent seas. They could capsize at any time. In that moment of peril, Granny Yin took out the great heavenly compass as she tried to divine the path out of the Blood Desert. Why did my disciple burn to death? The purple-robed elder was feeling agitated. At the final moment, it was he who had struck out with his palm, giving his disciple a quick death. I do not know either. Although there are some descriptions of the Blood Desert in canon, it only mentions of dangers in it. As for what the dangers are, the records aren't that detailed, said Granny Yin. She had a deep sense of worry hanging over her face. She had a feeling that over the hundreds of millions of years, the door to the 33 skies had experienced drastic changes after its disappearance. The canon the Azurewood Manor had from years ago was no longer enough. It could even be possible that the door to the 33 skies was even more dangerous as the Azurewood Great World was on the brink of destruction. Don't you have the Great Heavenly Compass? Asked someone from the Azurewood Manor separatists. Although I have studied the Great Heavenly Compass for years, it cannot remedy my lack of talent. I only studied the dangerous zones that had detailed records in canon. I'm helpless against this Blood Desert even with the Great Heavenly Compass. Granny Yin's words made everyone's heart sink. At that moment, the purple-robed elder stood forward as he took out a set of array flags from his interspatial ring. The array flag staffs were made of bones from ancient Fey beasts, and the flags were made of ancient Fey hide. Sealed within the flags were apparently living creatures that were writhing in pain. One could tell that the purple-robed elder was feeling the pinch as he looked at those array flags. They were his most valuable array-cracking treasure. The array flags had flag spirits sealed in them. They would slowly deplete with every use and it would be completely useless once it was used too many times. Let me do it. Since there is an array formation in the Blood Desert, I'll use this trump card of mine that cracks arrays. It should be effective. Granny Yin hesitated for a moment before letting the purple-robed elder study the situation. Now that they were in peril, every additional person meant an additional amount of strength. What would happen if the purple-robed elder managed to figure out something? The purple blood elder stuck the array flags into Blood Desert's red sand. He began to combine his Taoist arts as he studied the Blood Desert's natural forces. And at that moment, Yun was also observing the Dao patterns around him that pervaded the Blood Desert. They were formed naturally from fragments of divine weapons that were destroyed in Blood Desert, carcasses of dead primordial creatures, or remnant laws. Ian realized that the spots where the people had burned to their deaths were not because they had stepped onto the Tao patterns, but because they had stepped onto the nodes between Tao patterns. The distribution of the Blood Desert's Tao patterns had its own regularity. 3 or 4 energy nodes would produce powerful forces that could vaporize people. Then, what would happen if he avoided the energy nodes? After a long while, the purple-robed elder with his tightly knitted brows heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped the tiny beads of sweat from his forehead as he said, "So that's it. It should be that." The purple-robed elder was muttering to himself as though he had been enlightened. He did not look relaxed, but he had clearly made progress. "Did you figure out something?" A disciple from the Azurewood Manor separatists said anxiously. "The Blood Desert might look endless, but it is actually not that expansive. If we keep walking straight, there is no way to escape this zone. Flying would not work either, as it would be equivalent to suicide. We can walk here. There's a path here that leads us out. It crosses through the Blood Desert, and all that's needed is about 1,000 steps." "Just 1,000 steps? It's actually that short?" The purple-robed elder pointed out a path as the Azurewood Manor disciples remained unconvinced. Many were fearful as no one dared to take a step. The purple-robed elder knitted his eyebrows into a stern look as he said, "Why? Does no one believe me? How can it be?" Rooster laughed dryly. He indeed was not confident of the purple-robed elder's claims. It was mainly because Blood Desert was just too odd. He found it unbelievable that about 1,000 steps were all that was needed to escape the land of death. Of course, he did not proclaim what was on his mind. Instead, he said, "Elder Daegu has impressive attainments when it comes to array formations. However, there is always some risk to pathfinding. We can't let us Azurewood Manor separatists undertake all the risk while people enjoy the labors of others by simply following behind." As Rooster spoke, he glanced at Yi-Yun. He had long found Yi-Yun an eyesore. Furthermore, they wanted to probe the inner depths of the door to the 33 skies, so how could they bring an outsider along? It was most appropriate to get him to be the pathfinder. It would only be a joy if he died. "What do you mean by that?" Yuingsha asked coldly as she stood in front of Yi-Yun. "Nothing. I'm just getting this young friend to walk in front. Our Elder Daegu has paid a non-trivial price in order to divine this path. Just one use of Elder Daegu's array flags would expend a portion of the flag spirit's energy. Do you know how great his loss was? You want to follow us out at no cost? How can there be such a free ride in this world?" Rooster's words were immediately echoed by the Azurewood Manor separatists. The youth with his face covered in lion fur also stood forward and said, "That's right. All you need to do is be responsible for treading the path we found." Everyone looked at Yi-Yun. Even Yuingsha's status was not useful based on the circumstances. Although they had a request that depended on Yuingsha, the dangers they were facing in Blood Desert was tremendous. It was a problem if they could survive, so they obviously flung the thoughts of exploring the door to the 33 skies to the back of their minds. "Punk, get over here and lead the way," said Rooster in a queer manner. He believed that Yi-Yun had no other choice. Yi-Yun flicked the red sand on his sleeves and said nonchalantly, "Did you just say that I will be following you out of the Blood Desert? You sure think highly of yourself. I wouldn't even be bothered to follow you even if you begged." "What?" When Yi-Yun said those words, it made all the Azurewood Manor separatists stare angrily at him. They never expected him to speak so arrogantly. This little bastard is too arrogant. "Senior brother Seven Plume, I'll kill him." A burly youth stood forward and was about to attack Yi-Yun when he was stopped by Rooster. He knew very well that fighting in the Blood Desert was no different from committing suicide. "You have guts." Seven Plume's eyes flashed a cold glimmer. "I want to see how you will walk out of the Blood Desert. Let's go." Since Yi-Yun was quitting the group, the Azurewood Manor separatists did not target Yi-Yun any further. They were interested in seeing Yi-Yun alone in the Blood Desert, looking pathetic with no one to help him. It was definitely going to be entertaining. Someone from the Azurewood Manor separatists was appointed as he followed the directions the purple-robed elder gave. Nothing happened to him after he took about 8 steps. Awesome. Elder Daegu truly has the miracle of foresight. He is indeed able to divine the path to survival in this land of death. Flattered someone. Ha ha. Elder Daegu laughed as he stroked his beard while appearing rather satisfied. Yi-Yun, are you really staying behind? With death on the line, don't try to act out of spite. Yuingsha turned anxious as she saw Yi-Yun remain motionless while Elder Daegu was about to guide the Azurewood Manor separatists away. Yi-Yun had saved her twice, so she could not leave him in the lurch. However, Yi-Yun's feet were firmly planted in the ground. He had no intentions of leaving. Junior sister Ing-sha, if you don't leave now, you might not be able to leave anymore. Do you really plan on accompanying that punk to your death? Derided Rooster. Yu Ing-sha turned anxious. She could not shrug off Yi-Yun as she gave Granny Een a playful look. She hoped that Granny Een was able to use the great heavenly compass to divine a path, but clearly, Granny Een lacked the confidence. Taking a step back, even if the great heavenly compass found a path, it needed someone to test the ground. It was too dangerous to simply follow the results. At that moment, Yi-Yun said slowly, Yu Ing-sha, don't be worried. They won't be able to leave the blood desert. Soon, someone will die. Yi-Yun's words were not loud, but with the ears of warriors, they obviously heard him loud and clear. What? The Azurewood Manor separatists, who had walked a certain distance, looked back at Yi-Yun angrily. The burly youth that had walked more than 10 steps forward revealed a murderous look. He was walking right in front, so if someone were to die, it would be him. Yi-Yun's curse made him wish to smack Yi-Yun to death. Little bastard, spout any more nonsense and I'll rip your mouth apart, admonished the burly youth. Why do we even care about him? He's just an ignorant punk. Does he think he has the right to evaluate Elder Dagu's divination? Another youth said as Elder Dagu stroked his beard. A cold look flashed in his eyes as he said, this child is ignorant as he maligns the heavenly Tao. This blood desert is a naturally formed force, and all I feel towards it is fearful reverence. All I understood was a trivial part of it, but for him to talk wildly, it's not only laughable but sad. Then go on ahead. Yi-Yun spread out his hands, who can stop it if you want to die? Die? I'll show you exactly what will happen. The burly youth said with a sneer as he suddenly took a big step out. He did not feel like anything had happened with his step, but before he had the chance to act complacent, he suddenly felt the loss of feeling in his feet. He looked down and saw his entire feet beginning to melt like wax that was consumed by flames. Blood began to drip like candle wax, and soon his bones were exposed. Ah ah ah! The burly youth cried out tragically, but the melting quickly spread to his thighs. Following that, it reached his waist and began moving up his torso. Pwah! The burly youth's abdomen burst open violently like a burst water bag. His organs were reduced to bloody fluids as they spewed out. The burly youth's expression was twisted as his expression was filled with horror. He had his mouth open, but he could no longer say a word. He could only look at Yi-Yun in despair before looking at the purple-robed elder. I. The final voice he issued came to a halt. His head had been devoured by invisible flames. Moments later, his eyes burned into their sockets, and all that was left was a skeleton. Splash! The bones that were covered in blood and bodily fluids quickly splashed to the red sand as melted bone before completely vanishing. Every Azurewood Manor disciple was terrified. When the purple-robed elder saw this, his eyes widened for he could not accept the fact. He had been complacent just a moment ago, but now, it looked like he had aged greatly. He really died. Did he make a mistake in his calculations? His original calculation was for them to take about 1,000 steps to cross the blood desert. But now, one of them had died with just over 10 steps. If they carried down this path, everyone would be dead before they left the blood desert. At that moment, many people were looking at Yi-Yun. His arms were crossed and he looked calm. It was as if what had happened had nothing to do with him. Was it a coincidence that Yi-Yun had managed to predict the death of the burly youth just moments ago? But wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1018, Endless Succession of the Dead. Chapter 1018, Endless Succession of the Dead. Elder Dagu, what's going on? Having watched the burly youth die tragically, many of the Azurewood Manor separatists turned fearful. If they had been the ones probing the way forward, they would have ended with the same outcome. It was an outcome that truly left them without any remains. The purple-robed elder's face twitched as the expression on his face turned grim. He gritted his teeth and said, the heaven and earth array of the blood desert is profound, so having an occasional mistake in the path I figured out can hardly be avoided. Hardly be avoided? He had said the words hardly be avoided so frivolously, but to the scout, it would mean the outcome of turning into a pool of blood before vaporizing. What about that punk named Yi-Yun? Why was he able to predict the fatal outcome from that one step? Rooster asked. Yi-Yun's words from before had left him with a lingering fear. Humph. It was only sheer luck. How can a junior with such a low cultivation be able to see through the heaven and earth forces that imbue the blood desert? He was only making irresponsible remarks. Who doesn't know how to declare command over life and death? All he had was good luck that stumbled upon the truth with a sentence of his, said the purple-robed elder disdainfully. There were people in the group that thought so too. In the previous war of words, it was normal for Yi Yun to hurl maledictions at them. It was only a coincidence that he had hit the nail on the head. Then what about probing the path? A young man asked. Everyone exchanged looks. Who would dare to be the first on this path that had mistakes that could hardly be avoided? Furthermore, the strangest part of the blood desert was that these areas that spelled certain doom did not seem strange in any way before the warriors stepped onto them. Be it through their vision or perception, they appeared normal in every way possible. However, as long as someone took a step, their bodies would melt. It felt like there was a particular law that was inducing the forces within the warrior's body that resulted in them spontaneously combusting before melting away. The purple-robed elder grunted and said, "It's just the blood desert and the distance of 1,000 paces. Even if there are risks, it would also be limited. All of you want to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, but you are reeling back in fear because of a bit of danger? From now onwards, all of you are to take turns to scout in front. Everyone will take 10 steps before switching to another person. Your lives will be determined by the heavens." The purple-robed elder issued the command. As the person in charge of studying the array to envisage a path, he naturally did not need to go up front. There were a few elders from the Azurewood Manor separatists who did not plan on taking the lead either. This was a privilege that their strength entailed. The juniors had no right to raise any objections. A youth was chosen as he walked in front while trembling with fear. He was thin and frail-looking, as though he could not even withstand the blowing of the wind. It was as if the purple-robed elder's envisaging had once again turned effective. After taking 10 steps with bated breath, the junior managed to return unscathed. Immediately following that, the next person was the Lionford youth that had exchanged mockeries with Yi Yun. The Lionford youth lacked faith, but all he could do was grit his teeth and walk ahead. Every 2 or 3 steps, he would not forget to look back at Yi Yun. Perhaps it was because he was too afraid of stepping into a forbidden zone because the Lionford youth was grasping at every piece of information from his surroundings. It was as if he was trying to obtain clues from reading Yi Yun's every expression. Even though he was certain that Yi Yun's prophecy from before was a coincidence, he could not stop his wandering eyes. This complicated and dilemmatic state of mind was something even the Lionford youth could not explain himself. When the Lionford youth finished his 9th step with great difficulty, he subconsciously turned his head to glance at Yi Yun. This time, Yi Yun did not remain silent. He casually stretched his shoulders and said, "The courage of you people sending yourselves to your deaths in endless succession is truly admirable." Oh! When the Lionford youth heard that sentence, he felt all his fur stand. He was already overwhelmed with anxiety, yet Yi Yun was mocking him from the back. If not for him being in the blood desert, he truly wanted to head back and dice Yi Yun up. "What's the meaning of that?" the Lionford youth said savagely. "Nothing. I'm just expressing my personal opinion." Yi Yun shrugged and did not speak another word. The Azurewood Manor separatists' intentions of him leading the way were equivalent to dooming him. Yi Yun obviously would not save people who wanted him dead. Humph. Punk, don't smirk too soon. In a while, I'll watch you attempt to leave the blood desert. When you are walking alone, I'll want to see you vaporize after you are left gutless. As the Lionford youth said that, he raised his foot hesitantly. However, he eventually gritted his teeth and landed his foot. It was the final step after all. But that step. Phew! A nearly inaudible sound that resembled an invisible flame bursting out of the void was heard. The Lionford youth felt an excruciating pain from his calf before he saw the flesh on his calf rapidly melting. Blood and bodily fluids were spewing out. The melting surface was quickly spreading as it headed for his thigh. Ah! The Lionford youth's eyes were blood-red as if they were cracking. With a loud bellow, all his muscles rippled with tremendous energy bursting out from his body. So, a golden beam of light flashed. The Lionford youth's leg was immediately amputated across his thigh by a golden beam of light. The Lionford youth grimaced in pain as he fell backward. It was unknown when a large golden saber had appeared in his hand. At that split second, the Lionford youth had pulled out a golden saber and amputated his leg. If not for that, the corrosive force that melted flesh would have spread across his entire body in a blink of an eye. If that happened, his outcome would only be him being left fleshless while his bone melted. Senior brother domineering saber. The disciples of the Azurewood Manor separatists rushed over, but they did not dare come close to him. Blood was spewing out of the Lionford youth's left leg, which he had amputated. He quickly tapped at a few acupuncture points to stop the bleeding before he managed to catch his breath. At that moment, the leg that he had amputated had melted clean. The Lionford youth's face was pale as he sweated bullets. If he had been hesitant in any way, he would have perished. Yi-Yun, are you able to foresee the dangerous zones? Yuengsha was astonished as she turned her head to ask Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun's alert the first time might have been a coincidence. As for the second time, Yi-Yun did not directly alert them. All he said was a single sentence, but that sentence did not stop the Lionford youth from encountering danger. With the two coincidences put together, Yuengsha already had her guesses. It's not something I can completely guarantee. All I can say that it's a type of feeling. Let's attempt to leave this place. As Yi-Yun spoke, he took a few steps through the blood desert. The path he chose was completely different from the one that the Azurewood Manor separatists took. Granny Ian was still in her original spot. She had not departed with the Azurewood Manor separatists, but it was obviously not because of Yi-Yun. In fact, she treated Yi-Yun as an enemy deep down. However, with Yuengsha staying behind, what else could Granny Ian do? All she could do was temporarily hold back. Now, as Granny Ian watched Yi-Yun walk through the blood desert, her eyelids twitched. That kid truly has the guts. With the immense heaven and earth might in front of them, she had to rely on the great heavenly compass, while the purple-robed elder had relied on his best 36 array flags, yet they did not dare claim to have seen through the profoundness within. Even if Yi-Yun's talent in array formations were heaven-defying and he had truly figured out something, how was he so certain that he did not make a mistake from his insight? It was unknown how large the blood desert was. Even if the purple-robed elder's words of it being traversable with 1,000 paces was true, it would be no trifling matter. Was it possible to not make a mistake for 1,000 paces? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1019, Shameless. Chapter 1019, Shameless. This punk has chosen a different path and he is proceeding down it himself. It's simply courting death, so let's wait for him to vaporize. Many of the Azurewood Manor separatists had seen Yi-Yun walking into the blood desert. Moments ago, Yi-Yun had been hiding behind them while watching them incur ridicule on themselves. They were already incredibly vexed about the situation, and now, it was finally Yi-Yun's turn to traverse the land of death. A single misstep out of the 1,000 steps in the blood desert would result in an irredeemable outcome. That bit of skill he has is nothing but him courting death, said the purple-robed elder. Mistakes could hardly be avoided when one attempted to divine the forces of nature. Thus, the purple-robed elder refused to believe that Yi-Yun had seen through the mysteries of the blood desert. Having 9 lives was not even sufficient to cross the blood desert alone. After taking a few steps, Yi-Yun turned and said to Yuengsha, "Yuengsha, why don't you follow me?" Yuengsha felt somewhat apologetic. How could she let Yi-Yun probe the way in front while she followed safely behind? It's fine. The blood desert might appear endless, but it's actually not that big. It wouldn't take long to cross it. As Yi-Yun was saying that, he turned around and proceeded forward. Wouldn't take long to cross it? The way Yi-Yun said it sounded way too relaxed. The speed at which Yi-Yun walked was at the speed of common mortals. But this was in stark contrast to the other disciples of the Azurewood Manor, who walked at speeds that could rival a tortoise's because of the fear of stepping into a forbidden zone. Under the watchful gazes of many people, Yi-Yun proceeded to take 10 steps followed by 20 steps. He did not encounter any danger, as if he was walking in an ordinary desert. How could it be? Did he really manage to find a path of salvation? The Azurewood Manor separatists found it incredulous. Maybe it's luck, insisted a young man who remained indignant. His gaze subconsciously turned towards the purple-robed elder. However, he noticed that the purple-robed elder had an ugly expression on his face. The purple-robed elder knew very well that what Yi-Yun was demonstrating was absolutely not something that could be explained away with luck. He had worked through all sorts of divinations, but 2 mistakes were made in over 30 steps. Now, Yi-Yun had already walked for more than 20 steps without a problem. In addition to his accurate predictions from before, all of this led to the conclusion that Yi-Yun had seen through the forces of nature embedded in the blood desert. How did he do it? In a blink of an eye, Yi-Yun had already taken more than 40 steps. The distance he had traveled had exceeded the progress the Azurewood Manor had made. Although Yi-Yun and the Azurewood Manor had chosen 2 different paths, their direction was identical. Now, Yi-Yun had already come to a spot ahead of the Azurewood Manor separatists. At that moment, those from the Azurewood Manor who still refused to believe Yi-Yun could no longer say a word. The facts were laid out in front of them. The path of salvation they had used Taoist arts to infer and forged by sacrificing lives was inferior to the path that Yi Yun had carved out casually. Elder Daegu, this. I'm not blind. I'm seeing it, said the purple-robed elder in a deep voice. He had suffered a huge blow when he realized that Yi Yun had surpassed him so simply. Elder Daegu, shall we change our paths and follow in Yi Yun's footsteps? Seven Plume suddenly made a suggestion. The spot they were in was only about a few dozen paces away from where Yi Yun was. If they tore through it and follow in his footsteps, wouldn't it lead to them crossing the Blood Desert? Well, all right, said the purple-robed elder with a hesitant nod. Although it was an act of a wuss, it was indeed the safest and most effective method. Hold on. Bring us along. We can spare a few people to help you scout the path. Bring us along. A voice suddenly came from a short distance away. The person who had spoken was the immortal Rain Sect's Marquis Wu Yun. These few immortal Rain Sect disciples felt a deep sense of despair after witnessing their companions die. In the Blood Desert, they did not even dare flinch. Now, all they could do was rely on the people from the Azurewood Manor so that they could leave the godforsaken land. If they knew that the door to the 33 skies was fraught with such danger, they would not have come even if they were threatened by force. The expedition to the Azurewood Great World was a disaster that had befallen them. Bring them along and get them to be the scouts, said Seven Plume. The purple-robed elder nodded and said, come over by yourselves. Being able to cross this distance will depend on your karma. If you are unable to cross it successfully, then it was fated that you perish here. Yi Yun, those people intend to follow us, Yuingsha said frustratingly when she saw the scene behind her. At that moment, Yi Yun was already leading the rest by more than 50 steps. As for the Azurewood Manor separatists, together with the Immortal Rain Sect disciples, they had paid a significant price before they managed to reach the path Yi Yun had taken. Do you still have any sense of shame? Seven Plume, you were the one who forced Yi Yun to scout the way. Yi Yun refused and you disallowed him from following you. But now, Yi Yun has found a path of salvation, and you people are shamelessly following him. Your shamelessness has no bounds, said Yuingsha from the front. Seven Plume chuckled and said disdainfully, Junior Sister Ingsha, you are too naive. The martial path has always been about unscrupulous schemes. What use does shame have? Can it improve your cultivation level? Furthermore, how can you tell that we are deliberately following the two of you? It just happens that Elder Daegu has divined a path that is identical to yours in certain stretches. You might scorn us for following you, but why can't we scorn the two of you for blocking our paths in the front? The more Seven Plume spoke, the more complacent he became. He was not afraid that Yi Yun would switch paths. Wherever Yi Yun went, they would follow his every step. Every step they took would be identical to the one Yi Yun took. He refused to believe that there would be any danger. That person is too shameless. Yuingsha never expected that such a shameless person existed in the world. She could have turned a blind eye about him following Yi Yun, but she never expected him to say something so shameless. Yi Yun said, what's the point of wrangling with such a person? Just let them follow. Seven Plume gave a disdainful smile when he saw Yi Yun hold back his temper. This was the absolute repression that strength gave. He could deny Yi Yun from following them because they had the strength because they could destroy him if he followed. But for Yi Yun, what could he do? All he could do was honestly swallow his pride and turn a blind eye towards their actions. Junior brother Seven Plume, I wonder what mystic technique Yi Yun knows. It's surprising that he is completely unaffected by the Blood Desert. The door to the 33 skies is fraught with dangers, so he might still be of use in later areas, said a man with a large mole. A glimmer flashed in his eyes when he looked at Yi Yun. He was machinating something against Yi Yun in an attempt to exploit Yi Yun completely. Seven Plume nodded and said, I know what you are talking about. Although Yi Yun is somewhat unorthodox, his strength is his weakness. As long as we use this to our advantage, he would have to serve us. It's great that junior brother Seven Plume understands that, said the man with the mole as he nodded. Suddenly, the muscles on his face turned stiff. His expression froze completely as he came to a sudden stop. Oh? Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Seven Plume was momentarily surprised. He stopped and looked at the man behind him. Although the Azurewood Manor disciples had been following Yi Yun, Seven Plume did not lower his wariness. The man with the mole did not respond at all. It was odd that he had remained motionless for about 10 seconds. If this had been the beginning when they had just stepped into the Blood Desert, Seven Plume would have opened up a distance from the man when he saw such a situation develop. But now, the situation the man was in was completely different from the few people who had vaporized. Those people had instantly melted, so it was impossible to stop for such a long period of time. Just as Seven Plume hesitantly released his perception in order to investigate the situation, he saw a stunning scene. Countless ice crystals slowly emerged out of the man's body. The ice crystals tore out of his skin, but not a single drop of blood flowed out because it had all frozen. Countless ice crystals began to bloom like peach blossoms, and soon, it covered every inch of the man's body. The man did not notice it. In fact, there was no life in him despite him maintaining his standing pose. In just a few seconds, the man's body was covered in ice as he became an ice sculpture. On the man's face, there was still that look of surprise and oddness. Through the refraction and distortion of the ice, it gave people the chills. What? Seven Plume had just been beside the man. He broke out in cold sweat from fear. What was going on? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1020, Divine Tree. Chapter 1020, Divine Tree. Ka. Just as the group watched was in shocked horror, cracks suddenly covered the ice sculpture. Next, it shattered under the watchful eyes of the group, scattering to the ground as ice fragments. These ice fragments were tiny like rice grains. When they scattered onto the red sand, they were quickly covered by the shifting sands before vanishing. It was as if the man with the mole had evaporated into thin air, with nothing left behind. Upon seeing that scene, the Azurewood Manor separatists felt a cold chill that struck deep into their hearts. It was clearly not an ordinary form of frostbite, but a strange manifestation of laws. The ice had burst out from the body of the deceased. How could that have happened? We were clearly following. Seven Plume turned to look at Ian suddenly. The Azurewood Manor separatists, who were present, had been following in Ian's footsteps. There was not even a single misstep on their part. Under such a situation, shouldn't they be completely fine like Iyun? Why did such turn of events happen? Someone began to suspect that Iyun had used a sleight of hand to fool them. Punk, did you secretly do something? Questioned someone from the Azurewood Manor in a threatening manner. Do I need to explain to you? Did I get you to follow me? Asked Iyun as he looked at the questioning Azurewood Manor disciple, as though he was a retard. Didn't the lot of you say that the path you divined happened to be identical to mine? Why are you questioning me now? With one sentence, Iyun had caught their tongues. They were unable to say a word, no matter how shameless they were. To put it honestly, the death of their compatriot was of their own choice. If you like to follow me, go ahead and continue doing so. As Iyun said that, he ignored the group of people as he continued proceeding forward. At that moment, the purple-robed elder said with a sigh, the powers of nature in the Blood Desert is not static. We have already entered another region, so the laws will change as well. It might be fine when others take it, but trouble will befall us when we follow in those footsteps. As the purple-robed elder spoke, Iyun had already opened up a distance of nearly 100 paces. There were too many possible changes that could happen in 100 paces. Furthermore, the Blood Desert was extremely odd. A mere 100 paces were enough to blur Iyun's figure from their point of view. There was also no way for them to discern the spot where Iyun's feet landed. With Iyun about to leave, Seven Plume and company turned furious and anxious. Elder Daegu. Without any options left, all Seven Plume could do was look at Elder Daegu again. Why are you panicking? Once I do another round of divination, we will definitely be able to leave the Blood Desert, said Elder Daegu angrily. When he cast his cold gaze at the people from the Immortal Rain sect, Marquis Wu Yun's heart sank. If they wanted to live, they had to follow the Azurewood Manor separatists. However, it was needless to say that they would definitely be used as stepping stones. Granny Ian, who was following Yuingsha closely, could not help but ask with a whisper, "Successor, are we really abandoning those people?" Although she was displeased with them, they were still lost progeny of the Azurewood Manor. It was unknown how many of them would die if they were abandoned. Yuingsha turned her head to take a look. In just slightly more than 100 paces, those people had turned into blurry figures. She retracted her glance and said in an unfeeling manner, "Granny, these people are wicked monsters with diabolical designs. They are only doing it for themselves. It is unlikely that they have a sense of belonging towards the Azurewood Manor. It's all thanks to Iyun if we can escape the Blood Desert." Granny Ian had nothing in response. She knew that based on her attitude towards Iyun from before, it was already nice of Iyun to not add insult to injury. All she could do was release a lengthy sigh. "Iyun, I never expected you to have such talent in array formations. How long have you been studying the arts of array formations?" Granny Ian asked out of curiosity. Elder Daegu had flaunted his skills in array formations ostentatiously in such a confident manner, yet he was far inferior to Iyun. It could only be a few decades even if Yun had begun studying the arts of array formations when he was in his mother's womb. To warriors, such a period of time was analogous to a baby's childhood to mortals. It was just the beginning. I actually do not know much about array formations, said Yun. Doesn't he know array formations? Granny Een was momentarily stupefied as she said, then. I've never studied the arts of array formation. All I did was observe the forces of nature and the evolution of energy. From that, I recognized the patterns and figured out the underlying rules Yun explained with a light touch. Granny Een found it unbelievable when she heard Yun's explanation. However, from the unperturbed state he was in, he did not look like he had lied. If Yun was so sharp in sensing fluctuations in the forces of nature or energy, then his talent was outrageously shocking. If that's true, this child is truly talented. Unfortunately, he is not a disciple of my Azurewood Manor, thought Granny Een. Oh. We have walked out of the Blood Desert. Seeing the red sand come to an end, a pleasant surprise suffused on Yuingsha's beautiful face. When they stepped across the demarcation formed by the red sand, Yuingsha felt spatial changes. The ground beneath her suddenly became a vast savanna that was brimming with life. The burning sun above their heads had vanished. When she turned back to take a look, the blood desert behind her had vanished as well. It was as though it had never existed. The blood desert was actually not large, but if one could not find the correct path, people would either be lost in it for the rest of their lives or quickly die in it. This is... Yun cast his gaze afar. He could see a black mountain range in the distance that looked like a gigantic dragon crouching across the horizon. What was strange about it was the rich and brimming vitality that came from the long mountain range. In addition, the mountain range contained life energy that was as tumultuous as the seas from his purple crystal's energy vision. A mountain range with life force in it? The door to the 33 skies was truly fascinating. This is probably not a mountain range, said Yuingsha with her eyes closed. She had similarly felt the life force within the mountain range. Her expression was one of awe and reverence. Oh? Are there records of this in the canon as well? Asked Yun as he glanced at Yuingsha. There are no records of this in the canon. All I can do is guess. Let's go closer. Yuingsha was uncertain as well. Together with Yun, she traversed the grasslands that were lush with vegetation. They gradually drew closer to the mountain range and slowly, Yun saw it clearly. On the long mountain range, it was covered in old and strong winding timber. The wooden textures drooped down along the mountain range, as though they were flowing down the mountain like a river. This is... Yun was astonished. The divine tree. It's the divine tree's roots. I can sense a familiar aura from it. It must be the divine tree at the core of the Azurewood Great World, said Yuingsha with a look of surprise on her face. The Azurewood Great World's divine tree was situated in the middle of the Azurewood Great World and it determined the providence of the world. If not for the divine tree, the Azurewood Great World would have long collapsed. Yuingsha had the impression that the door to the 33 skies was in a completely different space from the Azurewood Great World. However, the divine tree's roots had spanned across the confines and barriers of space, stretching into the door to the 33 skies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1021, Night Fog. Chapter 1021, Night Fog. Is that the divine tree? Yun had also heard of legends depicting the divine tree in the Azurewood Great World, but it was the first time he was seeing it today. Successor, are you sure that's the divine tree? Why would its roots appear here? There are no records of it in canon. Granny Een muttered. She found it hard to accept that the sex canon would suddenly lose its importance. It's the divine tree. As the successor to the Azurewood Manor, Yuingsha's life had an ethereal connection with the divine tree's aura. It gave her confidence that her intuition wasn't wrong. Let's go over and take a look. The legends spoke of a great woman, the one in the Azurewood Manor's portraits, who had planted the Azurewood Great World's divine tree. It determined the providence of the world it resided in, but tens of millions of years ago, the world had begun its decline. Although Yuingsha knew that it was impossible to halt the destruction of the Azurewood Great World, she was determined to do something. She hoped that something fortuitous would come out of it if she approached the divine tree's root network, which she had never encountered before. Yun nodded. The divine tree that had lived for hundreds of millions of years was a miracle of life. It exceeded the Dao tree with the 3,000 great Dao he encountered back in the Pyryang Sword Palace in every possible way. The trio began approaching the tree's vast network of tree roots. The roots of the massive tree did not appear distant, but for some baffling reason, the trio was unable to close the gap despite their hike. Despite the seemingly harmless environment, the trio did not attempt to fly in the door to the 33 skies since it was filled with all kinds of oddities. They had been especially cautious as they proceeded. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened. Ian looked up and saw twinkling stars hanging in the sky. A faint river of stars stretched across the sky in a splendid and resplendent manner. This left Ian baffled. The Azurewood Great World was a sealed-off world, so how could they see the massive arm of a galaxy? Could it be that the sky they were looking at was not the Azurewood Great Worlds? It was unknown when a night fog had slowly rolled in. However, the fog did not affect visibility because of its thinness. Granny Ian had subconsciously slowed down her footsteps as her intuition for possible danger had been honed from the years she had seen and lived through. "Kid, let's slow down. I find something amiss," said Granny Ian. In the night fog, they were still able to see the starry galactic arm, but they could no longer see the mountainous behemoth in the distance. The divine tree's roots had already been hidden amidst the thin fog. Ian activated his energy vision, but he failed to see anything strange. However, he had slowed down as well. Suddenly, Ian heard the sound of flowing water. It was faint and imperceptible. Ian was unsure about the source of the night fog that was enveloping them. It could have been a river or something else, but he found the fog extremely odd. Looking ahead, everything appeared indistinct due to the fog, but behind him, the fog was in no way thick. The path that they had taken was still crystal clear. "Why do I have this nagging feeling that we are lost?" said Ian suddenly. Looking at the starry sky above them, they had been walking in one particular direction. The divine tree's roots should have been straight ahead of them, but the unrest in his heart was intensifying. Yet, he could not see anything through his energy vision. Not seeing things should have been a good thing, but it was abnormal for there to be nothing. Yuingsha was trying her best to recall the written canon of the Azurewood Manor, but just as she wanted to say something, she suddenly felt a cold chill behind her back that made her hair stand. Yuingsha turned her head abruptly as her expression changed drastically. This gave Ian a shock as he hurriedly turned his head. There was nothing in the vague and shadowy fog. "What's wrong?" From Yuingsha's pale expression, Ian guessed that she had seen something a moment ago. "An eye, I saw a pink-colored eye. It was the size of a bowl, and the eye was following us like a ghost. It has been observing us all this while, and it disappeared the moment I turned back." Yuingsha secretly felt vexed. She too was a practitioner of martial arts. It was unbecoming of her to react in such a frightened manner. If it had been a dangerous attack, she might have been too frightened to even use half of her combat strength. An eye? Ian felt his heart skip a beat. He did not believe that Yuingsha had been mistaken. It was likely possible that such a thing truly existed in the fog. What was most strange was that his energy vision was unable to see anything. The energy vision was not omnipotent. All it could do was give him a vision of energy. What if the object that was hiding in the dark did not have any energy fluctuations? Such an existence that could approach him so silently gave Ian the chills. He had to be cautious regardless of the case. The dangers which awaited him in the door to the 33 skies was unimaginable. He had crossed the blood desert with verve, but it was only because he could see the killing mechanism of the blood desert through his energy vision. Due to Yuingsha's fear of being sneaked up from the back, she looked back after almost every step. As they proceeded forward, that faint sound of water turned clearer. As they emerged out of the fog, they finally saw the source of the water sounds. In front of the trio, there was a black river that extended itself into a kernel. There was a whirlpool in the col that seemed to flow deep underground. The black river's waters were sticky and heavy, resembling black ink. The river wasn't wide, but it gave off a peculiar vibe. And what absolutely terrified Ian was the white bones he could vaguely see in the whirlpool. As the black river unloaded itself into the col, the bones bobbed up and down before succumbing to their fate of being swallowed by the whirlpool. By the banks of the river, the lush grassland had gone as far as it could, but the grass had already turned black. Beneath the grass, there was a layer of white powder. Ian remembered everything that he had seen in the white bone ridge. It was bone ash that had been scattered along the banks of the lake, which had become fertilizer for the wormwood. "It's dangerous. Let's leave quickly," Granny Ian suddenly yelled in a voice as jarring as a nightbird. Without giving it any thought, Ian fled with Granny Ian, who had a high cultivation level. Granny Ian held Ian with one hand, and Yuingsha in the other, while running as fast as possible with her movement technique. Ian subconsciously looked back but saw the black wormwood by the lake dancing like snakes. The layer of soil had ruptured as bone ash stirred. Ian did not know what would have happened if he had stayed behind. Granny Ian flew a distance of 10,000 feet in one breath. Suddenly, she saw a group of people in front. Granny Ian was alarmed, but just as she wanted to retreat, she realized that the group of people were the Azure Wood Manor separatists. It included Seven Plume and the purple-robed elder. These people had finally managed to leave the Blood Desert at a painful cost. "Oh? It's you!" A cold beam flashed in Seven Plume's eyes. He had suffered greatly in the Blood Desert and he was bent on getting his revenge. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1022, River Styx. Chapter 1022, River Styx. Elder Daegu. Master Uncle Mafe. Seize them! Bellowed Seven Plume angrily. He was no longer held back by the possible relationship with the Orthodox Azure Wood Manor or the exploration of the door to the 33 skies. All he wanted was to vent his anger. Seven Plume. I just encountered a land of death which I barely escaped from. Fighting here would be akin to suicide. Granny Een guarded Yun and Yuingsha with cold daggers shooting from her eyes. Humph, do you think I'll fall for such a feeble excuse? Seven Plume gave a disdainful scoff. Granny Een, I'd have respected you if you had put up a fight, but now, it's only laughable to see your attempts at playing tricks on me. Let's attack them together. Seize them. Ha ha. My pleasure. A long howl was heard from behind Seven Plume. It was none other than Marquis Wu Yun. The Immortal Rain sect disciples from before had been completely wiped out, but Marquis Wu Yun had managed to fortuitously survive. He hated Yun to the bone and wanted to skin him alive. Capture him alive. Don't kill him, for I have a use for him, said Seven Plume again. He was very interested in the array mystic technique that Yun knew. He wanted to know how Yun had managed to walk out of the Blood Desert. If he could grasp such a secret method, it would be a great fortuitous event for him. You are courting death, said an incensed Granny Een. With the group of people obstructing her path, there was no way to tear through the blockade with the two people she was carrying with her. At that moment, Granny Een suddenly felt an intense danger behind her. Behind. The Black River. Yun was able to clearly see the scene of the ground splitting apart 1,000 feet behind him. The Rift Valley was encroaching towards them at a terrifying speed like an anaconda. And beneath the valley was a surging black river. After the river flowed into the door to the 33 skies, it was very different from a mouth of a river. It was as if it had a life and a mind of its own while it consumed everything it encountered. The Black River was boiling like black lava. In that split second, Granny Een bit at her tongue tip without even taking a look. She spewed out a mouthful of blood essence and she did not hesitate to burn it. She ignored the fact that her days were numbered, to begin with. Phew! Granny Een transformed into a beam of light and vanished. And at that moment, the members of the Azure Wood Manor were too distracted to stop her. They had also caught sight of the rapidly emanating rift as well as the boiling water of death inside the valley. What is that? The sudden turn of events left the Azure Wood Manor separatists in shock. Although they also had an inkling of possible danger, no one was willing to burn their blood essence without determining the actual threat. But in that moment of hesitation, Pwah! Black water erupted out of the fissure before turning into a mighty black torrent that swept towards the Azure Wood Manor separatists and Marquis Wu Yun. The black torrent exuded a horrifying force that made even the warriors tremble. They were unable to muster any strength as they were paralyzed with fear. Ah! Seven Plume was the first person to be hit by the black torrent. He struggled frantically in the black torrent as he issued heart-wrenching screams. However, everything was meaningless. His flesh and blood were being cleanly corroded by the black torrent and soon, he was reduced to bone. He had extended his hands that were now only bone, desperately clawing towards the sky to no avail. Eventually, his remains were devoured by the black torrent. Upon seeing that scene, Marquis Wu Yun was scared out of his wits. He frantically fled from the path of destruction, but compared to Granny Een, he had taken that critical step one moment slower. The time of that single step demarcated life and death. The black torrent branched out and wrapped itself around Marquis Wu Yun's feet, dragging him back instantly. Marquis Wu Yun got mired down by the black torrent. Although he was much stronger than Seven Plume, he was unable to create any miracles in the black torrent. The protective Yuan Qi barrier he conjured was dissolved by the black water before his flesh and blood corroded quickly. In a moment, he had been reduced to bone, sealing his complete death. Even Marquis Wu Yun had succumbed to such a fate, so it was needless to mention the others. More than 10 people from the Azure Wood Manor separatists and the Immortal Rain sect combined had survived the Blood Desert, but they were nothing in the face of the terrifying black torrent. They failed to put up any form of resistance. The black torrent seemed to temporarily cease pursuit of Yun and company when it encountered fresh meat. This gave them a chance to finally escape peril. While Yun was being pulled along by Granny Een, he had managed to clearly see the situation pan out. Even though he was usually composed, he realized that his back was drenched in sweat. Granny Een flew for dozens of kilometers without stopping. The moment she stopped, she was panting and her face was pale. It was demanding on the advanced Granny Een to burn her blood essence. She looked even older from the intense stress that she was in while fleeing from the dangerous situation. "Senior, what was that?" Yun had yet to recover from his fears as well. He was very grateful to Granny Een. If she had not pulled him along, his low cultivation level might not have been enough for him to escape the onslaught. Furthermore, it was Granny Een who had warned him of the danger initially. In the Azurewood Manor's canon, there is something called the Styx Whirlpool. It's an unparalleled land of peril. It is situated in many regions of the door to the 33 skies, and every encounter with it leads to a tragedy. Granny Een managed to catch her breath after eating a pill she took out from a porcelain bottle. An abnormal ruddiness flushed in her old face. Styx Whirlpool? Yun was puzzled. It did not seem like it was an array formation that was formed by the forces of nature. What could it be? The eye that was hidden in the night fog also gave Yun the shudders. "We might be in big trouble," said Granny Een with a worried look. "We flew so far out, yet there is no end to the fog. We might have lost our way. Granny, I think it's best we stay put. There are no guarantees on what's lurking in the fog. The chances of us surviving would be slim if we were to encounter the Styx Whirlpool again," said Yu Yingsha. It was equivalent to committing suicide to fumble around blindly without any clear indication of their position. It was best they waited for daybreak. The night and day within the door to the 33 skies was extremely strange. That night was longer than what Yun expected. What was more alarming was the thunderous sound of metal rubbing against metal in the distance within the fog. It sounded like the tightening of massive chains, which was accompanied by a low and terrifying roar. The muffled roar did not sound like a beast's but sounded more like a person's if one paid attention. Could it be Master and the rest? Yun thought to himself. Before the apocalyptic fumes stirred, Felicitous Rain Lord and company had headed into the core area of the Azurewood Great World. Now, they had likely entered the door to the 33 skies, but it was unknown what they had encountered. As for people other than Felicitous Rain Lord and company, they were probably already dead after entering the door to the 33 skies. "Oh? What's that?" In the darkness, Yu Yingsha's sudden words snapped Yun out of his thoughts. Looking in the direction that Yu Yingsha was pointing in, he saw a black stone. There were innumerable stones in the door to the 33 skies, but that stone was completely different. Yun could vaguely make out a line of text engraved on the surface of the rock. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1023, Gargantuan. Chapter 1023, Gargantuan. What was written on the stone? Yun wondered. Every inch of the door to the 33 skies exuded an air of strangeness. Despite walking in it for so long, he had yet to encounter hints of human or Fey race activity. It's text used by the 10,000 Fey Emperor in heaven. When Yun cautiously came in front of the black stone, he saw a line of text that was written with bold strokes. Although it had been weathered by the elements for an unknown period of time, with portions of it eroded, it still had Dao charms circulating within that ensured that the line of text was not destroyed. "I'm acutely aware that my days are numbered and I have established my tomb here. To mistakenly enter the door to the 33 skies, there is no regret to dying after seeing the forces of nature and the powers of gods and demons." Uzia. The few dozen words left a deep impact on one's soul. Had he established a tomb for himself? Who was Uzia? Yun glanced at Granny Een and noticed her expression looking complicated. The corners of her mouth were twitching as she kowtowed at the tombstone. Uzia is our founding ancestor of our Azurewood Manor. He was also the only divine lord that had perished in the door to the 33 skies. He entered the door to the 33 skies thrice and he failed to exit it on his third. Nothing was heard of him from then on. When Granny Een recounted the piece of history, her face was filled with mixed emotions. Hundreds of millions of years had passed, but she had managed to see the tomb and last words of Uzia in the door to the 33 skies. How could she not sigh? So the Divine Lord died here. Yun had a serious expression. He knew that a Divine Lord had perished in the door to the 33 skies, but it was not necessarily a place that was filled with danger. For example, Yun had managed to easily exit the Blood Desert with his energy vision. If a Divine Lord had entered the Blood Desert, his perception of the forces of nature would make it trivial for him to escape the Blood Desert. There might not even be a need for a divine lord to fully understand the forces of nature to withstand the laws of the Tao patterns. But here, Uzziah had set up his tomb and said that he knew his days were numbered. He felt no regret for his death after seeing the forces of nature and the powers of gods and demons. What did Uzziah see in his final living moments, and what did he encounter? What made him immediately know that his days were numbered? Ian suddenly felt a baffling chill. If a divine lord could not survive in here, what about Master? Granny, if Ancestor Master perished here, this might actually be a land of great peril. Yuingsha felt a dark cloud veil across her heart. The seemingly lush savanna was actually 100 times more dangerous than the Blood Desert. Before Granny Eam could say a word, the sounds of the rubbing metallic chains resounded once again. The sound seemed to come from the deepest depths of hell as they assaulted the eardrums. Immediately following the sounds of the chain was a loud boom. 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 The reverberations surged at them and each one of them induced an earthquake. The world in the door to the 33 skies was massive, yet the ground could quake from the sound blasts? What sort of existence created it? The reverberations continued blaring, striking straight at the heart. After hearing it a few times, Ian realized that the sounds were resonating with his heart. His heartbeat was influenced by the sound and began to synchronize its beats with the sound. This made Ian's blood and energy turbulent as he felt his chest heavy. It was an extremely unpleasant feeling. The sound is terrifying. What is it? Asked Ian while clasping his chest. Granny Ian was fine, but Yuingsha was in a worse state than Ian. Her face was pale and blood was seeping out the corners of her mouth. Clearly, the massive sound blasts had injured her when they resonated with her organs. Successor, quickly calm down and meditate. I'll be on guard. Let's wait for daybreak, exhorted Granny Ian. She did not know how long more the sound will continue. She felt that Yuingsha was unable to last long against it and she had to be wary of the mysterious eye that was hiding in the fog. She could not be distracted. Yuingsha stopped just as she was about to say something. She knew her bodily condition, so all she could do was close her eyes and meditate. She left everything to Granny Ian. The night was longer than expected. The terrifying booms and the rubbing sounds of metallic chains continued on. Occasionally, the fierce roars of ancient beasts were interspersed in it. The roars could instantly reduce a Dao Seed Realm warrior to a mist of blood. All of this gave them the creeps. It was as if there was a terrifying existence chained in the rolling mountains who was trying its best to escape those shackles in this dark and eerie night. The torturous night depleted Yuingsha's Yuan Qi greatly. Even Iyun found it extremely unsustainable. He knew that he had yet to actually encounter danger. It was just sound waves that would have been harmless to figures at the level of Uzziah. However, they were sufficient to reduce him to such a sorry state. This made Iyun feel a great sense of danger, for he was unsure what he would encounter next. The fog is dispersing. Perhaps it was because daybreak was nearing, as the night fog that occluded their vision and prevented their perception from working had mostly vanished. Looking up into the sky, the river of stars were becoming dimmer. In the eastern sky, a blood-red morning sun gradually rose, scattering its luminance that resembled thousands of divine swords. Daybreak has finally come. Iyun sighed in relief. Yuingsha's expression relaxed in a rare fashion. She had her brows knitted previously with sweat perspiring from her forehead. However, before Iyun and Yuingsha had a chance to say something, they were simultaneously astounded by what they saw into the distance. Under the blood sun's illumination, Yuingsha and Iyun saw an alarming scene that they would never forget for life. They saw in the distant horizon dozens of thick veins as thick as mountains gathered together. Like dragons snatching at a pearl, they twined around and formed a thick divine tree trunk. It stood erect like a heavenly column that reached toward the ends of the door to the 33 skies. And in front of the divine tree stood a bronze gargantuan. The gargantuan seemed to hold up the heavens and his body obstructed the sanguine sun. All the mountains were crushed beneath his feet like sand mounds in a sandpit. The bronze gargantuan held a massive axe in hand while his body was wrapped around by black chains. The end of these chains pierced into the bronze gargantuan's flesh, and on the other end, they were buried deep into the ground. Boom! The bronze gargantuan was brandishing his axe and chopping at the tree root. Boom! The chains resonated, producing the terrifying sound again. Like the collapsing of mountains and the howling of seas, a massive shockwave ran through the ground as a result of the sound blast, with the bronze gargantuan as the epicenter. The blast radiated out for hundreds of kilometers, and moments later, a strong squall came rushing at Iyun and company. With a grunt, Iyun took several steps back. Even with his Yuan Qi protecting him, he felt as though his eardrums were about to rupture from the sound blast. Yuingsha was in an even worse state. She nearly collapsed after experiencing a night of torment. What was this? Yu Yingsha was astounded. There was a gargantuan deep in the door to the 33 skies, and it was chopping at the Azure Wood Great World's divine tree. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1024, Plains of Despair. Chapter 1024, Plains of Despair. The divine tree of the Azure Wood Great World had been planted eons ago, and it had existed for an unknown period of time before the world it resided in was born. It was a tree that held up the fate of the Azure Wood Great World, but such a divine tree was being chopped at by a terrifying giant? Humph. The divine tree has lived for hundreds of millions of years. Although the giant is mighty, it's wishful thinking if it's attempting to chop down the divine tree, Granny Yin said through gritted teeth. In her mind, the divine tree was a god that was absolutely indestructible. However, Yun begged to differ. Every cleave the bronze giant produced was earth-shattering, so the divine tree was likely to be damaged even if it was not felled. What sort of existence was the bronze giant? Why was it so terrifying? The divine tree is indeed like a god, but even a true god is unlikely to be indestructible. I wonder if the bronze giant's chopping of the divine tree has anything to do with the collapse of the Azure Wood Great World. Ian's remark left Granny Yin, who was simmering in killing intent, startled. The collapse of the Azure Wood Great World had something to do with the chopping of the divine tree? On careful thought, although the Azure Wood Great World had existed for eons, there were many worlds that had survived longer than the Azure Wood Great World. These worlds did not necessarily have a tree that held them up, but now, the Azure Wood Great World, which had the divine tree rooted in it, was collapsing at a faster rate than those worlds. After this thought came to Granny Yin's mind, it felt like a specter haunting her. She had spent her entire life in the Azure Wood Manor, and she had subconsciously believed that the divine tree was indestructible. This had made her automatically neglect such a possibility. Could the Azure Wood Great World's collapse be explained by the bronze giant's chopping of the divine tree? Granny, what do we do? Yu Yingsha had clearly come to the same conclusion as well. She felt a deep sense of helplessness when facing the bronze giant. What could she do in front of such an existence? Even if the Divine Lord, Uzia, was alive, what he could do was likely limited as well, let alone her. Yu Yingsha and Granny Yin were astonished the moment Ian said, I might have seen this bronze giant before. You have seen it before? It shouldn't be the same person, but someone from the same race. I've once seen a phantom image of a bronze giant in a ruin. Back when Ian entered the Pyryang Sword Palace, he had witnessed its owner slash out a strike that cleaved off a corner of a world and simultaneously, the head of a bronze giant. That scene had left an unforgettable impression on Yun. However, a phantom image was nothing more than a phantom image. It was definitely different from seeing a bronze giant standing in front of him. What ruin? Granny Yin asked quickly. By concealing information of the Pyryang Sword Palace, Ian told them a partial story of entering a dilapidated world and how he had witnessed the scene of a bronze giant being slain. Granny Ian was somewhat disappointed after hearing his depiction because it was information that could hardly be analyzed to be of any value. Oh? That is. Ian's heart leaped as he saw the chains wrapped around the bronze giant suddenly tighten. Voila! The chains blared as they tugged at the bronze giant's flesh. One end of the chains was lodged deep within the bronze giant's body. The bronze giant revealed a grimacing look as all its veins bulged, as though bronze fluid was being injected into its muscles, swelling them up. Pwah! 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 Dozens of black fountains surged to the sky as they converged from every corner of the lands toward the bronze giant that resembled a whale sucking in water. Finally, countless small vortices appeared in the void as they were absorbed by the bronze giant's pores. After absorbing all of the liquid from the black fountains, the bronze giant seemed to calm down greatly. The dozens of chains that restrained the bronze giant also began to slack. It's the water of the river Styx. Ian could clearly tell that the Black River, called River Styx by Granny Yin, covered the plains. It had previously devoured Marquis Wu Yun and the Immortal Rain sect separatists. Although Marquis Wu Yun and company were rather powerful, they had been swallowed by the water of the river Styx, reducing their flesh and blood to withered bone. It's indeed the river Styx. The rivers are scattered all across the plains, and every tributary of the river Styx would form a land that spells certain doom. Now, every trace of it is being absorbed by the bronze giant. Granny Yin recalled of the countless white bones that bobbed in the black waters of the river and felt a baffling chill. Could those white bones be the remains of living creatures that had their flesh and bone consumed after they drowned in the Black River? Successor, said Granny Yin with a grave expression. I have a feeling that the bronze giant is imprisoned here by those chains. In order to escape those chains, it has devoured every living creature that has entered the door to the 33 skies through the use of the Black River's waters. Oh! Yu Yingsha's heart palpitated. After hearing Granny Yin's words, she made the connections with the records in canon and realized that it was not impossible. Countless people had died in the door to the 33 skies, but if one thought about it, the ways they died ranged from having their flesh dissolve or bones melt, through decaying into ash, to having their bodies corrode. The ways they died had a common point. They were left without remains. If it was conjectured that the final outcome of the flesh and blood of dead warriors in the door to the 33 skies was for them to be consumed by the bronze giant, then everything seemed to make complete sense. This conjecture sounded sensational that even Ian felt a sense of dreaded fear when he heard it. Successor, we might be in big trouble. This piece of land that was enveloped by the grey fog yesterday might be the most dangerous area in the door to the 33 skies. It might be very difficult to exit the moment we entered. If not, Ancestor Master from hundreds of millions of years ago would not have left his tombstone behind on this piece of land. That's because he knew he faced certain doom. A divine lord of the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven was almighty but had resigned himself to fate by believing that his days were numbered and left behind a tombstone. It was evident how terrifying this piece of land was. Yun took a deep breath when he heard Granny Yin's words. If they were truly in such a situation, the chances of them leaving this place alive was exceedingly slim. Kid, what ideas do you have? Granny Yin suddenly asked Yun. Previously, Yun had led them out of the blood desert, making her think of him in a different light. At that moment, all she could do was resort to desperate attempts to save a hopeless situation. I don't know, said Yun with a shake of his head. It would be a lie to not be horrified while facing unknown dangers and certain death. But regardless, let's make an attempt. There might be a chance of survival. Alright, I'll lead the way. After Granny Yin said that, she immediately walked in front to lead the way. The person walking in front was naturally taking on the greatest risk. Although Granny Yin's cultivation level was the highest, her bit of strength was unlikely to amount to much in this plains of death. The sun gradually rose, but the weather seemed to turn gloomier. The bronze giant seemed to fade into the fog as it slowly disappeared. It was unknown when a drizzle began to fall down from the sky. However, the raindrops were black in color, just like the Black River's water. It exuded a faint sanguine air to it that was suffocating. Amidst the rain, a pair of eyes the size of bowls gradually emerged. It stared quietly at the advancing trio, and like an apparition, it began to slowly approach. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1025, Sinister Eyes. Chapter 1025, Sinister Eyes. The black rain fell in a dense outpour. As Yun and company proceeded through the rain, they had conjured a protective barrier to isolate the raindrops from themselves. The bronze giant had completely vanished. Neither could they hear the tumultuous sounds of the metal chains rubbing against each other. But in the dead silence of the misty rain, Ian felt that there was something constantly staring at them. He felt immense foreboding. But Ian did not see anything the few times he turned his head. Ian, something doesn't feel right, said Yu Yingsha suddenly. She sensed chilly waves assaulting them, and despite walking for so long, their surroundings did not seem to change at all. It was as if they were walking in circles. Granny, are we continuing? Granny Ian had been leading the way by walking in front. When Yu Yingsha called out to her, Granny Ian did not immediately respond. Instead, she was continuing straight ahead. Granny! Yu Yingsha suddenly felt something amiss as she flashed in front of Granny Ian. What she saw drained the color from her face. At that moment, Granny Yin's face was shrouded in an intense layer of cadaveric air. Her entire being resembled one that had crawled out of a tomb, as though she was almost done rotting. Granny Yin's eyes were deeply recessed and her wrinkly eyelids were tightly closed. In between the slits of her eyes flowed a trickle of black blood that was nearing complete decay. She could not see Yu Yingsha at all. However, Granny Yin suddenly raised her stiff right hand. In the palm of her right hand, as well as her neck, there were two additional strange eyes that did not belong to her. The eyes were green in color, and as they blinked, they were staring intently at Yu Yingsha, as if they were watching a delicious prey. Ah! Such a strange scene made Yu Yingsha scream out in horror. Granny Yin was someone she was the closest to. Now, she had suddenly turned alien. Such horror had 10 times more impact than encountering any ordinary danger. Be careful! Ian immediately pulled out his pure yang broken sword and stood by Yu Yingsha's side. The two eyes that appeared on Granny Yin's body made his scalp tingle. But at that moment, Yun was at a loss. The eyes were apparently attempting to possess or devour Granny Yin's body. What should he do? Should he strike? Ian was unsure if a strike from him could kill the eyes on Granny Yin's body, but there was probably no question that Granny Yin was doomed. Granny is still alive. I can still sense her aura, but it's very weak, said Yuingsha with a trembling voice. She had her suspicions that once the pair of eyes completed its devourment, it would probably become harder to deal with. However, there was no way she could steel her heart to kill Granny Ian at that moment in time. Although Senior Ian is still alive, we are out of options. If the eyes can even devour Granny Ian, it will not pose any troubles devouring the two of us. If we do not attack, there will not be any chances left. Ian could only lay out the facts, although he abhorred the thought of attacking Granny Ian. The moment she died, their collective strength would be greatly reduced as well. Just as Yuingsha was hesitating, the sudden scene that followed made Yuingsha feel like she had fallen into a frozen cavern. She could see pairs of green eyes lighting up in the distant rain. These eyes were even bigger than the ones she had previously seen. There were more than 100 pairs of eyes as they lined themselves up into rows. The biggest pair was situated at the highest point. It was as large as a lantern and its eyes exuded a cold gaze as it overlooked Yi-Yun and Yuingsha. A hopeless situation. Yi-Yun's heartbeat stagnated. With the sudden appearance of more than 100 pairs of terrifying eyes, with each pair able to devour an expert like Granny Ian, did he and Yuingsha have any chance of survival? The God Advent Tower could no longer be used again, and even with the remaining 2 sword chi that Felicitous Rain Lord left him, he felt that he could only at most sustain an additional 10 seconds. 1 sword chi could at best destroy 1 or 2 pairs of eyes. Was there still a way out? Pa! 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 More eyes appeared and formed an entire assembly in the shrouding rain. Finally, a few pairs of eyes moved. They were like arrows that had left their bowstrings, as they propelled at Yuingsha first. At that moment, Ian finally managed to discern the foe clearly. Those eyes were actually shadowy black blobs. Each entity had a fuzzy body and it only left a pair of eyes in its exterior. The eyes were filled with a faint blackness as they exuded an eerie green luminance. The black shadow moved very quickly, so quickly that Yuingsha had no way of dodging. The black shadow had already rushed in front of her. With her life on the line, Yuingsha yelled in fright. She nearly tumbled, but at that moment, a rainbow radiance suddenly beamed from her chest. Cha! 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 The rainbow radiance was like indestructible sharp swords. Wherever it passed, the black shadows would emit the howls of feral wraiths. Many of the black shadows were pierced through by the rainbow radiance. Pang! Yuingsha slammed heavily to the ground as a portrait scroll fell from Yuingsha's chest. The portrait was extremely ancient and it had an air of antiquity. The rainbow beams of light had been emitted by it. The portrait had left the countless of shadows afraid to approach. Not only so, even the shadow that had entered Granny Yin's body was appalled. This is... Yi-Yun looked at the portrait in shock. The portrait tumbled on the grass panes, and despite the dense black rain, not a single drop stained the portrait. As the portrait scroll tumbled on the ground, it slowly opened and revealed itself. It depicted a woman in it. She was tall and she had a slender waist. She wore a black dress and in the middle of her eyebrows, there was a bright lotus imprint with 9 petals. Although it was just a portrait, it was as though Yi-Yun could feel the fluttering of the black dress. The lotus imprint also seemed to project itself into his soul sea. This mysterious woman was untainted by the mortal world, as though she was a heavenly woman who had descended into the mortal world. It's her. Yi-Yun took a deep breath. Back in the primordial Empyrean heaven, Yi-Yun had seen 2 phantoms hidden in the purple crystal while gaining insight into the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. One was a man that wielded a spear, while the other was this woman. She held a 9-petal red lotus which left a deep impression on Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun once suspected that the spear-wielding man and the red lotus woman were the previous owners of the purple crystal. Was a previous owner of the purple crystal the person who created the door to the 33 skies and planted the divine tree that held up the Azurewood Great World? Thoughts raced through Yi-Yun's mind, but at that moment, the rainbow radiance from the portrait was gradually dimming. It was as though the divine light from a while ago had burst out accidentally when the portrait opened. The moment the rainbow radiance dimmed, the black shadows hovering in the sky would stir once again. It's the sacred ancestor's portrait. Yuingsha, who had collapsed to the ground, rolled on the ground so as to embrace the portrait. She knew that the portrait had unfathomable power sealed in it. It was the power of the sacred ancestor, and what had previously unfolded proved that the evil demons of the door to the 33 skies were afraid of this power. However, Yuingsha was deeply aware that she had no way to awaken the power in the scroll. She had attempted numerous times in the past, and be it the divine tree or the portrait, she had not received any response from her attempts. Sacred ancestor, please bestow your power on me, even if it's 1/1000th of it. Yuingsha held the portrait as she humbly knelt to the ground. She knew that the portrait was the final hope that could save the 3 of them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1026, Ancient Portrait. Chapter 1026, Ancient Portrait. The ancient portrait scroll sat silently in between Yuingsha's fingers. Not only did the woman in the portrait appear to transcend the space they were in, she also faced everything in silence. Even though life was on the line for Yuingsha, she remained unresponsive to her pleas. Sacred Ancestor. Yuingsha knelt to the ground and bowed her head deeply. Her hands that were holding the scroll were trembling. She knew that the woman she called Sacred Ancestor had nothing to do with the Azurewood Manor. She was the creator of the Azurewood Great World and the door to the 33 skies, and she was also the person who planted the divine tree. As for the Azurewood Manor, they had only prospered from excavating the treasures that she left behind in the door to the 33 skies. Under such circumstances, what sort of rights did they have to call themselves progeny of the Sacred Ancestor? Danger drew near once again. After the portrait lost its radiance, the black shadows began to crowd around apprehensively. There were about 200 to 300 black shadows, evil demons bred in the door to the 33 skies. Yuingsha knew very well that if the demons were to charge at them as a horde, they would be completely wiped out even if she and Yun were dozens of times stronger. As for Granny Yin, she was about to be devoured by that strange shadow. The black shadows drew closer, leaving them out of options. Let me take a look at that portrait. At the moment of despair, Yun's voice suddenly sounded. Yuingsha faltered for a moment before handing the portrait to him. The moment the portrait landed in his hands, Yun closed his eyes as he slowly infused his Yuan Qi into the portrait. Upon seeing this scene, Yuingsha sighed lightly. Yun was apparently attempting to awaken the power sleeping within the portrait. However, this portrait was something that left her helpless despite her having a vital connection with the divine tree from a young age. Yun was an outsider and this was his first time coming to the Azurewood Great World, so what could he do? It was just a final desperate attempt. Yuingsha did not stop him, nor did she give any explanation. All she did was silently wait for her life's final moment. Ah! 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 200 black shadows roared simultaneously when they were certain that the threat from the portrait had vanished. A few of the most powerful ones had begun to slowly approach. Their spectral green eyes and hideous fangs were already in close proximity. And at that moment, Yun's eyes were still tightly closed. While being encircled by the black shadows, the purple crystal's energy enveloped the portrait. Suddenly, he sensed a shudder that came from his soul, and immediately following that, Yun felt like he had once again entered the space inside the purple crystal, allowing him to see that woman. She was on a 9-petaled red lotus, with her back facing Yun. Her black hair rushed down her back like waterfalls and time seemed to come to a momentary halt. Only when the black-dressed woman seemingly sensed Yun's presence did she slowly turn her head. Boom! As though he had torn through spacetime, Yun's vision immediately returned to the plains of death once again. He saw the portrait that he was previously holding in his hands drifting up as it spread out slowly in mid-air. The woman's figure in the portrait was identical to the one he saw in the purple crystal space. Yuingsha was stunned. She had been unable to awaken the portrait, and over the past generations, only one of the sacred girls had been able to awaken a tiny portion of the portrait's power. Why was Yun capable of doing that? V-room. Rainbow radiance scattered out of the portrait. Yun bathed in the light and immediately appeared as though he was a descending heavenly god. It was not Yun's aura, but the aura of the portrait's woman. Slowly, the woman's phantom image seemed to walk out of the portrait. Every step she took seemed to give birth to a resplendent red lotus. Her fingers gently swiped across the air as though she was engraving divine patterns in them. Yuingsha widened her eyes, but the trajectories of the divine patterns were blurry in an alternate space. She was unable to discern it clearly, as though something was blocking her vision. Could those be the Tao patterns that the black-dressed woman engraved when she created this world? The black-dressed woman was the creator of this world, so she was equivalent to a god when it came to the Azurewood Great World. Sha! 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 Divine beams radiated in every direction, causing the black shadows to issue biting screams. The ones that were a distance away fled in panic, while the ones in close proximity turned to ash when the rainbow light swept past them. The evil demons born in the door to the 33 skies were unable to withstand the power of a god. Even the evil demon that had entered Granny Yin's body let out a loud shrill before turning to a blue wisp of smoke. Granny Yin's body jolted before she fell to the ground. She had just escaped the jaws of death and she was extremely weak. However, under the divine rainbow light's illumination, her eyes that had nearly gone blind slowly began to open. As her blurry vision gradually turned clear, Granny Yin saw the scene of a figure being immersed in divine light. Successor? Granny Yin's first thought was Yuingsha, but after a long while, she realized that it wasn't Yuingsha, but Yi Yun. What? Yi Yun has managed to awaken the power of the portrait? Granny Yin found it unbelievable. Why did Yi Yun possess the ability to do so? Yuingsha, as well as the past generations of sacred girls from the Azurewood Manor, had a faint connection with the divine tree that stemmed from their soul and bloodline. As a result, they were able to possess sacred items like the sacred ancestor's portrait. As for Yi Yun, he had been labeled an outsider by the Azurewood Manor, but now, an outsider had managed to awaken their sacred ancestor? Yi Yun was facing the sacred ancestor's phantom image. In the light, the sacred ancestor's figure looked like a dreamy mirage, and there was no way to discern her facial features. Similarly, Yi Yun was unable to discern the Dao patterns that she had drawn with her hand. Yi Yun only had a feeling that her beauty exuded a divine sacredness. It was impossible for people to have a tiny bit of disrespect towards her. The 9-petaled red lotus fluttered around her, and there was a profound aura of samsara resonating around her. Even though she was just a phantom image, Yi Yun was still able to sense a tremendous power from her. For some reason, Yi Yun sensed that the female phantom image had given him a glance. It was obviously a phantom image left in a scroll that had been left behind in a time eons ago, yet she was able to traverse the long rivers of time to focus on him. But that feeling was only ephemeral. The phantom image gradually dissipated. The evil demons had retreated with shrill cries, and after an unknown period of time, Yi Yun suddenly opened his eyes after feeling like he had experienced a dream. Only then did he see Yuingsha and Granny Yin still prostrated on the ground. In their eyes, the scene of the sacred ancestor's phantom with dancing sleeves and fluttering dress facing Yi Yun had been deeply imprinted into their minds. Unknowingly, tears were flowing from Granny Yin's aged eyes. After tens of millions of years of persistence and protection, with generation after generation of people being guardians of this shattered world in the waning Azurewood Manor, she, whose days were numbered, had managed to see the sacred ancestor making her presence felt today. Granny Yin gave a deep kowtow. The surrounding evil demons had all been wiped out, and coupled with the silence of the savannah, the scene that they were in seemed to be fixed in place for eternity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1027, The Might of Divine Lords. Chapter 1027, The Might of Divine Lords. After the phantom vanished, the portrait gradually rolled up and flew into Yi Yun's hand. Signorine, I would like to know more about what the Azurewood Manor separatists had previously mentioned. What's the secret zone and the door to the 33 skies that Yuingsha alone can enter? The secret zone and the key of the 9 lotus had left Yi Yun somewhat puzzled. However, he found it inappropriate to inquire as it touched upon the Azurewood Manor's heritage. But now, with it possibly crucial to their survival, he had to make a detailed inquiry. The secret zone is a region interior to the divine tree. Its location is perhaps in the main root of the divine tree, an area closest to the spirit of the divine tree. Back in the past, there was one Azurewood Manor overseer who had managed to awaken the divine tree despite the closure of the door to the 33 skies. Her notes spoke of a secret zone and the existence of the divine tree's spirit. Based on this progenitor's records, subsequent generations of the Azurewood Manor came to believe that if they could find this secret zone and control the spirit of the divine tree, they would be able to awaken the divine tree once again. Not only would it save the Azurewood Manor, they might also attain incredible power. The Azurewood Manor separatists were here for that. As for the key of the 9 lotus, it was left behind by that progenitor. The spirit of the divine tree, Yi Yun cast his gaze at Yuingsha and said, "Will finding the secret zone guarantee gaining control over the spirit of the divine tree?" Yuingsha sighed and said with a shake of her head, "Actually, it's not definite. It was just an insubstantial notebook left behind by the progenitor. She was an impressive person, so I might not be able to accomplish the awakening like she did." Yuingsha had zero confidence, especially after she entered the door to the 33 skies. Witnessing the strangeness and dangers of the door to the 33 skies had compounded her belief. "Yi Yun, it's you that has a perception one never seen in my life. You are practically the chosen one of the gods. This is your first time seeing the portrait, yet you can awaken the sacred ancestor's power. Perhaps you are the best candidate," said Yuingsha somewhat sourly. Yuingsha had the impression that the black-dressed woman was equivalent to a god and had existed in a primordial era. Therefore, Yuingsha refused to believe that Yi Yun had any relationship with the goddess. In that case, the only reason Yi Yun could awaken the portrait was that it was decided by the heavens. Such talent and perceptivity made Yuingsha lament over her inadequacies. She had been praying in front of the divine tree from a young age and she had injected the divine tree's sap into her bloodline. But even so, it was completely useless. Perhaps Yi Yun was someone more suitable than she was to be the overseer of the Azurewood Manor. Granny Yin's lips quivered but she did not say a word. Although she was unwilling to admit it, the facts were laid out in front of her. Then, let us walk towards the divine tree. The savannah is sealed off by the bronze giant's power, so there's no way we can leave this place. Apart from us, even divine lords aren't able to escape this land. Perhaps we might find a chance of survival in the core of the divine tree. Walking towards the divine tree meant walking towards the bronze giant. It sounded equivalent to suicide. But at that moment, a region of death might be the road to survival, and desperate times called for desperate solutions. Yuangsha and Granny Yin exchanged looks. Despite an acute awareness of the danger, no solution came to their minds. In their desperation, they might as well fight for their dear lives rather than suffering a trapped fate in the deadly savannah. The divine tree is a god spirit planted by the sacred ancestor, and now, the divine tree is sleeping while the bronze giant wantonly hacks away at it. If the divine tree were to awaken, everything might be different. Yuangsha firmly believed that the power accumulated in the divine tree over hundreds of millions of years was redoubtable. Even the bronze giant would be powerless against it. In this land of doom, the trio embarked on their journey once again. And this time, their target was the core area of the savannah. Heading towards the boundary in their predicament was destined to be fruitless, but the trip towards the core was surprisingly fast. At nearly the rate of one stride equaling 5, they could see the divine tree's roots far in the distance with just 15 minutes of walking. During this process, there was constantly the emergence of the black evil demons, but they were warded off by Yi Yun's use of the portrait's power. As for the deadly water of the river Styx, they managed to avoid it from Granny Yin's understanding of the geological features of the area. Although the trio was limited in strength, they managed to safely traverse the savannah of death through all sorts of guile. As the core region approached, Yi Yun began to see the fuzzy black figure that stood far into the horizon. It was that bronze giant. The bronze giant's body was wrapped in chains and like a statue, it stood motionless. He was no longer chopping at the tree. Perhaps it had drained all its strength and it was in the midst of recovery, or it would only move again deep into the night. Is he not moving because he's sleeping? It could not be any better if the bronze giant was sleeping. Granny Yin shook her head and said, "It's probably not that simple. We will definitely alarm it if we really approach it. And when that happens, our deaths to him will be as simple as crushing an ant to death." Yi Yun frowned. They needed to cross the bronze giant in order to approach the divine tree. However, it was an exceedingly difficult task. The portrait left behind by the black-dressed woman could exorcise the evil demons, but it was probably useless against the bronze giant. While Yi Yun contemplating the dangers he faced, he suddenly saw a few figures in the horizon. As they were too distant, these figures looked as tiny as sesame seeds. However, one of the figures suddenly expanded rapidly in an instant. A gigantic ghastly claw emerged as it struck at the bronze giant. Another figure slashed out a strike in the form of an azure-colored greatsword. When the strike flashed, its luster split the heaven from the earth, as though it was the only thing in the world. Tumultuous might struck at the bronze giant. Its master. Yi Yun sensed felicitous Rain Lord's aura from the azure greatsword. As for the gigantic ghastly claw, it was like the hand of a devil that surfaced from a realm of wraiths. White bone was exposed beneath the rotting flesh and it exuded a creepy air of death. That person is, the Fey Phantasm Sect's Demonic Eye Divine Lord. From the looks of it, Felicitous Rain Lord and Demonic Eye Divine Lord were both trapped in the plains of death. They had taken the opportunity to attack the slumbering bronze giant. The plains of death was strange in every fashion and everything pointed towards the bronze giant. As long as they killed it, there might be a chance of them escaping the land of death. The power of the two Divine Lords' attack was formidable. Simply watching the attacks made Yi Yun feel a piercing pain in his eyes. His protective Yuan Qi could not help but be triggered. And behind the Fey Phantasm Sect's Demonic Eye Divine Lord, a few figures formed an array formation, condensing a wraith the size of a small mountain that was hurled at the bronze giant. Yi Yun found one of the figures very familiar. Taoist Yu Ming is here too. Yi Yun's expression sunk slightly. At that moment, the bronze giant had suddenly opened his eyes so cold and heartless as though they looked from a deep frozen abyss. Immediately, the chains on its body issued clamorous sounds that each sounded like thunder. The bronze giant took a step and immediately caused the world to tremble. He brandished his axe and attacked Felicitous Rain Lord and Demonic Eye Divine Lord. The cleaving of the axe seemed to split the world apart. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1028, Divine Chains. Chapter 1028, Divine Chains. Like the cracking of the firmament, the bronze giant's axe struck the ghastly palm first. The ghastly claw covered half of the blue skies and it immediately grabbed the bronze giant's axe. Millions of the souls issued piercing screams as countless heads appeared from the ghastly claw while they chomped at the giant's axe. This strike, Ian felt as though his soul had been wrenched by it. How fearsome is a battle between the bronze giant and divine lords. We can't even withstand the aftershocks. Granny Ian consumed a pill, flushing her face with an abnormal ruddiness before she conjured a Yuan Chi barrier. Despite having Granny Ian's Yuan Chi barrier, Yun and company felt like they were tiny canoes in a stormy sea. So these are divine lords, Yu Yingsha mumbled as she watched the scene unfold in front of her. She had encountered few warriors in the Azure Wood Great World and she had never seen these divine lord outsiders. She only had an inkling of the might of divine lords from records in the Azure Wood Manners books. Having never witnessed one in person before, she was amazed that their strength allowed them to battle the bronze giant. At that moment, a sanguine light suddenly bloomed from the bronze giant's axe. It emitted endless killing intent that seemed to consume everything. When the heads from the ghastly claw came into contact with the sanguine light, they issued shrill screams and evaporated like blood. The bronze giant's axe continued advancing, and with crunching sounds, it gradually shattered the ghastly claw. The cadaveric hand has been destroyed. The Faith Phantasm Sect's demonic eye divine lord appeared in midair. Behind him was a gigantic blood-colored skull which had ghostly fires burning in its eye sockets, as though it had a mind of its own. Demonic eye divine lord frowned slightly. The bronze giant was much tougher than he imagined. Immediately following that, the bronze giant took a step forward, causing the chains on its body to issue its tumultuous protest. He raised his axe and slashed at the wraith conjured by the collective efforts of the Faith Phantasm Sect's supremacies. The wraith was massive, with horns on its head. Wherever it passed filled the area with the smell of death, marked by the ashen transformation of the plants on the ground. But against the bronze giant's axe, the wraith appeared exceedingly weak. The axe cleaved down at the wraith's head, splitting it apart. With the wraith destroyed, the Faith Phantasm Sect supremacy suffered severe injuries. Their face turned ghastly pale as they spat black blood. The bronze giant's strike had injured their essence. Rhyme immortal lord! Demonic eye divine lord yelled. A gentle wind stirred as the heaven and earth seemed to instantly split apart to usher in a graceful figure that slowly descended. The woman was dressed in red and she had fair skin that rivaled snow. She looked sweet 16. Attack! She extended her slender hand as a ribbon band fell from the sky like a waterfall, billowing towards the bronze giant. In an instant, it had securely wrapped itself around the bronze giant's axe. The band looked somewhat light and soft, but the binding force seemed to increasingly tighten after it successfully wrapped itself around the axe. Even the surrounding space began to distort. If the entity being bound was a human, his flesh and blood would turn into a mangled mess of blood that would dye the band crimson. Ka ka ka! The bronze giant roared and swung its arm after it stomped its feet harshly upon the ground, sending massive tremors through the earth. The band that wrapped around the bronze giant began to tear. The bands dissipated into countless points of light before condensing again in Rhyme Immortal Lord's hand. A chilly look suffused from Rhyme Immortal Lord's face as she commented dreadfully about the bronze giant. What immense strength! 2 divine lords had attacked one after the other to no avail. The bronze giant bellowed into the sky with a sound that could burst eardrums. Yun hurriedly used his Yuan Qi to envelop his ears, barely withstanding the sound blast. Yu Yingsha's slender figure also quivered as she concluded, the bronze giant is truly terrifying. At that moment, the sword beam that seemed to split the world apart came crashing down on the bronze giant's head. The sword beam resembled a dense, misty drizzle, but every raindrop contained lethal killing intent. Felicitous Rain Lord appeared in the rain as well. With a sword in hand, his azure clothes fluttered with the wind, as though he was an immortal from heaven. Sword of Rain. Felicitous Rain Lord's blade and the raindrops were all directed at the bronze giant. And at that moment, where Felicitous Rain Lord presided was where his sword ruled supreme. The entire area had been overwhelmed by his sword beam. The sword beam was extremely sharp that it seemed to prick at Yun despite the Yuan Qi barrier. This is the Sword of Rain. Yun was startled when he saw the sword beams that filled the sky. As a divine lord, the might of Felicitous Rain Lord's strike could rend the heavens. At that moment, another figure suddenly appeared on the other side of the battlefield. The figure was an elder with a vaguely discernible air of immortality. Dressed in loose white robes, he held a deep blue sword. Sword of Rain. The elder brandished his sword and also attacked with Sword of Rain, sending raindrops down from the heavens. Could this person be the Immortal Rain Sect's divine lord? Yun looked at the elder in astonishment. However, it was not surprising that a divine lord from the Immortal Rain Sect would join the expedition to the Azure Wood Great World. The same Sword of Rain synergized the tiny raindrops, ensuring that the bronze giant's head would be struck. The bronze giant sensed danger from the incoming sword beams as well. He let out a deep growl as his body trembled. Boom! The entire earth seemed to quake along with the chains. Immediately, like a flood, more than a dozen columns of black water of the river Styx burst out from various outlets. Like a whale sucking in water, the bursts of water surged into the bronze giant's body. The bronze giant's figure immediately increased several hundred feet in size, causing the chains to clank as they turned taut. Boom! The bronze giant brandished his axe and slashed at the sky. Suddenly, a blood-colored rift appeared in the sky. Powerful yuan qi spewed out from the rift. The raindrops were destroyed by the yuan qi bit by bit. After the bronze giant cleaved thrice, all the raindrops had been wiped clean. As for that lethal axe, it continued its momentum after the raindrops were expunged. The few divine lords faced a might that could render the heavens asunder from the axe, draining the color from their faces. Boom! 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 Space began to flake as the might was indomitable. Clang! At that moment, the chains around the bronze giant suddenly tightened. The chains that numbered in the dozens shimmered with ancient, mystic runes. The power that came from the heavens and earth had shackled the bronze giant to his spot. Pwa pwa pwa! The ends of the chains tugged at the bronze giant's flesh, causing black demonic blood to spurt out. The bronze giant's body quivered suddenly as the axe came to a sudden halt. Dozens of chains, in combination with the power of the runic seals, had inhibited the bronze giant's strike. All the divine lords and supremacies took the opportunity to open up a distance from the giant. Clearly, they had previously discovered that the bronze giant was shackled by the divine chains and had expected such a situation to occur. They had also stood outside the definitive kill zone of the bronze giant. The bronze giant quieted down again. Like a dormant primordial behemoth, he waited quietly for that definitive fatal strike. Felicitous Rain Lord stood at a high altitude with his sword in hand. He watched the bronze giant with a heavy expression. The combined attacks of the four of us can't even injure the bronze giant at all. We are in trouble, said Demonic Eye Divine Lord. You did not use all your strength in your attack, said Felicitous Rain Lord snidely. Demonic Eye Divine Lord did not respond. The bronze giant was a humongous threat, but Felicitous Rain Lord was not someone who he could let his guard down. Furthermore, there was another immortal Rain Sect Divine Lord accompanying Felicitous Rain Lord. Having been trapped in the plains of death, the four divine lords had acquiesced to maintain a distance before they attacked the bronze giant. However, the bronze giant was too powerful. It was nearly impossible to kill him no matter what technique they used. At that moment, Felicitous Rain Lord suddenly sensed something as he looked to the ground. He saw on the plains of death a small yuan qi barrier barely resisting the energy storms from the battle. And in the yuan qi barrier, he was surprised to see Yi Yun. Yi Yun! Felicitous Rain Lord was somewhat startled. He never expected to see Yi Yun here. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1029, Impasse. Chapter 1029, Impasse. With a movement technique, Felicitous Rain Lord quickly appeared in front of Yi Yun and company. He was very surprised and glad seeing Yi Yun here. Yi Yun, you have come to the door to the 33 skies as well. Furthermore, you have managed to come this far unscathed. Felicitous Rain Lord revealed a relieved look. He felt regretful bringing Yi Yun here after realizing that his assessment of the difficulty of the Azurewood Great World had been seriously lacking. Especially with the door to the 33 skies, it was strange and fraught with danger. Unless one was a supremacy, it would prove a challenge to survive. Many warriors much stronger than Yi Yun had died, so it was hard to be optimistic about Yi Yun's safety. However, he never expected that Yi Yun was not only alive but that he wasn't injured at all. I managed to get here on luck due to some fortuitous opportunities. However, I'm trapped in this plains of death as well. I wonder if Master has made any discoveries while in here. Discoveries? Felicitous Rain Lord shook his head with a wry smile. I'm not sure if it's considered a discovery, but I'll let you take a look. As Felicitous Rain Lord said that, he grabbed Yi Yun's arm and flew into the sky with him. In an instant, Yi Yun reached a height 100,000 feet into the sky. Yi Yun had not dared to fly into the sky above the plains of death, but to a divine lord, be it any demonic fumes or evil entities, none could approach him because of his powerful protective yuan qi. While overlooking high up in the air, Yi Yun was surprised to see 9 black tumultuous rivers meandering in a way that surrounded the plains 50 kilometers away. The black river water was like an anaconda that devoured everything. Large swaths of land from the river banks were collapsing. These 9 rivers have completely sealed off every path in the plains, making it difficult to escape this land, even for us. We thought of killing the bronze giant, but he's too strong. Felicitous Rain Lord said while he brought Yun back down. At that moment, several divine lords and the supremacies that were led by them had rushed here as well. This punk. Demonic Eye Divine Lord revealed a look of surprise. Although Felicitous Rain Lord's disciple was weak and unworthy to catch his eye, he had never expected that such a junior had managed to come so far alive. I must be seeing things. Taoist Yuming had been injured himself while Yun had remained unscathed. This contrast made Taoist Yuming feel like coughing a mouthful of blood. And at that moment in time, Yun saw Yu Feihua amongst the crowd. Yu Feihua had managed to survive as well? Yu Feihua had obviously seen Yun too. As the saying goes, sparks fly when enemies meet. Yu Feihua believed him dead, but he never expected Yun was fine and dandy. Yu Feihua had a special communication method with his father, Taoist Yuming. When he reached an impasse, he had contacted his father, who had paid a terrible price to save him. Hence, Yu Feihua had managed to luckily survive. What about Yun? The Heavenly Sword Divine Lord from the Immortal Rain sect descended from the skies as well. He looked good for his age and his figure was upright. He exuded an extremely keen aura as he swept his sword-like gaze at Yun. Felicitous Rain, is this your disciple? This is the Immortal Rain sect's Heavenly Sword Divine Lord, Shi Xuanji. Felicitous Rain Lord tersely introduced him before he fell silent. Shi Xuanji looked at Yun and suddenly asked, "Lad, did you see members of my Immortal Rain sect here?" Yun's heart thumped. The members of the Immortal Rain sect? He had obviously seen them. They had melted into the river Styx, turning to bone dregs, which were eventually absorbed by the bronze giant. About that, I never encountered them at all. Yun answered earnestly. Is that so? Shi Xuanji frowned. He did not completely believe Yun's words, but no matter how much he permitted his imagination to run wild, he would never have expected that his disciples and grand disciples had been killed because of Yun's machinations. It did not make any sense. I wonder what happened to those fellows. Shi Xuanji muttered to himself. He was somewhat worried. He could ignore most of the juniors, but Marquis Wu Yun was someone he thought highly of. It would be a pity if he died. Master, don't worry. Junior brother Wu Yun might not have entered the door to the 33 skies at all. Standing beside Shi Xuanji, a man with a cultivation level at half-step supremacy spoke. He was Shi Xuanji's personal disciple. Hopefully. Shi Xuanji shook his head, but suddenly. Clang! A loud blast boomed like thunder. People turned their heads in aghast as they saw the bronze giant roar at the sky. He had brandished his gigantic axe and cleaved at a metallic chain. Clang! 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 The gigantic axe cleaved down, again and again, causing the metallic chains to tremble violently. The burning sparks caused by the crashing of metal spewed into the blue sky. Finally, with a bang that sounded 10 times louder, the chain suddenly broke as though it was in response to the sound. A chain that had existed but unaffected by the hundreds of millions of years it had seen had now been cleaved apart by the bronze giant's strikes. Oh no! Everyone felt their hearts sink when they saw the scene. The giant was freeing himself. With the Azurewood Great World on the brink of destruction and the world's divine tree being chopped at, these chains could no longer trap the bronze giant. It appeared as though the bronze giant had expended a great deal of strength to break the chain. He suddenly looked up and with a cold gaze, he glanced at everyone present. This glance made everyone's blood flow accelerate. Apart from the Divine Lords present, who could face it calmly, the rest found it suffocating. What terrifying mental powers! He is escaping. Slashing a chain has drained a lot of his energy. But the speed which he can quickly gather his strength again and continue is worrisome. The Divine Lords and Supremacies present were overwhelmed by danger. It was no longer as simple as being trapped here. If this continued on, they would all be dead in a matter of days. We might really be on the verge of death. It's all because of all you outsiders that triggered the Azurewood Manor seals and provided large amounts of flesh and blood as nutrients for the bronze giant. It's because of you that this world is being destroyed at a faster rate. Who are you? Demonic Eye Divine Lord looked at Granny Een. I'm one of the descendants of the Orthodox Azurewood Manor. At that moment in time, Granny Een's identity was no longer worth concealing. Descendants of the Azurewood Manor? Demonic Eye Divine Lord had heard of the Azurewood Manor previously. He watched Granny Een and Yuingsha with a strange look. It's no wonder that punk managed to safely come all the way here. As descendants of the Azurewood Manor, you are able to avoid any dangers that you are aware of in the door to the 33 skies. Demonic Eye Divine Lord's comment enlightened many. Yu Feihua scoffed disgruntledly, so that's the reason. I was wondering how impressive this punk was. He came this far because he's a toy boy. Then, there's nothing inspiring about that. Yufeihua was a sworn enemy of Yi Yun, so there was no need for him to mince his words. What do you know? Yuangsha glared angrily at Yufeihua, who had not only humiliated Yi Yun, he had also demeaned her. Stop arguing. What's important now is to escape this land of death. Heavenly Sword Divine Lord spoke. He was mainly looking at Granny Yin, whom he believed was likely able to provide suggestions of value. Granny Yin said, Yi Yun, the idea was raised by you. I'll leave the honors to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1030, The Way Out. Chapter 1030, The Way Out. Oh? What sort of idea can you have? Demonic Eye Divine Lord looked at Yi Yun with disbelief hidden in his heart. What could Yi Yun do when a Divine Lord was powerless against the circumstances? Yi Yun, tell us about it, said Felicitous Rain Lord as he trained his gaze on his disciple. Immediately, everyone's eyes were on Yi Yun. Yi Yun said as he pointed to Yuangsha, this is Miss Yuangsha, the female saint of the Azurewood Manor. She has mentioned to me of means to awaken the divine tree from records described in their sex canon. The divine tree is connected to the chains, allowing it to imprison the bronze giant here. Now, the divine tree's slumber has given the bronze giant an opportunity. It has been chopping at the divine tree and absorbing energy. If the divine tree can be awakened once again, it might be possible to restrain the bronze giant. All the divine lords and supremacies were left somewhat astonished when they heard his words. How is the divine tree awakened? Asked Rhyme Immortal Lord. A restricted zone has to be entered, and it should be located in the core of the divine tree, replied Yi Yun. Isn't the divine tree's core the spot where the bronze giant is chopping at? How can anyone reach that place? Taoist Yu Ming barked angrily. He had been severely injured simply from having the bronze giant nullify his combined attack with the other supremacies. Even divine lords would find it difficult to enter the restricted zone. The restricted zone was indeed considered the most perilous of perilous grounds. And it was the reason why Yi Yun had spoken of the matter so directly. Without Felicitous Rain Lord or the other three divine lords' help, it was only wishful thinking for Yi Yun and Yuangsha to enter the restricted zone with their meager strength. A restricted zone mentioned in the Azurewood Manor's canon? Lass, are you sure there are records of such matters in your sect? Demonic Eye Divine Lord asked as he gave Yuangsha a questioning look. His gaze was like a ghost's, as if he could see through a person's heart. Yuangsha did not speak. Instead, she silently prostrated herself and with a pious expression, she gently placed her milky white hands on the ground. Slowly, a strange aura exuded from Yuangsha's body. It resembled the divine trees as it began to resonate with the Azurewood Great World in a certain way. Lush green grass grew around her body, demarcated by her long hair that sprawled across the ground. It's the divine tree's aura, said Rhyme Immortal Lord. Yuangsha had the divine tree's bloodline, so what she said was likely true as well. I see, Demonic Eye Divine Lord said as he stroked his chin. Although it will be extremely difficult, it might be possible to achieve it at great risk. I'll bring you into the restricted zone. He knew very clearly what the restricted zone meant to the Azurewood Manor. It was definitely a treasure trove of possible opportunities inside. He could search for them if he entered it. Demonic Eye, stop dreaming. Shi Xuanji said with a cold grunt. You certainly won't be the first person to enter the restricted zone. As Shi Xuanji said that, his eyes flickered with a strange glimmer. He, too, was very interested in the restricted zone. All the divine lords present had guessed that the door to the 33 skies had an extraordinary origin. It possessed mighty power despite its fearsome perils. Furthermore, they knew that there had been a discovery of a mark left behind by a peerless warrior from an earlier exploration of the Azurewood Great World. Those who had seen the mark had gained tremendously. Even a proud figure like Felicitous Rain Lord had lamented his own inadequacies when he saw the mark. The secrets contained within the door to the 33 skies was unlikely to have nothing to do with that peerless warrior. All of you are interested in entering the restricted zone. Then who is to restrain the bronze giant? Said Felicitous Rain Lord coldly. The bronze giant was not someone even the combined efforts of the four divine lords could oppose. If someone had any malicious schemes in mind, everyone would definitely die in the land of Dune once the plan failed. Restrain the bronze giant? Humph. So I'll hold back the bronze giant and let others explore the restricted zone? Impossible. Hissed Demonic Eye Divine Lord. He gave a meaningful glance at Shi Xuanji as he said with a sinister smile, Old man Shi, I know that entry is something you want as well. Shi Xuanji did not betray his thoughts on his face. All he did was stroke his beard and remain silent. He indeed wanted to gain entry as well. At that moment, Yu Yingsha spoke out. Seniors, the restricted zone isn't a place anyone can enter. It has to be opened by me, and to enter the area, the recognition of the sacred ancestor has to be obtained. In fact, it would be difficult even for me to enter the restricted zone. When Yu Yingsha came to a pause, she looked at Yi Yun. The scene of the sacred ancestor's phantom image facing Yi Yun had left behind an impression in her heart that could not be obliterated. And to this point, I know as well that Yi Yun is the person most capable of entering the restricted zone and awakening the divine tree. What? Before anyone else commented on Yu Yingsha's words, Yu Feihua was the first to scoff involuntarily. Him? This punk can gain the recognition that divine lords can't? What bullshit is that? That's right. What sort of logic is that? Divine lords are the chosen ones. There are few in the 10,000 Fey Emperor in heaven, and even if Yi Yun has some talent, he is currently a divine lord's disciple. He's still far from being a divine lord. There were supremacies from the Fey Phantasm sect that said disdainfully. Many of them had no chance of becoming divine lords unless they had a great fortuitous encounter. Most personal disciples of divine lords could not become divine lords as the chances were too slim. What sort of logic is it to say that Yi Yun, instead of my master, will gain your sacred ancestors' recognition? At that moment, Shi Xuanji's personal disciple spoke. His name was Shi Yuheng. As a divine lord's personal disciple, he was naturally inclined to compare himself with Yi Yun, even though his cultivation level and age far exceeded Yi Yun's. The reason you ask? Yu Yingsha glanced at Granny Yin and saw her nod her head slightly. She gritted her teeth and took out the portrait scroll. This is a portrait scroll that has the sacred ancestor's power sealed in it. Only those recognized by the sacred ancestor can trigger its power. Isn't it just a portrait? Is that what you were talking about? How would I know if you pulled any tricks on it? Yu Feihua cocked his eyebrows. A portrait was sufficient to prove that Yi Yun was more qualified than them? At that moment, a sharp look flashed in Felicitous Rain Lord's eyes as he said, "This portrait has great power sealed in it. The aura of this energy." A look of excitement suddenly surfaced on Felicitous Rain Lord's usually composed face. It's really that esteemed senior. Felicitous Rain Lord had once witnessed a mark left behind by a mighty figure on his first trip to the Azurewood Great World. He had come here once again to seek that mighty figure. Yi Yun had once heard Felicitous Rain Lord mention that the mighty figure was situated at the peak of martial arts in his heart. "Young lady, may I take a look at that portrait?" said Felicitous Rain Lord sincerely. He was filled with respect toward that mysterious senior. Yu Yingsha hesitated for a moment before she nodded. The portrait left behind by the sacred ancestor was nearly indestructible. It had been proven by the Azurewood Manor a long time ago, so Yu Yingsha was not worried about letting others take a look at it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1031, Rivers Entering Oceans. Chapter 1031, Rivers Entering Oceans. Felicitous Rain Lord received the portrait solemnly. With the portrait in his hands, Felicitous Rain Lord could sense a much stronger aura than previously. His trip here to the Azurewood Great World was to seek and find more traces of this senior. He even believed that the senior might actually be still alive. Felicitous Rain Lord was in pursuing her, as well as the pinnacle of martial arts. I see. This senior is the sacred ancestor who created the Azurewood Great World, said Felicitous Rain Lord as he reflected with mixed emotions. Even as a powerful divine lord, one was unable to plant such a divine tree or create such a large world. But that senior had managed to do it. How far had she attained in martial arts? Felicitous Rain Lord stood silently for a long time with the portrait in hand. Yi Yun noticed subtle transformations in Felicitous Rain Lord's aura. It was a mystery what sort of enlightenment or thoughts he had while holding the portrait. To be able to see this portrait is sufficient to lift the weight off my chest, said Felicitous Rain Lord as he handed the portrait back to Yu Yingsha. Felicitous Rain, aren't you going to attempt at triggering the portrait? Asked Shi Xuanji. Felicitous Rain Lord only said with a sneer, "Isn't the lot of you just hoping to enter the restricted zone? Is there a need to hide your intentions? Give a shot if you want to." Shi Xuanji and Demonic Eye Divine Lord had sullen expressions when they heard Felicitous Rain Lord's unminced words. But how could they willingly give up on obtaining the portrait's recognition like Felicitous Rain Lord? At that moment, Shi Yuheng said, "As a lacking junior, I would like to broaden my horizons by having a look at the sacred ancestor's portrait." When he said that, he noticed a satisfied gaze casting at him from Shi Xuanji. It was previously not appropriate for Shi Xuanji to make any comment, but a disciple of his would not have been inhibited in such a manner. On the other hand, Demonic Eye Divine Lord frowned. It was fool's talk for Shi Yuhong to enter the restricted zone even if he were to obtain the portrait's recognition. Yuangsha was somewhat hesitant, but Yi Yun said, let him broaden his horizons. Shi Yuhong received the portrait and immediately sensed the immense power sealed within. It indeed has an extraordinary aura. Shi Yuhong's eyes flashed a look of anticipation. If he were to gain the recognition of the portrait, it was possible for him to find an opportunity after entering the restricted zone. It could make him become a divine lord. It sure isn't simple to awaken this portrait. Shi Yuhong sensed that there were no array formations or talismanic seals contained inside the portrait. It was like a tightly shut door without a lock. All one needed to do to enter was push it open. This portrait can be activated as long as Yuan Qi is injected into it. It must have been a lucky fluke for Yi Yun to stumble across a method, said Shi Yuhong confidently. Shi Yuhong did not think much of the azurewood manor that had already waned for years. It might have been quite an impressive existence in the past, but by Yuangsha's generation, it already couldn't amount to much. After all they had was an old granny that had one foot in the grave and a young lass. A sect treasure that they valued greatly wasn't necessarily difficult to activate. With a void of talent in the azurewood manor, the two womenfolk who had encountered a lucked-out Yi Yun must have believed that he had gained the recognition of the sacred ancestor. How difficult can it be to obtain the recognition? Shi Yuhong injected his Yuan Qi with confidence after he finished probing the portrait's aura thoroughly. However, the portrait did not react as time slowly ticked by. Oh? Shi Yuhong furrowed his brows as he continued injecting. Gradually, his heart was beginning to pound like a drum. With the portrait not responding to his efforts, he could no longer remain composed with his master, 3 other divine lords, and everyone else staring at him. He increased the quantity of Yuan Qi he injected, sending torrential amounts of Yuan Qi into the portrait. As Shi Yuhong held the portrait, his face gradually turned pale. Yet, there was no reaction from the portrait at all. What's going on? Shi Yuhong did not believe that his hunch was wrong. Even if he were unable to obtain its recognition, he was certain that the portrait would react to him at the very least. Now, it was like a rock sinking into the immense ocean. His face was beginning to turn hot from his fluster as a result of the portrait's inaction. At that moment, a drawn-out comment from Yi Yun entered his ears. Time is of the essence. How long do you want us to wait? As Yi Yun spoke, the tumultuous sounds of the chains began clanging once again. It seems like Brother Yuhong has failed. Let me do it. Yu Feihua said with a gleeful laugh as he grabbed the portrait. Following that, a red glow blasted out from his ghastly claws that wrapped the entire portrait within. Countless phantom images appeared from the ghastly claws, and one could vaguely hear shrieking and howling screams. These ghastly claws appeared like they could devour everything. As it enveloped the portrait, the phantoms were constantly boring into the portrait. I refuse to believe that a portrait will remain unresponsive after withstanding such a technique of mine. Yu Feihua chuckled. It was surprising how brutal and intense his technique was at triggering the portrait. What are you doing? Yuangsha turned anxious. Yu Feihua's disrespect of a divine artifact left by the sacred ancestor was truly contemptible. Having just opened her mouth, she heard an explosion before she could even put in another word. Bam! The phantom images emitted shrill cries as though an invisible power had exorcised them from within. As the phantoms gradually transformed into smoke that dissipated, Yu Feihua's ghastly claw immediately crumbled. The oppressive power did not decline in momentum as it ruthlessly sent Yu Feihua flying. In front of absolute power, Yu Feihua's protective Yuan Qi was like paper that could be easily shredded and torn. Simultaneously a beam of light surged into his body and before he hit the ground, he had spat out a mouthful of black blood with a cry. The flesh around his chest had been left mangled. Feihua! Daoist Yu Ming's figure flashed as he hurriedly caught Yu Feihua. Yu Feihua's face was as white as sheets as he trembled constantly. Daoist Yu Ming probed his pulse and immediately, his expression sank. Yu Feihua was in a terrible state. Thankfully, Yu Feihua had only suffered the lashback of his own attack, preserving his life. The portrait was extremely strange. If the portrait's power had inundated Yu Feihua's body, it was unknown how terrifying the outcome would have been. Humph. Useless. Give it to me. Demonic Eye Divine Lord beckoned with his hand as he grabbed the portrait that flew into his hand. A glimmer flashed in Shi Xuanji's eyes, but he did not prohibit it. Demonic Eye Divine Lord wiped the contempt from his heart. Having grabbed the portrait, he sensed the aura contained within the portrait. His expression changed as well before he commented, although the portrait is bizarre, I do not believe that all my strength will not be able to trigger its power. As Demonic Eye Divine Lord spoke, his eyes flashed. Black Yuan-Shi burst out from his body, and like the roaring rivers outside the door to the 33 skies, Yuan-Shi surged into the portrait. This old ghoul is actually using his heaven-opening demonic technique. He is already giving his all. Shi Xuanji watched from the side. Heaven-opening demonic technique was a trump card of demonic divine lords, and it was also the core heritage of the Fey Phantasm sect. The effects were extraordinary, which made Shi Xuanji fear that demonic divine lord would snatch the opportunity of being the first to activate the portrait. If that happened, he might not have a chance of entering the restricted zone. However, with the passage of time, the spate of demonic divine lord's energy steadily vanished inside the portrait. Yet, nothing happened to it. It was as though it was situated in a different time and space, and it was unknown where all the immense Yuan-Chi it absorbed from a divine lord had gone. If demonic divine lord's Yuan-Chi was like a roaring river, the portrait was like a tumultuous ocean. Regardless of the amount of water the river unloaded into it, the water would completely disappear into the ocean, as though nothing had happened. This lamentable feeling dealt a great setback to demonic divine lord. However, he refused to admit defeat after coming so far. Demonic divine lord spent a full 15 minutes with sweat beads covering his forehead. Yet, the portrait remained unresponsive. This scene had left many people astounded. Demonic divine lord had use of all his strength that was redoubtable and terrifying. Typical enchanted treasures would have exploded well before this point. Even top treasures would be glimmering with light as if they would shoot towards the sky. However, not a single stir had happened despite all the energy that had been injected into the portrait. Demonic divine lord finally gave up. His expression was extremely ugly. He had been ostentatious with his words, but it was to no avail despite having squeezed every bit of his strength. Demonic it seems unlikely that you will obtain the portrait's recognition. Let me give it a shot. Before the portrait landed, Shi Xuanji had already waved his hand. Law of rain. Rain droplets that looked like an illusionary fog enveloped the portrait. The nomological concept contained in the raindrops had changed the space around the portrait, turning it into a world of rain. Demonic divine lord had failed with an energy attempt, so Shi Xuanji had attempted using laws. Demonic divine lord watched coldly. Although he had failed, he did not believe that Shi Xuanji would succeed. The portrait was odd. It was no wonder Felicitous Rain Lord did not even make an attempt. Upon thinking of that, Demonic divine lord glanced at Yun. Did this kid really obtain the portrait's recognition? Shi Xuanji engulfed the portrait with his law, but soon, he realized that the raindrops did not touch the portrait at all. The raindrops would dissipate just before making contact. In his domain of rain, his law was the only law in the domain, effectively making him a god of the domain. Yet, the portrait did not become a part of his domain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1032, Staking Everything on One Bet. Chapter 1032, Staking Everything on One Bet. Shi Xuanji, it appears as though the portrait isn't impressed with your law of rain. Demonic drew out the sentence, he said. Demonic divine lord was naturally glad to repay the mockery Shi Xuanji had given to him moments ago. Humph. Shi Xuanji grunted coldly. The domain of rain immediately changed as the raindrops merged together to become a fog that enveloped the portrait completely. The foggy rain underwent constant changes, going from rain to clouds, and back. Shi Xuanji is going all out now. Rhyme Divine Lord thought to herself as she watched silently. Shi Xuanji was beginning to use his trump card, an extremely extraordinary form of the law of rain. At that moment, the portrait suddenly shook while inside the rainy fog. The scene delighted Shi Xuanji. The expressions on Demonic Divine Lord and Rhyme Divine Lord's face changed slightly as well. Ha, it looks like my master has gained the recognition of the portrait. Shi Yuhong said with a laugh. His failure from before had embarrassed him. He had been standing silently in a corner, but now, with his master, Shi Xuanji, obtaining the recognition of the portrait, he felt he had finally regained some of his dignity. A look of joy suffused across Shi Xuanji's face as well. This is destiny. It looks like I'll have to enter the restricted zone after gaining the qualifications. Upon hearing the smugness in Shi Xuanji's voice, Demonic Divine Lord's eyes flashed viciously. Shi Xuanji was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He refused to permit Shi Xuanji from entering the restricted zone while he stayed outside to restrain the bronze giant. Just as Shi Xuanji was planning to conjure a few more Dao patterns for injection into the portrait, it emitted a dazzling light. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the portrait flew out of the blob of mist. The portrait had turned into a stream of dark gold light and flew to Yun as he grabbed it in hand. Immediately, everyone was dumbfounded. The smiles on Shi Xuanji and Shi Yuhong's faces froze. Yi Yun had only a cultivation level at half-step Dao manifestation, so how was he able to snatch the portrait from a divine lord's hands? It could only be possible that the portrait had fled from Shi Xuanji's domain to enter Yi Yun's hand. At that moment, the portrait in Yi Yun's hand emitted a resplendent rainbow beam. The beam of light contained an immense and majestic power of Genesis. As for Yi Yun, he was bathed in the rainbow light, as though he had merged as one with the portrait. The scene was astounding. Sacred Ancestor, Yuingsha's expression turned pious as she watched the rainbow light. Granny Yin did the same as she watched with a solemn and respectful expression. However, Shi Xuanji and Shi Yuhong had nasty expressions on their faces. They had tried every means possible, but they had failed to activate the portrait. Yet, it emitted such an astounding light in Yi Yun's hand. They only realized how terrifying the power contained within the portrait was after witnessing it in person. They also gradually came to understand that Yi Yun was turning impatient after seeing them mess with the portrait for so long without any results. Yi Yun had beckoned for the portrait, which caused it to tremble. It had nothing to do with Shi Xuanji. It was a figurative smacking of Shi Xuanji's old face. Shi Xuanji, it looks like you have failed as well. Demonic Eye Divine Lord said with a tone of schadenfreude. I was just making an attempt too. This portrait doesn't care about cultivation levels, and it might have its own preferences. Shi Xuanji said with a cold grunt. He did not even look at Yi Yun as he had lost all of his dignity today. Slowly, the light from the portrait converged into the portrait. In the meantime, Yi Yun sensed the existence of a vague connection between him and the portrait. I told all of you earlier that none of you would succeed, but you refused to believe. In the end, wouldn't Yi Yun be the only one entering? Granny Yin said with a sneer. She never had any good feelings for outsiders. Furthermore, the two old fools had their noses so high up in the air that one could see straight to their brains. They had also shown complete disrespect to her sect's sacred item. Besides, they did not take to heart what they as descendants of the Azurewood Manor had said. These people made her mortified and hateful. Compared to Yi Yun, who was also an outsider, they were hundreds, if not thousands of times inferior. Let him enter? Shi Yuhong had disgraced himself once again by speaking too soon. He could have ignored it if the person were another divine lord, but who was Granny Yin? Did she have the right to mock them? He said disdainfully, there are so many divine lord seniors and supremacies here. Are their lives now dependent on a warrior at the half-step Dao manifestation realm? Furthermore, it's only speculatory. Would he really turn the tides after he enters the restricted zone? That's right. His strength is weak and the awakening of the divine tree is just a legend. Who knows what mishaps might happen midway? Who can shoulder such a heavy responsibility? Taoist Yu Ming said fiercely as he glared viciously at Yi Yun. The other supremacies from the Fey Phantasm sect echoed his sentiment. Yi Yun's cultivation level was too low. As people who felt self-important, how could they be assured to leave their lives in the hands of Yi Yun? Against the doubts, Yi Yun said calmly, if you have other methods to resolve the situation, you are free to use them. How dare you, boy? Just as Taoist Yu Ming was about to say something, his body clamped up from Felicitous Rainlord's cold stare. He did not dare to speak further. Yi Yun is right. Although this plan might not necessarily succeed, it is the only way out of our predicament. If you do not want to leave, then stay behind and await your deaths, said Felicitous Rainlord. With Felicitous Rainlord speaking, all the supremacies from the Fey Phantasm sect quickly fell silent. Boom! 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 The bronze giant was attempting to release himself from his chains once again. The sound shook space itself as the ground ruptured from the quakes. Felicitous Rainlord swept his glance across Demonic Eye Divine Lord and company and said coldly, the moment the bronze giant escapes, none of us will survive. Today, the only glimmer of hope is coming from Yi Yun. We can work together and help him and the Azurewood Manor's saint to have a chance at entering the restricted zone. Rhyme Divine Lord's expression was as cold as always. She only took a step forward and gave Yi Yun a cursory glance without saying a word. However, she had made her intention clear. With the situation before him, Shi Xuanji could only harumph coldly as he glared at Yi Yun and warned, boy, you are not to fail. As for Demonic Eye Divine Lord, he said lightly, in that case, let's go according to plan. Compared to letting the other Divine Lords gain recognition of what lay await, Demonic Eye Divine Lord was more willing for Yi Yun to enter the restricted zone. He glanced at Yi Yun with a deep, meaningful look. Yi Yun was only at the half-step Dao manifestation realm, an ant that he could easily crush. Only Yi Yun's master, Felicitous Rainlord, was problematic. But if push came to shove, Felicitous Rainlord looked at Yi Yun with a warm and gentle gaze. He said, Yi Yun, since you are the senior's chosen one, go ahead and enter the restricted zone. Yes, master, said Yun with a nod. Boom! 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 The bronze giant had once again gathered enough strength to make another desperate attempt to relieve himself of his chains. Ka! Another chain on the bronze giant's body issued a cracking sound. The plummeting chain crashed heavily into the ground, causing the hearts and minds of everyone to palpitate. Roar! The bronze giant brandished his gigantic axe as he roared into the sky. No time to waste. Attack! With sword in hand, felicitous Rain Lord flew up into the sky. Before the action began, Yun sensed someone staring at him. It was as though a devil was glaring at him from hell. Yun turned his head and noticed demonic Eye Divine Lord looking at him nonchalantly before he smiled. This demonic Eye Divine Lord. Yun ignored him. Now, with a formidable foe in front of them, demonic Eye Divine Lord had to curb any of his nefarious intentions. Let's go! Demonic Eye Divine Lord flew into the sky as well. The other Divine Lords followed while the Fey Phantasm Sect's supremacies took up formation once again. Instantly, all sorts of attacks were hurled at the bronze giant. The color of the sky changed. And in front of the destructive barrage of attacks, the bronze giant looked coldly at these mortal warriors. With his feet planted to the ground, he brandished his giant axe. A terrifying typhoon stirred as the axe tore a rift in the sky. Let's go too, said Yun as he turned his head towards Yuingsha. She gave a heavy nod. They had to reach the core trunk of the divine tree while the bronze giant was preoccupied in his battle with the divine lords. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1033, Entering the Restricted Zone. Chapter 1033, Entering the Restricted Zone. A mere graze by the Yuan Qi produced from the intense battle was enough to disintegrate a person. These old bones of mine aren't of any use other than safely sending the both of you to the divine tree, said Granny Een. Granny! Your Grace, speak no further. It's already my good fortune to be able to witness the trunk of the divine tree again with my own eyes. Granny Een looked at the towering divine tree with a look of extreme reverence. Granny Een consumed another pill before she thumped her crutch into the ground, conjuring a Yuan Qi barrier. Immediately, the squall in front of them was blocked by the Yuan Qi barrier. This is also a wish of mine. Let's go. As Yuingsha gazed at Granny Yin's back, she gritted her teeth lightly before looking at Yun and said, let's go. Under the protection of Granny Yin's Yuan Qi barrier, Yun and Yuingsha proceeded forward. The squall was filled with wanton energy, and when it struck the Yuan Qi barrier, Yun and Yuingsha heard what resembled the sizzling sounds of burning lava. The Yuan Qi barrier was being rapidly depleted in the squall. As for the distance between them from the divine tree's trunk and the bronze giant was also constantly shrinking. Yun was extremely astounded when he looked up at the bronze giant. Its body was massive, and the chains on the ground were as broad as mountains. The chains were connected directly to the divine tree's root network and trunk. They contained a daunting power that bound the bronze giant. Could it be that the senior had planted the divine tree in order to seal this bronze giant? Thought Yun. The bronze giant seemed redoubtable, one that seemed meaningless to put up a struggle against. Yet, he had been bound by that senior for billions of years. Boom! 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 The bronze giant, the divine lords, and the supremacies were still engaging in a bitter battle. As for the trio who was gradually approaching, the squalls they had to withstand turned into a terrifying storm. The Yuan Qi barrier began to groan under the barrage of the tempestuous storm, as though it was about to shatter at any time. In response, Granny Een grimaced in pain. Granny! Shouted Yuingsha. I'm fine. Granny Een gestured with her hand. An unnatural ruddiness suffused across her wizened face. Boom! Her crutch slammed heavily into the ground. The Yuan Qi barrier that was on the brink of shattering immediately turned substantial once again. Granny Een glanced to his side at Yuingsha. Yuingsha's eyes were red. She had guessed it too. Under the circumstances they were in, Granny Een had been burning her blood essence. However, there was not much of her lifespan, to begin with. Granny Een continued proceeding forward as a stream of fresh blood gradually flowed down the corners of her mouth before dripping to the ground. Her vision was slowly turning into a blur. The bronze giant and the divine tree, which she was closing in on, could no longer be discerned by her clearly. The trunk is right in front, said Yun. At that moment, the bronze giant was only a short distance in front of them. The bronze giant's bronze-colored muscles were firm like metal. The runic patterns on every inch of his skin shimmered with mysterious and profound runes. These runes contained tremendous power. What sort of race is this? A bronze giant which could destroy a great world begged the question of his origins and the reason for his imprisonment here. In the eyes of Yun, the scene of the Pure Yang Sword Palace's owner battling a bronze giant appeared once again. Perhaps, warriors had been battling such a terrifying race since time immemorial. Yun. At that moment, Felicitous Rain Lord's voice transmission rang in Yun's mind. Up in the sky, he had been paying close attention to Yun's whereabouts. Hence, he was aware that Yun was already in the vicinity of the divine tree. All of us will be using all our strength to create a single opportunity for you to enter. It's a golden opportunity that cannot be missed. Do not let the opportunity slip, exhorted Felicitous Rain Lord. He looked at the other 3 divine lords in the sky and said, "We have to hold back the bronze giant. Attack!" The 4 divine lords attacked from 4 different directions, each using their strongest attack. The world seemed to take on another color as space itself began to rupture. It was as though the entire door to the 33 skies was about to collapse. The bronze giant's massive body emitted a sanguine light as he roared in response to the combined attack. Roar! The runes on the bronze giant's body emitted intense beams of light that merged into the bronze giant's blood vessels, giving him a burst of an even more terrifying apocalyptical power. Your Grace! Let me aid the both of you in this final leg. At that instant, Granny Yin's aura surged. Immediately following that, a black shadow wrapped Yuengsha and Yun. It gave Yun the feeling that he was being sent flying. Yun looked back and saw that the Yuanqi barrier around Granny Yin was covered with cracks under the aftershocks from the bronze giant's battle. She was swept up by the intense winds and instantly disappeared into the storm. In Yun's energy vision, Granny Yin's hunched figure was like an insignificant withered leaf tumbling about in a storm. As he watched the scene, Yun sighed. It was hard to describe what he was feeling. Boom! Yun and Yuengsha landed more than 1,000 feet away. Granny! Yuengsha wanted to look back the moment she landed. Signorine is still alive. It's just that, she's seriously injured. Let's go! Yun grabbed Yuengsha's wrist that was cold. Her skin was soft like silk, but Yun had no time to notice any of that. Where they landed was in close proximity to the bronze giant. As a wave of aftershocks surged at them, a harsh look flashed in Yun's eyes. With one hand grabbing onto Yuengsha, a sword beam flashed at his glabella. He had once again released the sealed sword chi that Felicitous Rain Lord had bestowed him. Phew! The sword beam and the aftershock exploded the instant they came into contact. However, Felicitous Rain Lord was not the match of the bronze giant, so how could Yun, who could only release a tiny amount of the sword beam's might, be able to withstand the aftershock? After releasing the sword beam, without even waiting for the outcome, he had turned around and with all his might, lurched forward with Yuengsha in hand. So, sensing another wave of aftershocks behind him, Yun switched directions and released another sword beam. The 2 sealed sword chi had been expended. And at that instant, Yun had already arrived in front of the divine tree with Yuengsha in hand. The towering divine tree stood silently. Even with the stormy battle happening around it, it stood intrepid as though it was a manifestation of ancient time itself. The hefty tree bark was covered in a thick layer of green. And looking up, the towering tree was like a celestial column that propped up the massive world. In the dense crown of leaves, one could vaguely make out modillions with brass bells hanging from them. These bells were enchanted treasures, but the magic in them had been wiped away by the passage of time. It had probably been countless years since they made a sound. And at that moment, Yuengsha was looking at the divine tree in a daze. There were tear streaks on the corners of her eyes. After hearing Yun's words, she knew that Granny Yin was like a candle flickering in the wind despite being still alive. Divine tree. This place was where the Azure Wood Manor truly stood. Yuengsha prostrated herself in front of the divine tree's trunk, sending her long hair sprawling across the ground. She placed her palms faced up as her forehead touched the ground. Disciple Yuengsha is here to seek the Azure Wood Manor's restricted zone. Her tears flowed straight to the ground as a special aura gradually effused from her body. It was as though a particular connection had appeared between her and the divine tree. Rustle. A faint and nearly indiscernible sound sounded from their surroundings. At that moment, Yun realized that a gentle breeze was blowing from a cave entrance at the bottom of the trunk. The entrance was something they had not noticed, as though it had never existed. But now, it had suddenly exposed itself. That is, the restricted zone the canon talks about. Yuengsha looked up as she said with a trembling voice. They had shouldered the lives and hopes of many people and the outcome was determined by this bet. Let's enter. Yun pulled Yuengsha and with a swift display of his movement technique, he had instantly entered the cave. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1034, Merging with the Divine Tree. Chapter 1034, Merging with the Divine Tree. Phew. At the instant Yun entered the cave, he felt everything around him distance themselves from him. The sounds coming from the intense battle and the wanton flow of yuan qi had vanished. The distance of a cavern entrance made Yun feel as though he had entered a completely isolated world. This was the restricted zone recorded in the Azure Wood Manor's canon. Yun exhaled lightly. Time was of the essence, so it was imperative that he awaken the divine tree quickly. His master, Felicitous Rain Lord, was still fighting the bronze giant outside. However, Yun was not fully confident of awakening the divine tree. Although he had awoken the portrait left behind by the black-dressed woman, the divine tree that had existed for hundreds of millions of years clearly contained a power that was hundreds, if not thousands of times greater than the portrait. A tiny world had been opened up inside the tree cavern. It was a grassland with a tiny stream flowing across it. Beside the stream stood a tiny stone house. There was a stone table placed in front of the house, with leaves scattered across its surface. This world had existed for an extremely long period of time, but this scene seemed to be fixed in time. Over the years of practicing martial arts, Yun had seen numerous tiny worlds inside enchanted abodes, such as the God Advent Tower and the Pure Yang Sword Palace. Both of them had tiny worlds established inside, but none of those tiny worlds gave Yun a special feeling like the one in front of him. When he stood in this tiny world, he felt a tranquility throughout his body. It was as though his consciousness could extend out indefinitely, through the tiny world, extending to the Azure Wood Great World, and past it, into the 12 Empyrean heavens. Oh! There's a skeleton here. Yun suddenly saw a set of white bones lying beside a soil mound along the banks of the stream in front of the stone house. It was unknown how much time had passed since the owner of the bones had passed away. However, the bone remnants were crystalline like jade, as though they were enchanted artifacts honed and tempered by a master refiner. There was a lingering nomological aura on the surface of the bones that made Yun certain that the owner of the bones was someone extraordinary and live. The person was definitely a peerless expert. Who could it be? Yun did not believe that the skeleton was left behind by the black-dressed woman. She was a level so high that the owner of the bones was certainly incomparable even if she led an extraordinary life. And at that moment, Yuangsha seemed to realize something. She walked in front of the bones and gave it a deep bow. Yun, I sense a familiar aura from this set of bones. This aura is something I've sensed in several of the books and heritage of the Azure Wood Manor. It's likely that this deceased senior is the person who left those books behind. In other words, she was the saint who had awoken the divine tree about 100 million years ago. Her Excellency actually managed to come to this restricted zone as well. Yuangsha muttered to herself in surprise. Oh? Is that odd? Yun found it curious. Since the records in the books regarding the restricted zone were left behind by the saint, it was nothing out of the ordinary for her to have come here. Yuangsha said with a shake of her head, you might not understand. By the time Her Excellency was born, the door to the 33 skies had already closed. Logically speaking, she wouldn't be able to come here since she couldn't even enter the door to the 33 skies. Oh? Is that so? Said Yun as he frowned slightly. Perhaps, entering the restricted zone doesn't require passing through the door to the 33 skies. The Excellency you mentioned might have used a special passageway to enter this restricted zone after obtaining the ability to communicate with the divine tree. Yeah. Yuangsha nodded. After she paid her respects to the saint's remains, she got up and surveyed her surroundings. How are we to awaken the divine tree in this tiny world? There was not much time, so they had no time to spare. The saint had once awoken the divine tree, but she had passed away, so there was no way she would come back to live to tell them of the method. Yun began walking slowly through the tiny world as he sensed the aura in it. The tiny world was silent. For some unknown reason, Yun's anxious mood turned calm while he strolled in it. Gradually, Yuangsha, the saint's remains and everything outside seemed to grow distant, leaving Yun in the tiny world alone. As Yun slowly walked, he came in front of the stone house. It had been standing there empty since time immemorial. And after that immense period of time, Yun had come in front of the door. It was shut gently, giving off vibes that someone was still living in it. Yun stretched out his hand, and just as he made contact with the door to open it, he felt a fibrillation in his heart that came from the purple crystal. As though it was stirred by the purple crystal, the entire stone house immediately emanated a strange aura. It's a purple crystal chaos stone, Yun's mind stirred. In the primordial Empyrean Heaven's divine hall, Yun had once seen a purple crystal chaos stone in the primordial space. The 12 ancient Fey gods, Extreme Young Illumination, Extreme Nether Glow, Empress Earth Dao Tree, Dragon Emperor, 7-colored Phoenix. People only knew of 9, but they did not know that the purple crystal was one of the 12 Fey gods. Purple crystal chaos stones were born out of chaos during the universe's inchoate state. They were divine rocks carved with the purple crystal's laws. Back in the Luo clan, not a single person had sought enlightenment from the purple crystal chaos stone. Through a fortuitous encounter, Yi Yun had managed to learn the 10,000 demon wheel of existence from it. He never expected that a stonehouse made of purple crystal chaos stone could be found in the Azurewood Great World. Chaos stones were extremely durable and solid, but they were used to build a stonehouse. What extravagance and flair were this? Yi Yun previously had the belief that the stonehouse had been constructed by the Azurewood Manor's saint, but now, he was certain that the stonehouse was left behind by the mysterious woman. Other than her, no one else had such immense capabilities. The stonehouse had existed in there for hundreds of millions of years. It was even possible that the tiny world was once the black-dressed woman's residence. Instantly, Yi Yun's consciousness entered the stonehouse. What a vast space! Yi Yun sensed that with the stonehouse as a support, it seemed to slowly merge into the land and spread out with the divine tree's roots. Yi Yun saw the battle outside before he saw the river Styx's waters constantly surging towards the bronze giant from a distance. He saw a few warriors in the door to the 33 skies as they desperately attempted to evade death. All of this entered Yi Yun's eyes. He was impervious to all that he saw, like he was the divine tree itself. The divine tree's roots spread throughout the Azurewood Great World. And along with it, Yi Yun's consciousness penetrated past the desolate ruins, through the mountain ranges and the vast lands. Suddenly, he heard a sound. It sounded like a heartbeat, but it also sounded like a river's flow. What was that sound? With a thought, Yi Yun's consciousness rapidly sank into the ground before he entered the core of the land. Boom! A tiny glimmer of light appeared in the dark underground. Enveloped within the light was a gigantic root network. And in between the roots, there was a rock wrapped in it. It looked like a heart. The rock was covered in fractures, as though it was an ailing person that was having difficulty breathing. Yi Yun silently watched it. In his unperturbed consciousness, the appearance of the rock made him sense a cadaveric aura and a deep sense of sorrow. Ka-cha! In front of Yi Yun's eyes, a thin crack split across the surface of the rock. Even though it was a hairline crack, Yi Yun's consciousness immediately saw miasma spew out from various parts of the ground as mountains toppled and rivers dried through the divine tree's roots that were spread out across the land. The gigantic rock was cracking, and the Azurewood Great World was dying as it cracked. So, this was the realm rock that supported the Azurewood Great World. Some tiny worlds were created by mighty figures, and these creators would use a piece of divine rock to bear the weight of the world. That was a realm rock. However, Yi Yun had never heard of such a majestic world of the Azurewood Great World to have a realm rock bear its weight. There was no divine rock that could withstand it. Perhaps it was because of this reason that the black-dressed woman had planted the divine tree on top of the realm rock. With the divine tree's root network, it stabilized the realm rock, preventing it from shattering. What magnificence was that? With a thought, Yi Yun seemed to transform into one of the gigantic roots that wrapped the realm rock. The realm rock that was riddled with holes was in front of his eyes. Mortals have an average lifespan that did not exceed a century. All their experiences would turn to nothingness before their death. As for warriors, they pursued the heavenly Tao, and their lifespans were constantly extended, but it did not represent eternal life. Even a world would die, with the only thing indestructible to be the heavenly Tao. Yi Yun could not help but reach out his hand. He sensed the realm rock, and through it, the sorrow of the world he was in. Silently, Yi Yun's body suffused a dazzling light. It was a rainbow light that shrouded the realm rock. And at the instant the rainbow light appeared, Yi Yun was stunned. He saw a familiar figure slowly walking out of the rainbow light. Yi Yun? Inside the Divine Tree Cavern's tiny world, Yuengsha saw Yi Yun walking before he stopped in front of the stonehouse. When he reached his hand out to open the door, he had come to a halt after he touched the door. He had been standing there quietly. Just as she wanted to ask him if he had any discoveries, she suddenly sensed an extremely boundless ancient aura suffuse from his body. The aura merged with the divine tree, as though Yi Yun was a manifestation of the divine tree itself. Ah! A figure suddenly fell out, planting herself to the ground with her head buried in the soil. Yuengsha was alarmed as she subconsciously touched her interspatial ring. However, when she focused her eyes, she realized that the person who had fallen out was Chu-hee. "Sis, what happened to me?" Chu-hee was somewhat dumbfounded as she got up while rubbing her head. She believed that she had been attacked when she was suddenly thrown out. "Oh? Where is this?" Chu-hee looked around in complete confusion. "Chu-hee, this is the restricted zone mentioned in the sex canon." Yuengsha's alarmed look gradually disappeared. As she looked at Yi Yun, her eyes had an indescribable look of longing. She said in a drawn-out manner. Ian seems to have merged with the divine tree, but you can't, so you were thrown out by the divine tree's aura. Divine tree? Merge? Shuhi widened her beautiful eyes as she looked at Yun in disbelief. This was actually the restricted zone the sex canon mentioned. Could it be that Yun was awakening the divine tree? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1035, Danger. Chapter 1035, Danger. When Ian's consciousness merged with the divine tree completely, he was able to have a full appreciation of the immense life force the divine tree possessed. It was like a limitless ocean, and he was like a tiny boat floating in the ocean in the face of the divine tree. He was too minute. Ian sensed that the purple crystal inside of him had already fused with the divine tree, as though he had already come into contact with the divine tree's soul. However, the divine tree that had existed for hundreds of millions of years had its origins slumbering for such a prolonged time that as the purple crystal's controller, Yun, was unable to awaken it despite having the purple crystal fuse with it. Is it because I'm too weak? Ian perceived the realm rock that was wrapped by the gigantic root network. As long as he could awaken the divine tree, its immense life force would be transmitted into the realm rock through the massive root network. But now, the realm rock was constantly cracking and continuing its collapse. As for Yun, he was unable to awaken the divine tree. This made Ian anxious as Felicitous Rainlord was still engaging in a life-and-death battle outside. All hope was on him, but he was unable to awaken the divine tree. Yun took a deep breath. His spiritual energy felt like it was slamming into a thick and dense wall. His constant attempts were to no avail as the divine tree remained asleep. It's still not enough. Ian endured the tremors that his soul and soul sea experienced with every impact. His forehead was already covered in sweat. Standing beside Yun, Yuingsha and Shuhi had seen all that had happened. They sensed that Yun had encountered difficulties during the awakening process. Although Yun was covered in radiant light, and his spiritual energy had already integrated with the divine tree, there was no response from the divine tree. If this carried on, Yun's strength would eventually run out. No one could withstand such an immense drain of spiritual energy. And the weaker he became, the more unlikely it was to awaken the divine tree. Sis, what do we do? Shuhi asked when she saw Yun's face gradually turn pale. She had learned from Yuingsha the gist of what had happened. Yuingsha prostrated herself as she prayed piously. As the Azurewood Great World Saint, she was unable to do a thing. 100 million years ago, Her Excellency had awoken the divine tree, but now, the moment of the Azurewood Great World's destruction is approaching, but the divine tree has been slumbering for an even longer period of time. It's probably much more difficult to awaken it than 100 million years ago, Yuingsha muttered to herself. Her heart sank as she recalled how the saint that had awoken the divine tree was far superior to Yun in terms of strength. Furthermore, with the increased difficulty, did Yun have a chance of success? Perhaps it was only she who was having wishful and naive thoughts. At that moment, in the exterior world. Roar! With a mighty roar, the bronze giant cleaved down with his gigantic axe, which clashed with several beams of divine light. And in this energy storm, Taoist Yuming and the other supremacies from the Fey Phantasm sect let out tragic cries. They were slammed to the ground ruthlessly from mid-air. Despite being supremacies, they were no different from ants while in the presence of the bronze giant. As for Demonic Eye Divine Lord and company, they had sullen and grim expressions. The bronze giant is constantly absorbing the river Styx's water. The restraint the divine tree has on him is weakening as well. We are beginning to be disadvantaged, said Shi Xuanji. The four divine lords were previously able to barely withstand the bronze giant's attacks, but now, they were beginning to find it tough. They could be heavily injured if they lost concentration. Felicitous Rain, your disciple has already entered the restricted zone, right? Why has nothing happened? Shi Xuanji asked Felicitous Rain Lord. Humph. Letting a warrior at the half-step Tao manifestation realm shoulder our lives was a joke, to begin with. Demonic Eye Divine Lord said fumingly. He was still upset over his inability to awaken the portrait. It's pointless grumbling. Now, the only thing we can do is to continue holding the bronze giant back and buy time for Yun, said Felicitous Rain Lord coldly. We can't last much longer. If your disciple hasn't awakened the divine tree by then, we will have to give up on the bronze giant and seek a different path. Demonic Eye Divine Lord said with a solemn expression. When Felicitous Rain Lord heard those words, he knitted his eyebrows and said with a cold expression, Demonic Eye, what do you mean by that? My disciple has entered the core of the divine tree and he is literally just under the bronze giant's eyes. If we were to retreat, what would happen to my disciple? He had shouldered great risk in order to seek a way out, but here you are, allowing him to be destroyed by the bronze giant. Felicitous Rain Lord knew that the restricted zone in the Divine Tree's core was likely a tiny world. It was isolated from the world of the door to the 33 skies, but even so, Yi Yun was not completely safe. The bronze giant was a formidable existence. If he could even chop at the Divine Tree, it was possible that Yi Yun could die from the tremors that arose from the bronze giant's chopping. Humph. What a joke. Don't blame me if your disciple is unable to awaken the Divine Tree because of his lackluster ability. Furthermore, your disciple might have entered the restricted zone because he was eyeing the treasures within. Don't make it sound so righteous and upstanding. When Demonic Eye Divine Lord said those words, many of the Fey Phantasm sect members began having various thoughts. They no longer did their best while in formation. Their own lives were what mattered most. They couldn't care less about anything else. Felicitous Rain Lord was incensed, but he was out of options at that moment. He could no longer sense Yi Yun, and he did not know what Yi Yun was experiencing. At that moment, even Felicitous Rain Lord had his confidence shaken. The towering Divine Tree had been slumbering above the constantly collapsing land. Even if Yi Yun was a genius, could he really awaken the Divine Tree with his meager strength? If the lack of results continued, Demonic Eye would definitely retreat, dooming Yi Yun with absolute certainty. Boom! 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 The violent energy from the battle in the external world caused mountains to collapse, but it did not affect the tiny world within the Divine Tree. And now, Yi Yun was still attempting to awaken the Divine Tree. Under the Divine Tree's massive consciousness, Yi Yun was constantly making surging attempts. Every surging attempt made Yi Yun feel like he would be devoured by the Divine Tree's massive consciousness the very next second. It would make him become a part of the Divine Tree. When the time came, Yi Yun would no longer have his own consciousness, and even though he was the Divine Tree, he would no longer be himself. However, with the purple crystal's protection, Yi Yun's soul and soul did not collapse under such impacts. They maintained a thin sliver of clarity. Gradually, Yi Yun felt his strength weakening. He had expended too much of his energy, and he did not know how long more he could last. Although the hopes of awakening the Divine Tree was gradually diminishing, Yi Yun felt that his soul was becoming more robust through the impacts. His Yuan Qi was also slowly becoming more coagulated. The Divine Tree's massive power streaked through Yi Yun, making him feel like he was a metal being tempered by fire. He was struck, again and again, slowly turning from ordinary metal into a sharp blade. Pang! Yi Yun's mental energy shattered once again as he gave a deep grunt while his face turned pale. Another time. Yi Yun released his Destruction Dao domain, sending an aura of annihilation out from his body. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1036, A Golden Chance. Chapter 1036, A Golden Chance. Yu Yingsha and Shu He, who were standing beside Yi Yun, retreated spontaneously when they sensed the fearsome aura. A Dao domain formed from major destruction laws was something that Yu Yingsha and Shu He had experienced for the first time. It alarmed Yu Yingsha greatly. What laws did Yi Yun cultivate in to produce a nomological aura with such immense power? Ka! Ka! The realm rock that had seen much destruction suddenly produced another crack. It was as though it was completely on the brink of collapse. An indescribable and dense cadaveric aura instantly emanated from it. The realm rock had reached its final moment in life and the entire Azurewood Great World was quaking as though it was mourning for it. Yi Yun's mind sank. He realized that the realm rock could no longer be repaired. There were too many cracks, and it was about to completely shatter. No matter how much work he put it was impossible for him to succeed. Yi Yun's face was covered in cold sweat. At that moment, his soul had already fused with the Divine Tree. He knew that the choice he made would determine the life and death of everyone present. It could even determine the survival of the Azurewood Great World. However, he no longer had the time to contemplate it. He had to risk it all on one bet, or he would face certain doom. Since the realm rock can no longer be repaired, it might be possible to have destruction before establishment. With his heart steeled, a purple beam flashed from his glabella. Sword of the Will. Ka-cha. The Sword of the Will that Yi Yun had gained insights into back when he was in the primordial Empyrean heaven slashed straight at the realm rock. The realm rock trembled vigorously as the number of cracks rapidly increased. The realm rock appeared to be on the brink of collapse, but just as the world was about to crumble, Yi Yun seemingly felt a vital pulse coming from within the Divine Tree. This vital pulse was distant and boundless. The Divine Tree was after all the support of the Azurewood Great World. It was finally stirred when the world was on the brink of collapse. This stirring was a fleeting moment, but it had been noticed by Yi Yun. Now is the time. Ian took a deep breath before he struck with all his force. Boom! Finally, the divine tree's gigantic door opened up a tiny crack after hundreds, if not thousands of incessant slamming. Immediately, tremendous energy emanated out from it. Iyun felt a jolt through his mind. He sensed that his consciousness had apparently broken through something. The scene in front of him had suddenly changed. The cracking realm rock and the roots had vanished. Replacing them was a vast interstellar space. And in this starry space stood a black-dressed woman quietly. It's her. Iyun immediately held his breath. The black-dressed woman was peerless in beauty. As she stood in the interstellar space, it was as if the starry space was a world that belonged to her. And beside her, there was a 9-petaled red lotus dancing around gently. At that moment, the black-dressed woman suddenly took out a purple-colored crystal. The purple crystal! Iyun held his breath. He had not guessed wrong. The black-dressed woman was indeed a past owner of the purple crystal. What was she doing? Iyun saw the woman constantly produce seals with her hands around the purple crystal at its core. As the seals coagulated, Iyun suddenly realized what was happening. Could it be? The phantom of the black-dressed woman he saw and the scene he was seeing were likely scenes of the black-dressed woman creating the Azurewood Great World. The black-dressed woman placed the realm rock in interstellar space as she released immense power to establish the Azurewood Great World. The birth of a world needed an extremely long period of time. The world was born from primordial chaos, slowly forming yin-yang, the 5 elements, and the heaven and earth laws. After an unknown period of time, mountains, seas, flora, and fauna was born. And now, Iyun was seeing the scenes of the black-dressed woman creating the nascent Azurewood Great World from primordial chaos. The nascent form of the Azurewood Great World. Wait a moment. This is... Iyun stared with widened eyes. He saw that the black-dressed woman's hands were holding up an area around the purple crystal. Swirling around it was a gray mist that was constantly expanding in size and thickening. Primordial chaos. This was the legendary nebulous primordial chaos. Primordial chaos was the law that governed the formation of the universe and large worlds. The black-dressed woman had used nebulous primordial chaos to create the Azurewood Great World. Iyun widened his eyes. He stared intently without missing a single seal the black-dressed woman produced. This was the law of primordial chaos. After Iyun had come into contact with the major destruction law, he had finally seen the primordial chaos laws he had been dreaming of. Primordial chaos signified the birth of the universe, while major destruction signified the end of the universe. The purple crystal was miraculous. Before Iyun, the 2 owners of the purple crystal were the long-haired man and the black-dressed woman. One of them was proficient in major destruction laws, while the other was proficient in primordial chaos laws used to create worlds. Creation and destruction were a complete cycle. All the laws that Iyun cultivated in were similar. He had cultivated in pure yang, but he had dual cultivated Great Empress Heart Sutra with Lin Shintong, creating synergy with pure yin. He had cultivated in Sword Dao, but he had first cultivated in Saber Dao. He had obtained the 1000 Army Saber and entered the Saber Tomb. Eventually, he used the 1000 Snow Domain. He had cultivated in the Dao of Time, but in the intense battle with the black-armored demon god, he had been trapped in an alternate space. He had first grasped spatial laws, allowing synergy between space and time. Only his Dao of major destruction was lacking in the corresponding Dao of primordial chaos. This made him unable to condense a perfect major destruction Dao fruit back when he condensed his Dao fruits. Back then, Iyun already had several 8-leaf Dao fruits, but in order to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts, Iyun had decisively abandoned his Dao manifestation. He had come to the Azurewood Great World, which was fraught with dangers, all so that he could search for the nebulous primordial chaos when the Azurewood Great World collapsed. And now, he had really found it. Furthermore, what he found was not the nebulous primordial chaos after a world's collapse, but the nebulous primordial chaos that the black-dressed woman had extracted when creating the Azurewood Great World. It was extremely pure and refined. It was the nebulous primordial chaos that came from the beginning of chaos. Iyun released his perception, and through the divine tree, it radiated throughout the Azurewood Great World. He sensed that the nebulous primordial chaos that the black-dressed woman had coagulated back then had not completely vanished. There was still a portion contained in the Azurewood Great World. And it was none other than what was in front of him. The nebulous primordial chaos was sealed in the stonehouse carved from purple crystal chaos stones that was right in front of him. He had finally found the nebulous primordial chaos. Iyun felt exuberant. Not only did he find the nebulous primordial chaos, he had also the phantom scenes of the black-dressed woman's seal formations. Here, he could truly see primordial chaos laws. It was a golden opportunity for himself. A thought suddenly came to Yi Yun. With such an opportunity, he might as well attempt to manifest his Tao fruits and break through the Tao manifestation realm in one shot. He had been unable to awaken the divine tree mainly because he lacked the strength. His cultivation level was too weak, but once he stepped into the Tao manifestation realm, condensing his Tao fruits, it would be completely different. He was very likely to be able to awaken the divine tree. Yi Yun was filled with anticipation. He wondered how the situation would develop after he stepped into the Tao manifestation realm with the possession of primordial chaos laws. With that thought in mind, Yi Yun did not hesitate any further. He infused his mental energy into the purple crystal, and as he watched the black-dressed woman's every sealing action and their energy trajectories, everything was reflected in his energy vision, allowing him to see them clearly. Without the purple crystal or the energy vision, it was impossible to discern the seals made by the black-dressed woman at all. Yi Yun drew an empty space with his hands, as he imitated whatever he saw. The time that passed in his consciousness was different from normal time. A long time might pass in his consciousness, but it could only be a few seconds in the real world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1037, Tao Manifestation Repeated. Chapter 1037, Tao Manifestation Repeated. Primordial Chaos. This is the power of primordial chaos. Yi Yun's eyes lit up. It was a power that was needed to complete his major destruction laws which he had been yearning for. Yi Yun had been in the Heaven Ascension realm for too long that the amount of energy and laws he accumulated could no longer be contained by his body. His foundations could not be any sturdier, so he should have broken through to the Tao manifestation realm a long time ago, but he had waited up to that moment in time. Everything was for that particular instant. Tao manifestation. Boom! Yi Yun's yuan qi blasted as the towering Tao tree in his body produced a projection. At that moment, Yi Yun and the Azure Wood Great World's divine tree had merged as one. The heaven-ascending Tao tree in his dantian did not seem any different from the divine tree. At that moment, Yi Yun's Tao tree was the divine tree and vice versa. Over so many years of practicing martial arts, Yi Yun had learned several top-grade heritage techniques, and he had enjoyed several fortuitous opportunities. And for Yi Yun, the law that he had been cultivating the longest had been Pure Yang. Beginning with Pure Yang, I cultivated in the Taiya sacred technique. I fused the Golden Crow species as my totem, and after entering the God Advent Tower, I dual cultivated with Shinton. My Pure Yang was perfected before I went to the Azure Billow. There, I obtained the Pure Yang mark from the extreme Yang illumination, pushing my Pure Yang laws to the extreme point in the Heaven Ascension realm. The first Tao fruit will be a Pure Yang Tao fruit. Yi Yun settled his mind and spirit, as the power of his Pure Yang burst out. A radiant sun appeared behind him as a golden crow soared into the air and flew onto a branch of the divine tree. Sunrise from Tang Valley, roaming across the world, spreading light onto world, brilliant, glorious, magnificent luster, 10 suns from Fusan, who masters Pure Yang. All the Pure Yang laws in Yuan Qi that Yi Yun had cultivated and finally condensed on the divine tree's branches, forming a Tao fruit. At that moment, outside the restricted zone. Ka ka ka. Large cracks opened in the ground, from which thick black gases spewed out. It was the apocalyptic fumes, also known as the rotting gases of a crumbling large world. When Demonic Eye Divine Lord saw the scene, he said with a change in expression, "The Azure Wood Great World is probably about to collapse." Felicitous Rain, after your disciple entered the restricted zone, not only did he not awaken the divine tree, it has caused the Azure Wood Great World to collapse. I previously said that the punk's cultivation level was too low and that he would not be able to awaken the divine tree, but none of you believed me. Now, from the looks of it, he has not only failed to awaken the divine tree, he might have ended up making it worse. Demonic Eye Divine Lord had spoken coldly. He was still holding a grudge regarding the Azure Wood Manor's restricted zone. He suspected that it contained heritage left behind by the black-dressed woman. The black-dressed woman was already standing at the pinnacle of martial arts. Even a tiny thing left behind by her could benefit a person greatly. And for an item of that grade, how could a junior be able to gain any enlightenment from that? It would be a waste of heaven's treasures in Yi Yun's hands. Unfortunately, with the Azure Wood Great World about to be destroyed, the restricted zone was also finished. The Azure Wood Great World is really about to be destroyed. In that case, the disciples that came to this world would perish along with its destruction. The person who spoke was Rhyme Divine Lord. There were ribbon bands swirling around her, giving her an otherworldly vibe. As she watched the Azure Wood Great World's collapse, she sighed inwardly. There had been many extremely talented young people and impressive overlords in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven that had come to the Azure Wood Great World in search for opportunities. However, no one expected that it would be a trip to the gallows. Humph. We actually believed that ton of nonsense that Yi Yun gave. We have really been befuddled by him," said Shi Xuanji as he fumed with anger. He was still worried about the Immortal Rain sect disciples, uncertain if they had perished. But now, even if they had survived, they would be doomed once the Azurewood Great World collapsed. They were elites of the Immortal Rain sect, so Shi Xuanji's heart would bleed if they were to be wiped out at once. However, Demonic Eye Divine Lord had other thoughts. Unlike Shi Xuanji, most of his Faith Phantasm sect disciples were with him. He could stow his disciples away in his mobile abode. In fact, the destruction of the Azurewood Great World was not necessarily bad for him. They had been trapped in the door to the 33 skies, and they had been facing the threat of death from the bronze giant. It was unlikely he could survive if the situation persisted. But the moment the world collapsed, the land of doom that bound them would no longer exist. The destructive force produced when a world collapsed was obviously horrifying, but the massive energy radiated out uniformly. Its impact on a single person was not as terrifying. Demonic Eye Divine Lord was confident that he could survive in the destruction and that he would not be lost in the shattered spacetime that followed. Demonic Eye Divine Lord's thoughts were not unique. Shi Xuanji shared the same intention of escaping the moment the world collapsed. With that thought in mind, the duo suddenly pulled out from the offensive assault on the bronze giant. Since the world was already collapsing, they had to conserve their strength to withstand the annihilative spatial storms that accompanied the destruction of the world. Shi Xuanji. Demonic Eye. The two of you. When Shi Xuanji and Demonic Eye Divine Lord suddenly retreated, the pressure on Felicitous Rain Lord increased immediately. He was struck by the axe beam from the bronze giant's swipe of his massive axe. His body quivered as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Felicitous Rain, I won't be accompanying you in your madness. That person is your disciple, and letting him enter the restricted zone was a joke, to begin with. Why would I put in so much effort to protect him? Dream on. As Demonic Eye Divine Lord said that, he retreated another few thousand feet. Although the bronze giant was powerful, it was still restrained by the chains. There was little danger as long as a distance was opened up. Damn it! Felicitous Rain Lord cursed silently. However, he did not dare take the risk of retreating even if he was the only person left. Yi Yun was still in the restricted zone, so what would happen to him if he retreated? Oh. Felicitous Rain sure is dumb. To think he still wants to persevere. Ignoring the possibility of him surviving the bronze giant's attacks, even if he can, how much strength would he have left to withstand the spatial storms once the world collapses? He will probably be seriously injured by the destructive power of the world's collapse. Demonic Eye Divine Lord gave Felicitous Rain Lord a sinister and bemused look. He even had thoughts of sneaking up on Felicitous Rain Lord if he had the opportunity. By letting Felicitous Rain Lord die in the spatial storms, he could rob him of all his treasures. Boom! 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 The spatial storms grew more and more tempestuous, as the bronze giant's attacks simultaneously struck wave after wave like a stormy sea. Standing beside Felicitous Rain Lord, Rhyme Divine Lord had not retreated as well. Felicitous Rain Lord would have been in greater danger if she had left. He might not even be able to last 30 seconds. In the storm, Felicitous Rain Lord asked Rhyme Divine Lord, "Aren't you leaving?" It was extremely rare for there to be a person to provide such timely aid in such a situation. I have my own principles. I had agreed to fight with you previously, but the premise is that it would not endanger my life. The combined efforts of the two of us can only last us a minute or two. There is actually no meaning to it. Rhyme Divine Lord shook her head. With the Azurewood Great World on the brink of destruction, anything they did was meaningless. Felicitous Rain Lord sighed lightly before saying, "You are right. However, I have my own principles as well. Even if I can't save my disciple, I will do my best or it will be a violation of my code." As Felicitous Rain Lord said that, he suddenly realized that the towering divine tree behind the bronze giant was seemingly undergoing certain changes. The divine tree was shrouded in a fuzzy halo, making it look blurry. The leaves on the divine tree were clearly the condensation of laws. The nomological Tao patterns were not very profound, but it gave an indescribable vibe of perfection and harmony. It made Felicitous Rain Lord's heart stir. What's going on with the divine tree? As Felicitous Rain Lord was pondering over it, he suddenly heard an extended screech as a gigantic three-legged golden crow flew onto a branch of the divine tree. Its body was burning with purion flames as it spread its wings. It dived into the laws that were being coagulated in a blazing inferno. In the crackling pure-yang flames, a fruit became more and more coalesced, and engraving on it were golden pure-yang Tao patterns. It was a Tao fruit. Felicitous Rain Lord could tell at a glance that it was a Tao fruit that belonged to a Tao manifestation realm warrior. However, why would the divine tree that propped up a world produce a Dao fruit of such a low level? Moreover, the laws on the Dao fruit were perfect. Even with his insights, he could not find a single flaw. Its perfection and simple exquisiteness were truly profoundness in its simplest form. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.